Let me let the Instagram know that we're live. Live. Happy Valentine's Day. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Give me a quick second to get everything set up on the stream. I have just woke up here recently, so it's very early for me. Very early for me. What's up, everyone, though? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far, or good morning, at least. I'm going to turn on the YouTube stuff real quick. Just give me a quick second, then we'll say hi to everyone, get the stream started for today. What's good, everyone joining in? What's up, Mike? How you doing? What's up, Ola? How you doing? What's up, Kiki? What's up, Jackal? What's up, Micah? How you doing? Adam, what's up? Sandra, how you doing? Lorena, how you doing? What's up, everyone? Smile, what's up? Not Phil, how you doing? Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. What's up, Ari? How you doing? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Owen? What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What's up, Elena? How you doing? What's good? We're gonna start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I have listed here on the TikTok screen. Why so early? Dean's hopping on a bit early today, and I have plans for Valentine's Day later. That is why we are so early today. Technically, it's only like 15 minutes early compared to other days, but technically, Parker's Valentine's Day. Don't spread hate. Go have fun. Oh, of course. Appreciate you. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you very much. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Just give us a quick second to get some debates going. Let me add the first person up. Let's just get it going right away. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let me guess, it's a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, Parker?
I knew it was a fetus. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if we meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It's always the Charlie Kirk picture. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
City boy.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have not. I actually have not. I'll have to look into it, though. But thank you so much for letting me know. Let's get this next individual, or the first person up here for today. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I just wanted to say how I was a victim of Takesha too. She called me autistic. And I told
Yeah,
her
that's
only
very
thing-
bad. I'm so sorry to hear that. I am just looking for some debates, everybody. Though, only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
Say what?
What's your birth year?
January 1st, 2008.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I'm going to be honest. Your lives
You've been
and
swept-
Dean's
I hear
lives.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I would say I would go back and I would vote Kamala.
Based. We love that. We love that. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you've changed your mind and looked into the topics. Thank you very much. W's for them in the comment section right now. That's exactly why we do what we do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I still think you should play Farm Sim, Parker.
A whole separate account is crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's try to get this next person up here. Do you give it a second for people to join up?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, bro. I've tried to debate you like multiple times and you won't let me because you're scared. You're dodging me. And so is Dean. I tried to debate Dean and
Hey, let me ask my questions to make sure that you're okay to be on the stream. Don't just like say whatever you want, okay? Maybe that's why you get kicked, okay? You said what's your birth year, buddy?
you muted me.
No shit.
What?
What's your birth year?
2008,
What month?
January.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, but they're gonna go on my page. I have like
Okay.
liberal repost. I share an account with my brother because he's 8 and he's like really politically affiliated. And my mom won't let him have a phone. And Dean
Okay.
kicked me because of that.
Alrighty. Why do you support Trump then?
I have debated you before. That's
long ago?
the reason why you kept dodging me. Over 2 months now.
Okay. That's not me dodging you. That's one of the criteria on the screen. Okay. If you want to be bad faith, you can take it to the fucking chat. Okay. Give me a reason why you support
you
Trump.
keep immigration.
Okay. What about immigration?
The fact that he doesn't allow for illegal immigration as much as the other administration.
Why are people spamming your 17? Did you find that on Dean's account, or did something happen there?
I don't know what they're talking about. That's not. They don't know how to do math if they think that that's.
No, it was probably because they're remembering.
Dude, what? I joined his live for like 5 seconds,
Okay.
and he wouldn't have let me up there if I was 17.
You said he kicked you, genius.
Yes, he kicked me because they were spamming repost. Because I told you my brother on my account
Okay.
has liberal repost.
Hey, for the people a few months ago he was 17. Sure, okay, that's true then. Wait, so you debated me 2 months ago. You were 17 when you debated me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were? Okay,
Mhm.
because you lied to me, I'm going to kick you. Okay, you lied to me before. Why wouldn't I believe that you could possibly be lying to me again about your age? What? He just admitted to lying to me about his age. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004, but in December.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mainly due to the fact that he protects women and their sex-based rights.
Okay, and what are those? Like access to
Uh,
abortion, maybe?
no, so signing executive order to ban trans women from women's locker rooms
Okay. Would you
and
ever
women's
vote for a
restrooms.
candidate that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent as a man?
Hold on, so are you going to respond to mine?
I
Do
am.
you think that's what he does?
Would you like to answer my question?
No, answer mine.
Okay, I'm not doing this.
Do you think not doing what? You're
This whole
dodging.
thing where you're gonna like not engage with my points?
No, you're dodging.
You didn't ask me a question. You made a statement, and then I responded to it.
Okay, do you think that
Okay,
he
can
protects
you
women
answer
and
my
their sex-based
question?
rights? No, do you think he
You asked me
protects
this
women
question
and their
after
sex-based
I
rights?
asked you. Hey, dude. No, I don't.
No. Do you think
I
that?
don't. I don't. So can you answer my
Okay.
question now?
Why is that?
Okay. Are you gonna answer my questions?
No.
Okay. Bye. I'm not wasting my time. I already know how annoying that's gonna be. Like literally such a waste of time. If you aren't willing to engage with a question, I'm gonna kick you. That's very basic boundary. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? You're disgusting. I hope you go to fucking jail. You disgusting fuck. People like that are so gross, dude. Literally so fucking gross, dude. There's literally children on here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
January 24th, 2007.
Okay. And if you took... You're fucking disgusting, dude. These people are so gross. I'm turning off the TikTok live. What the fuck, dude? That's 2 times. There were 2 separate people that just moved in the stream. I'm not trolling. 2 separate people just moved in the stream on TikTok. What the fuck, dude? Seriously, what the fuck? Hey, TikTok, fix your fucking app. Genuinely, what the fuck is wrong with this? What? It's, by the way, that's the same fucking person that's done it multiple times. The same fucking person. By the way, TikTok bans my accounts, but they don't ban this motherfucker that keeps doing this shit. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with TikTok? I don't understand it. I don't understand why they can't fix this shit. Why can't they limit people like this from going on their platform and turning their cameras on? Why can't they IP ban these people? What is up with TikTok? It's literally the most useless app. By the way, my main account is still banned because of those motherfuckers. And they can literally just go on live and do that. And they don't get banned. I'm the one who gets banned. It makes no fucking sense. Like literally, I literally still have no access to my main account because of that bullshit. And I literally tried to engage with them on TikTok and tried to be like, yo, TikTok, please, can you give me my account back? I have responded to this immediately. This is fucking insane. Like, actually fucking insane. I'm genuinely so pissed off at TikTok. It's unbelievable. Okay, Freddie, that's not a funny thing to say. It's not funny at all when minors are in the fucking chat. Genuinely, it's not funny. I don't know why you think it's funny. Like, I'm sorry, I'm pissed off right now, but that's really fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying that anyone thinks that would be funny. Like, genuinely, that pisses me off. It actually does. There are literally children in the chat. Do you have a fucking conscience? Holy shit, dude. These people should be in prison, unironically. Chat, I had two different people moon me. Two people moon the chat. So I ended the live because I don't want to have people to see that again. It's unbelievable. It is actually unfucking believable that TikTok cannot fix their shit. They ban me, but they won't ban people like that. It's so fucking disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I know I don't sound 18, but
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going? 22 years old.
How old?
22.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump again.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his immigration policies. Although I do have some other, like, I do agree with some of like the Democratic sides, like with pro-choice.
Okay. So you're pro-choice, but you acknowledge that you still support Trump even though he actively undermines that?
Yeah, I'm pro-choice, but I think that it should be harder to get into our country.
Okay, and you care more about restricting people from coming into our country than protecting people's access to abortion.
I wouldn't say that. I also just think Trump is more qualified than Kamala Harris
Kamala, why do you think that Trump is more qualified?
because of his experience compared to hers. What was she, a district attorney before she was the vice president?
Vice president, senator, district attorney, and attorney general. Okay, that's
All right, she worked her
very
way up.
qualified. Very qualified. Trump's only qualification, in your view, is literally being president in the past. Okay, who would you rather vote for in 2016, Hillary Clinton or Trump?
I mean, I wasn't
Not able to vote in 2016, I believe.
you had the
but
ability
I
to.
would vote for President Trump.
You'd vote for Trump, even though he's less qualified.
I think Hillary
He is an imbecile, respectfully.
You think what?
I think she's in. Sorry, are my AirPods like? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My AirPods are in. I think Hillary's an imbecile.
Okay. So couldn't you say that about Trump? Because Trump literally said that he looked up at an eclipse with his bare eyes twice. Okay. He also said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote.
Do you think most?
They got a harassment and bullying? How did that... What? How? 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 How... Genuinely, that was the most unfair thing I've ever seen. What harassment and bullying? Imbecile? That's not harassment and bullying. And by the way, there's no way it happens that quickly. I'm so confused. Why did they just get banned? When you say things like that, it doesn't happen that quickly. That's so crazy. What is up with TikTok right now? Genuinely, this is fucking crazy. Okay, I remember that person's name. That's fucking disgusting. And I'm literally looking that up right now. And I'm going to try and fucking contact someone and get them banned. This is unbelievable. They just did it again. Like, can TikTok please fix this shit? I can't do anything about this. This is unbelievable. No, I literally just got mooned 3 times. And TikTok banned some random guest that I had. Like, this is just so fucking annoying, dude. Like, I literally hate TikTok. I don't understand what to do at this point. I really don't get it. I don't understand. I found the person's account, though. Alrighty, something else. There we go. Alrighty, we'll try to hit a restart again, see if we can. This is unbelievable. I literally can't even do this. Like, why can't TikTok just get rid of the ability for guests to turn on cameras until I authorize it? I just genuinely don't understand that. I don't get it. Like, someone can come up and literally just, like, sexually harass people and assault them in the chat. Like, literally, by unconsensually showing their fucking nude body to people in the chat. And TikTok does nothing about it. TikTok genuinely does nothing about it. Okay, they ban my accounts, but they don't ban the people that do this. They don't IP ban them. They don't go after them. These people should literally be put in prison. Like, unironically. It's disgusting. It genuinely is disgusting. What happened? I've been mooned 3 times now, chat. And I've been on live for 18 minutes. So I haven't got a single debate yet. The one person I did get that was a debate got literally banned within like a fucking minute because of the fact that he said imbecile. But the person who's mooning the chat doesn't get banned. Like, I genuinely, this shit pisses me off. Maybe don't let people up with camera access. I don't know if they have camera access until I add them up, is the issue. So it's like, I don't know what can I do? Like, genuinely, there's nothing I can do. I can't turn their camera access off. It's impossible. It's just TikTok sucks ass. It's the worst app ever for this. Like, genuinely. Lone Star, thank you for all the galaxies. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This is why I recommend everyone just go to the YouTube. Just go to the YouTube. I recommend doing that. Hey, everyone, if you're trolling, please get out of the guest box right now. Seriously, like, please don't do this. I just genuinely, I want to get some debates right now. Please only send a guest request if you meet the criteria on the screen. I don't want to deal with people like that anymore. Please, can you only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen? Yo. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you? You said what?
20.
What's your birth
28.
year?
97.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I'd say mainly for his conservative views after seeing that multiple sources are coming out showing that after gender affirming surgery, the unaliving rate is actually increased.
What's the study?
So, yeah, do you believe the National Institute of Health is a credible source?
That's a database for different things. It can have a database and have information on it that can have peer review, but not necessarily everything on it is peer reviewed. But yeah, what's the title? I'll at least look at it.
Yeah. Wait, so just quick, I'll drop the PMID handle below for you, but you don't think the National Institute of Health is credible?
You didn't listen, did you? I said that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's peer reviewed just because it's on the NIH, right? It's a database of information.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just trying to get your full stance on it. So you think they're biased as well?
Are you listening to me?
Hold up, let me get the PMID
I'm
handle
not
for you.
saying that they're biased. I'm just saying that that doesn't necessarily mean that there's peer review.
Yeah, here's the PMID handle. There you go. As I stated, my claim was after gender
What
affirming surgery.
handle? I don't. Can you just tell me the title?
Wouldn't it be easier to just search the PMID handle? I can give you the exact number.
No, just tell me the title.
Risk of schmuicide and self-harm following gender affirming surgery.
You need to come back into the app once you have memorized it all, because when you swipe out back and forth, I can't hear you. It mutes you.
Risk of schmuicide and self-harm following gender affirming surgery.
Okay, got you.
Here, I'll drop the PMID handle below for everybody in the chat who wants to follow. I'll just keep spamming the PMID handle. Anybody wants to follow along?
Don't spam it.
All right, well, you can go ahead and take a quick look. You can just scroll straight to the conclusion if you'd like as well and read it out loud for everybody. That'd be nice.
There isn't. It's just an abstract when you click on it.
Yeah, it's all the way down.
Nope, there's no conclusion. It's just an abstract.
Yeah, do you want to share your screen? I could walk you through it.
Uh-huh. Do you see?
Yeah, can you go all the way up?
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to click on this or this?
Okay, no. Okay, yeah, go down. Down. Oh, wow, what did you click? Yeah, I don't think you clicked the right one.
This is literally the title you told me,
Here,
right?
type in the PMID handle. It'll take you right directly to what I'm talking about, the exact article.
Okay.
The
I can try to look it up, but it's not coming up right away. Matt said he's seen this before. Matt, if you want, send a guest request real quick, man.
Yeah, so the PMID handle
Christina,
is...
thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you. And Luna, thank you for the membership subscription.
Yeah, so the PMID handle is 3
Okay.
8 6 9 9 1
3
1
8
7
6 9 9 1 7.
1 1 7.
Okay.
3 8 6 9 9 1 1 7.
Yeah, it just takes me back to an abstract. I typed in your exact thing. It's literally just the abstract.
I could. Yeah,
Matt
you wanna
sent
share
me
it?
it,
I mean,
and I can
here, I
scroll
can-
onto it. Matt, did you want to send a guest request because you've read it before, man?
here, let me try
There he
to
is.
post it.
Alrighty.
Oh, hey. So, I just want to point out, I actually thought that he was talking about a whole nother article. So I have not actually read up on this one. So I don't want to claim anything about this one article. The link that I sent you, that's the PDF link. That's where you'll see the actual full thing. So if you have any questions about that's what I can help you with. I'll scan the article and see what I can find about it. But I can listen in.
One thing I can ask you a question for right now, man,
Yeah, sure.
is this just saying that, no, this is for the guest, by the way. Is this just saying that there is a higher risk for people who end up getting the surgery, or for once they get the surgery, it causes this?
It's so once you get surgery for gender affirming surgery, the unaliving rate is increased, right? So if you can
That's
put,
not what it says.
yeah, it says it. That's
it says
why
individuals who underwent it had a higher suicide risk attempt than those
that's
who did
exactly
not.
What that's
that
what
does
was my
not mean
claim.
that because they went through it, it led to this. It means the group that inevitably does go through this has a higher risk of this happening to them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're saying exactly the same thing.
No, those are two different things. So in one scenario, it's people specifically who are willing to get the surgery. The reason why they're getting the surgery is because of the likelihood of self-unaliving, right? And they're doing this to reduce the likelihood of being self-unalived, of self-unaliving, right? Whereas specifically in the scenario that you're referencing, you're saying because they did this, it then increased the likelihood of self-unaliving. This doesn't say it increases the likelihood, right? It just says that there's an elevated risk for people who are specifically are undergoing this, not specifically given that they have done this. Can you tell me where in the study it says that?
If you want to read the conclusion out loud, it's right on my screen.
Yeah, we already did. You already put it on the screen. And I'm saying that conclusion does not actually justify the point that you're making. It just says that patients that have undergone this have a higher risk of this. That doesn't mean that it's because of the fact that they went through this. It's just indicating that specifically that this is applicable to them, given that they're a group that specifically is going through the gender affirming surgery.
So after reading it word for word, showing that it says there's an elevated increase of unaliving rates after gender affirming surgery.
Wait. It says patients who have undergone gender affirming surgery are associated with significantly elevated risk of suicide, highlighting the necessity for comprehensive post-procedure psychiatric support.
Can you repeat that real quick? Can you repeat that?
I already just said it. I don't. Okay, I'll say it again.
Can you do it for the people in the chat who didn't hear it?
Everyone in the chat already heard it. So did you hear it, or did the chat not hear it?
No, my chat. My people in my chat didn't hear it.
The people in your chat. You're streaming this?
Yes.
That's really cringe. So it says patients who have undergone a gender affirming surgery are associated with a significantly elevated risk of suicide, highlighting the necessity for comprehensive post-procedure psychiatric support.
Yeah, so as I said, I was correct. Thank you.
That doesn't mean...
my point.
Okay, I'm just trying to tell you this right now, because I think you're misinterpreting this. This doesn't mean that because of the fact that they got the surgery, that means that then they have a higher risk of it. This just means that the group that undergoes the surgery went through the surgery with an already elevated risk of it. Okay?
So go ahead and explain how the National Institute of Health made this article biased.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well,
so go ahead and explain how there's no correlation
part I
to
can
it.
talk to you about because I'm a librarian, so I actually know because I've worked with them. The NIH, all they do is publish it. They don't actually work to actually make the article itself. They are a publisher. They're a database. They have nothing to do with whether or not that is actually good or not.
Perfect,
so as
Matt.
Parker already said, they just publish. They don't do anything with the actual methodology, with the funding, or anything like that.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to publish biased sources, right? So now, or do you think they're allowed?
No. What you consider bias is depending on what you get out of the actual article itself. There are many articles that I find to be biased, but are actually peer-reviewed and found to be good science. But they can still be biased towards one way or another. You have to evaluate based on that's how they look at it.
Yeah, you can easily evaluate if a source is biased or not, right? That's what the National Institute of Health does. They can't post biased sources. Or do you think they can? Just say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Any database
perfect.
can
That's
post
great.
biased sources. Yes.
So you think the National Institute of Health can post biased sources? Got it. Now,
I
Parker.
don't think that I know that because I work with them. I work with databases to actually check and whether or not they actually have this bias in them. They try to reduce it, but it will still actually get in there. So this is not like uncommon.
Perfect. So I was saying, Parker, I just show you that the unaliving rate is increased. What are you going to say after that? Are you looking at the article yourself?
I'll have to continue to look at this, but I don't see anything that justifies the point you were making.
The
because
point in my statement, my claim
because
is that after gender
and
affirming
by the
surgery,
way,
the unaliving rate is
hey,
increased, which you just read it word for word.
I did, but
Yeah, so
I think I've
end of
explained this.
conversation, right?
No, because I just explained this to you multiple times, and you're purposefully not listening to what I'm saying. What did I say? Let's see if you remember.
I don't think you're understanding.
No, what did I say? What did I say? Do you remember?
Go ahead and repeat it. No, I didn't. I don't remember.
You don't
at
remember
all.
at all? So by
No.
the way, you keep just repeating things over and over again, and you're not listening or trying to engage with what I'm having to say. So either you can choose to engage with what I have to say, or you can leave the live, because I'm not going to just keep repeating things over and over again with no one actually engaging with the points.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, oh, what your source is saying is not having to do with the
You just told me that you couldn't repeat what I just said. So I'm going to repeat it, and you're going to listen, and then you can respond to the point. Is that fair? I'm trying to be nice to you, and I feel like you're purposefully misinterpreting what I'm saying to be disingenuous. Okay? Let's just be fair here. Okay? This does not necessarily mean that people that underwent the surgery then had an elevated risk because they went through the surgery. Okay? I don't see that.
So what does it mean?
I don't see that at all.
So what does it mean? What does it mean?
To me, this means that for people specifically, right, who will end up doing this, have a higher likelihood of this. And likely the explanation for that is that people specifically who have that higher risk of this happening to them then are going to be more likely to go through getting the surgery, because the surgery will reduce the likelihood of this happening. What you're doing is a correlation causation
exactly
fallacy.
What I said?
No.
Now, isn't that exactly
what you're
I
doing
said?
is a
Isn't that
correlation
exactly what I
causation
said?
fallacy. So people specifically who are going in to get the surgery, they do have an already elevated risk. It's not because they went through the surgery that then causes that. Okay, so you're doing a correlation causation fallacy. I've explained this
just
multiple
told
times,
you in the
and you
source
purposefully
that
not understood.
after going through gender affirming surgery, your unaliving risk is increased. It just told you
That's
word
not what
for
it said.
word right there. Now,
That's not
how
what
are
it
you?
Actually,
It's right on my prompt.
Okay,
Just
so
click my
while you
name. It's
guys were
right there.
talking, while you guys were talking, I read most of the paper, and they actually lay out why they think this is. If you go to the section on discussion, they actually lay it out, and they actually say that one of the reasons why PTSD is being developed post surgery is because of the lack of support and the overall assaults that these one individuals face.
Yeah,
It's actually there in the very fourth paragraph. So
yeah,
they
man.
actually
I
lay
never
out
argued.
the
I
actual
never argued
causes
on
of
why it's happening, Matt. I never argued on
Wait,
why it's
actually, yeah,
happening.
you
I just
did.
made
You
my
are
claim.
wait. You were arguing that because they got the surgery, it increased their likelihood of this happening. That's what you were just arguing.
Yeah, your
That's
own
exactly
authors,
that's exactly
your
what you
own
just said. That
authors.
you just said the people that undergo the surgery have an increase of unaliving.
your
That's
own
exactly what you
This
just
guy's
said.
so dishonest. He's
So-
either stupid or dishonest. Like
You
what?
just said that. You said it's not before that they're having; it's when they go through the surgery. Did you not just say that?
That's not what I said, you dumbass.
No, actually, that's not true.
I said the opposite of
even
that.
In that section, they actually discuss the actual literature showing that even prior to surgery, that they still have PTSD. One of the reasons why is they're saying that it is continuing post surgery is because of the lack of support, the lack of good credentials among doctors to be able to actually deal with that PTSD that was there before. Again, you gave us a paper that you haven't read because it is laid out right there in that whole discussion section. They say nothing about the surgery itself causing it.
Perfect. So, at what point in the article does it say that people who undergo gender affirming surgery have a less risk of unaliving? At what point in the article does it say that?
That's not their claim that they're making.
Yeah, I don't
They
think that's
It's
the
a higher
analysis.
increase of unaliving.
Yes,
That's the
but
whole
why?
point of the article.
Oh my God.
No one is discussing why. My
They are
claim,
discussing
They
why.
did
They
in the
spent a
discussion. He
whole
just told you
my
this.
claim to here wasn't
Dude,
why.
he just
My
told you
claim
this. Wait,
wasn't why.
dude, open mind. You don't have much of an open mind because Matt just explained this to you that in the discussion they did talk about this and you purposefully didn't listen
Yeah.
again and then
These
misrepresented.
authors-
Okay,
And-
let's give you the benefit of the doubt, right? Now let's
no,
just
not the benefit of the doubt. He read it and then told you where to find it in the study that you cited that you have clearly not read.
So how does that take away from my claim saying that people who undergo gender affirming surgery care have an increased risk of unaliving?
Oh my God,
How does
dude.
that take
This is one of the dumbest guests I've ever talked to.
Explain that. Explain. How does it take away
Because
from my claim?
you're
Explain it.
connecting it back to the very idea of them being trans and the very idea of them getting the surgery. When the
So
authors
explain how it
themselves-
takes away from my
the-
claim.
The authors themselves in that section discuss how it's not the surgery that's doing it, how it's the overall societal structure that's causing it. They themselves are saying that at the very, very end, the very last sentence is them saying that we need better psychiatric care for people post-op. Post-op. They're not even saying to stop the surgery. They're saying just have better care post-op. That's the very last sentence.
Again, whatever you said does not take away from the fact
wait.
that the
By the way, now he must be arguing the source is bias, right? Open
again,
mind. Are you going
that
to be
doesn't
arguing
take
the source
away
is
that
bias
it's an
now?
unaliving rate is increased. That does not take away from the source.
Dude, this
Well,
guy's like
but
purposely
I want to point out
misinterpreting the
something.
data.
Benefited.
I want to point out too, they even lay out some of the strong limitations of this study in that one section, and they bring up the fact that there are multiple literatures that also directly contradict what they found, and so they even say in the article that their evidence is mixed because there's other evidence that shows that it's a lower risk. So they themselves even say in there that to not overthink it. But again, your central claim that the idea that it's the surgery that's the problem. The very authors themselves never say that. In fact, they say openly that it's the larger societal problems that are causing it by not treating the PTSD post-surgery.
Again, you're going on about a relevant topic. My claim was after
What?
Jennifer surgery, the risk.
Dude, he's explaining to you the discussion post and how
Parker
you
said
misinterpreted
no.
your own
Parker said
study.
no. Let me see the source. And I was like, okay, here's the source. After you saw the source, now Parker's got nothing to say because he knows I'm right. It's that simple. There's no going forth. There's no going backward. It's that simple. I showed you the source. It says exactly what I said, word for word.
Showed us a source
And the combo.
that like you clearly haven't read. You read the title and the abstract and maybe the conclusion, and you didn't bother to read the actual meat of everything. Because had you read the entire like 7 paragraphs above it, you would have seen that your claim is completely demolished by the authors themselves.
So where in the source? Can you actually post it up since you're saying that the source actually goes?
He told you where to find
backwards
it
on what
already.
it's
And you
saying?
didn't listen.
Where on the source did it say that gender affirming surgery has a lower risk of unaliving? Can you show that, please? I would love to see that.
Dude, this guy doesn't
Again.
listen. He just keeps repeating the same
Yeah,
thing.
you can't
Okay.
because it doesn't.
Hey, dude, we've already told
Exactly,
you this.
you can't.
We've already told you
You
this.
just
Maybe
said it
you
was
should go
irrelevant.
look back in your VOD. I know you're streaming this.
What you
go
just
look
said
back
is
in your VOD
irrelevant.
later. Hey, dude, you're streaming this. Go look back in your VOD later and watch us explain it to you. You're making yourself look really dumb right now. I don't know why you'd post this on your own social media account.
Parker,
This is
you
really
have no
dumb.
argument to back. You have no argument to back.
We
anything
already
up.
gave you one. You said I had no explanation, but I already did explain something to you. That's just you being dishonest.
Explanation to what?
The situation. So we already explained this to you. There's no good evidence to believe that it's because of the surgery. Do you have anything? Wait, tell me where in the study it says because of the surgery that people have a higher risk of sewer slide.
At what point did I say it's because of the surgery?
You said that
You're
earlier.
making-
Do you want me to
you
deliver?
can't
Dude, what? You
No, this
literally
is the
said that
problem. You're making
earlier.
arguments up in your own
Dude,
mind.
what
You're
are
making
you talking
arguments
about?
up
No, I
in your
didn't.
own
I
mind.
didn't
This is
make
the
that up.
problem.
What are you talking about? You said that.
State my claim. Parker, state my claim. What was my
we'll
claim?
We'll go back.
State
You
my
can-
claim.
No, we'll go back and have you. You can hear yourself say it.
State my claim.
No, I'll have
What did I
yourself say
claim?
it. Self say it. I'll say
State-
yourself say
what
it.
did I
Perfect.
claim?
Listen,
I was saying,
listen.
Parker. Yeah, so,
So,
as I said, I was
listen,
correct. Thank
listen.
you.
That doesn't
Proves
mean
my point.
Okay, I'm just trying to tell you this right now because I think you're misinterpreting this. This doesn't mean that because of the fact that they got the surgery, that means that then they have a higher risk of it. This just means that the group that undergoes the surgery went through the surgery with an already elevated risk of it.
Exactly
Okay,
what I was
go
saying.
ahead
And
and
explain how the National Institute of Health made this article biased.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that
So go ahead and explain how there's no
that
correlation
part
to
I can
it.
actually talk to you about because I'm a librarian, so I actually know because I've worked with them. The NIH, all they do is publish it. They don't actually work to actually make the article itself. They are a publisher. They're a database. They have nothing to do with whether or not that is actually good or not. So
Perfect,
as
man.
Parker already said, they just publish. They don't do anything with the actual methodology, with the funding, or anything like that.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to publish biased sources, right? So now, or do you think they're
actually,
allowed?
no. What you consider bias is depending on what you get out of the actual article itself. There are many articles that I find to be biased, but are actually peer reviewed and found to be good science. But they can still be biased towards one way or another.
Here, let me speed
you
it
have
up.
to evaluate based on what. That's how they look at it.
Yeah, you can easily
within-
evaluate if a source is biased or not, right? That's what the National Institute of Health does. They can't post biased sources. Or do you think they can? Just say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay,
Any database
perfect.
can
That's
post
great.
biased sources. Yes.
So you think the National Institute of Health can post biased sources? Got it. Now, Parker.
I don't think that I know that because I work with them. I work with databases to actually check whether or not they actually have this bias in them. They try to reduce it, but it will still actually get in there. So this is not like uncommon.
Perfect. So I was saying, Parker, I just showed you that the unaliving rate is increased. What are you gonna say after that? Are you looking at the article yourself?
Yeah, I'll have to continue to look at this, but I don't see anything that justifies the point you were making.
The point in my statement, my claim is that after gender affirming
by the
surgery,
way,
the unaliving rate is
I hated-
increased, which you just read it word for word.
Oh, I did, but
Yeah,
I think
so
I've
in a
explained this.
conversation, right?
No, because I just explained this to you multiple times, and you're purposefully not listening to what I'm saying. What did I say? Let's see if you remember.
I don't think you're understanding.
No, what did I say?
I don't know what that O was for.
Go ahead and repeat it. No, I don't
You
remember.
don't remember at all? So by the way, you keep just repeating things over and over again, and you're not listening or trying to engage with what I'm having to say. So either you can choose to engage with what I have to say, or you can leave the live, because I'm not going to just keep repeating things over and over again with no one actually engaging with the points.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, oh, what your source is saying is not having to do with.
You just told me that you couldn't repeat what I just said, so I'm going to repeat it, and you're going to listen, and then you can respond to the point. Is that fair? I'm trying to be nice to you, and I feel like you're purposely misinterpreting.
You see how ridiculous you sound?
Okay, let's just be fair here. Okay, this does not necessarily mean that people that underwent the surgery then had an elevated risk because they went through the surgery. Okay, I don't see that.
So what does it mean?
I don't see that at all.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
To me, this means that for people specifically, right, who will end up doing this, have a higher likelihood of this, and likely the explanation for that.
Yeah, people
is
who
that
go undergo the surgery,
higher risk of
aka
this
people
happening
who
to them, then are going to be more likely to go through getting the surgery, because the surgery will reduce the likelihood of this happening. What you're doing is a
Now,
correlation
isn't that
causation
exactly what I
fallacy.
said?
No,
Now, isn't that exactly
what you're
what I
doing
said?
is a
Isn't that
correlation
exactly what I
causation
said?
fallacy. So people specifically who are going to get the surgery, they do have an already elevated risk. It's not because they went through the surgery that then causes that. Okay, so you're doing a correlation causation fallacy. I've explained
It
this
just
multiple
told
times,
you in the
and you
source that
purposely not understood.
after going through gender affirming surgery, your unaliving risk is increased. It just told you
That's
word
not
for
what I
word
said.
right there. Now,
That's not
how
what
are
I
you?
Actually,
It's right on my.
Do you see how he keeps trying to repeat that he thinks it's because of that, when I'm clearly saying to him that just because you go through the surgery doesn't mean that the surgery causes this to happen.
The article
Okay?
says
so you
following
did just say it.
gender affirming surgery. What does that mean, Parker? What does following gender affirming surgery mean?
It means
Is that
after the fact
post-
that so listen. So it means after the fact that some of these things are still continued because of PTSD in responses to social elements of society. What you're not understanding is not because of the surgery that this happened. It's because of the fact that there's other social causes of this happening, which is exactly what in the discussion post in your own study says.
The article just says point blank. It's not rocket science, Parker. It says following gender affirming surgery. Do you understand what that
Dude,
means?
you don't understand what that means. Have you ever taken a statistics class?
You're talking about post.
I'm asking you a genuine
no one
question.
is talking about post.
Genuine question. Genuine
Use
question.
your brain, Parker.
Oh my
Use your
God.
brain.
Oh my God, read the
following
discussion
means
aspect of it.
post.
Use your brain, Parker. Use your brain for a little bit, right?
I did. Have you ever taken a
Okay.
statistics course?
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, it shows.
That it shows, like genuinely.
Genuinely, because you're literally reading word for word what the article is saying, and then you're just talking about post. Makes sense.
No, it's because you're misinterpreting what the article is saying. Because it has
Yeah. So the
like,
so
listen,
the article is saying
when it has specific statistics language and you don't know like what a correlation causation fallacy is, you can easily misunderstand what a study is saying when you don't know basic statistics. Okay, this is not me trying to dig at you right now. This is simply me saying that you literally lack the necessary elements to be able to describe what the article is saying.
here. I'll explain it to you in crayon eating terms, right? So you understand.
Okay, you're saying that you have to explain to us in crayon eating terms. By the way, Matt's a librarian. Okay, do you think that you're interpreting the data better than a librarian?
So the causation, Parker, right, is because people go through gender affirming surgery, the unaliving rate is increased. Do you understand that?
No, that's not what your study says.
No,
You
the
think,
authors
dude, wait, he just
themselves
proved my
never
point.
claimed that.
He said, I never said that, and he just said it.
Like, I'm sorry, but
People
that
who
was a
are-
bold-faced lie. The
People
authors
who are-
themselves never claimed that. They stated a finding, not the cause of that finding. Like, it's very simple. That sentence that you gave, that following this surgery, there's a point whatever risk of harm, right? That's a finding. They go on to then discuss what that finding may be caused by, and they never, not once, say that it's the surgery itself that causes it. They discuss like a whole different.
You just said it's not the surgery. Okay,
Yes,
let me
it's not
post
the
it up again.
surgery.
Since you guys want to hide the truth, let me post it up again so everybody can see again.
I like how he said he
Since you
wasn't
just wanna
saying this,
keep
and now
hiding-
he
you
is
wanna
saying
keep
it
hiding
and like proving my point. It's really funny, dude. You're so,
So go ahead,
confident
read the-
while being
read the-
wrong. Like this, like you are Dunning-Kruger, dude. You're the Dunning-Kruger
Here, go
effect
ahead.
in real time.
Read the first three sentences. Read the first
We've
three
already
sentences.
read those sentences.
Matt,
Then
read the first three sentences. What
Read
does
the
it
first
say?
3 sentences of what?
What does
This,
it say?
He's saying this.
Oh, okay. So you're in the conclusion, right?
Yes. Do you know what conclusion means? Can you give me the definition of what conclusion means?
Yes, I know. Yeah. Don't
Perfect.
get
Can you
asked that.
define it for the people who don't understand what conclusion means? Can you define it?
Can you just please just let him read it real quick?
Or
I'll
Parker,
read it.
show us.
The results of this study indicate that patients who have undergone gender affirming surgery are associated with a significantly higher risk of slur slide, self harm, and
Perfectly. Can you read that again so you understand it?
Read the very last sentence, doofus.
Okay, how about
Can you
I'll
read
read
that
it
again so
Hey,
you-
hey, stop cutting us off. Let me read it fully, okay? Because you cut off Matt.
You
So,
don't need.
I'm gonna read it. If you don't let me
It
read
says
it,
right there.
do I have to keep muting this guy?
Gender
How?
affirming surgery.
Are you going to shut up? I'm trying to read it for you. The results of the study indicate that patients who have undergone gender-affirming surgery are associated with significantly higher rates of suicide, self-harm, and PTSD comparative to the general population control groups in this real-world database. With suicide being one of the most common causes of death for adolescents and middle-aged individuals, it is clear we must work to prevent these unfortunate outcomes. This further reinforces the need for comprehensive psychiatric care in the years that follow gender affirmation surgery. So wait, by the way, the conclusion of your study is that we should still use gender affirming surgery? By the way, Cody, it is literally because of TikTok TOS. I have to say that because of TikTok TOS.
What do the 3 sentences say at the top?
I already stated them multiple times.
Gender-affirming surgery.
This guy's so annoying. How annoying. Jesus Christ, dude. This is like
gender.
Go ahead, Matt.
I said he can't comprehend it. That there's other sentences besides that one that are before and after it, and he needs to look beyond that to get the full range. He's reading the one conclusion, but yet he's ignoring the follow-up.
The sentences that come after are saying how to prevent this. Do you understand that? They're not saying.
And what
the way to prevent it is not by stopping gender affirming surgery, but rather specifically to provide help for people post surgery.
Yes, they're saying provide help post. Yes.
But so it doesn't mean stop surgery. Your whole point was gender affirming surgery causes this, and then that is not substantiated at all by your own study. He just left, by the way. Yeah, you are so insufferable. So insufferable. By the way, we never even talked about why you support Trump. We talked about this study that you misinterpreted the whole time.
Yeah, let me read you, Parker, just very quickly. This is the last sentence of that one paragraph that I was talking about. It says, the emergence of PTSD following surgery often stems from the preoperative challenges, such as harassment, limited social support, that is in conjunction with suboptimal surgical outcomes and insufficient psychiatric assistance. So they tell you right there, like they're giving the reasons why they think that this actually develops post-op, and it has nothing to do with the surgery itself. Which that's why you have to read the whole article. Like, would he have been in like one of my classes? Big old F. Just like a big old F. Because like he couldn't get past that one sentence. It was so bad. Okay, well, I will take off now. Thanks for having me up, Parker.
I appreciate you as always, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
We get some W's from Matt in the comment section right now. Seriously, thank you so much, Matt. Hildegard, thank you so much. I really appreciate thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think that's probably similar to what he's saying. I still wasn't sure about the person yesterday. Raven, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for your patience with this bonehead. If you like, please invest a minor amount for this guest and his stream participants for some English comprehension classes. Seriously, he was like literally clearly misunderstanding that. Like that was like basic, like literally what you'd learn in English and statistics, you know? Like in like middle school, you know? By the way, what was the person's name? I think they got in case they accidentally left or something. I just want to make sure that they're not in the box. What was their name, chat? Let me know. Open-minded? Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, they weren't open-minded to hearing the critique of their worldview. They had to leave. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
And do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mainly just the trans. We farm. I was on the line before the elections, but a lot of this, listening to a lot of you guys. I'm a veteran. There has been no changes to veteran benefits. Nobody's lost their Medicaid or insurance. Yes, there's talk about it, but you guys are continuously spewing lies. But the big thing is we had a trans in the school with my kids, and of course everybody went all for that, and we're just not for that. I don't agree with it, and I don't believe trans woman is a woman. I've got a 22-year-old daughter who's lesbian. She wouldn't mess with a trans woman because they're not a woman. So that's my biggest things.
Okay, that doesn't mean
I
that
know it's
someone's not a
very
woman
small.
just because your daughter wouldn't like them. Secondly, if you want to reference specifically the VA, there were cuts to the VA in terms of the amount of employees and care overall
Yeah, and that
given.
was good
Can I please
because
finish?
there was so many
Can I please
workers that
finish
was.
without you cutting me off?
I forgot you're not dean. You'll let people speak. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, so I do think that people have lost insurance under the Trump administration, not only through the context of the VA, because the reduced access of care, well, not necessarily insurance, but reduced access of care, alongside the fact that we've seen a reduction in access to insurance because the big beautiful bill cuts over 10 million people off of their access to Medicaid. Even if we want to extend it to other things, like 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children on average every single month off their access to free school lunch and breakfast. So I do think that those things are probably more impactful, especially in the context of the school system for children, than literally just trans kids existing, right? Or trans adults existing. I don't think that's a problem.
Where have they lost the insurance at? I mean, it's been talked, but we have not seen anybody lose insurance. I know we're in a very small rural town, very small. I mean, it's poor area. And nobody that we are aware of has lost any. I mean, it's red. I mean, you don't hear of anybody talking about anybody losing anything.
So I would actually keep looking at that for the next coming months, because here on March 1st is when the cuts start kicking in.
Gotcha. All right.
Like everywhere.
Yeah,
So like literally March 1st, like within the next month or two, you're going to see people having a reduction in their access to it.
Gotcha. And then another thing is, we're, like I said, we're out in a very rural, we farm I mean, it takes 15 minutes, at least 15 minutes for law enforcement. And we're all for, even the Democrats in this area are for teachers having their pew-pew on their side because it takes so long. I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't agree with that, but even the Dems in this area are agreeing with that. I mean, we've come together and board meeting, school board, and they wanted that. So it was passed in our area. And we like it.
Should
I
you
mean,
just
it's
have
a
law
great
enforcement
thing.
closer to schools? Like, I think that would be an important thing. Like, rather than saying
We're
that
in a-
teachers should necessarily have to have guns. Are you saying allowing teachers to have guns or mandating that they have guns? Which one?
No, they're not mandated.
Okay.
The district allows them to. I mean, but it's all come out of the teachers' pockets. It was all, on their own. They go through the training and all, and we're all for it. I mean, we can't. The law enforcement. I mean, they make us pay for ambulances in our backwoods neighborhood because we're so far away. I mean, tax levies, but they are not going to put a sheriff in all these 12 schools that's in the county. They just, I mean, well, wouldn't need 12 of them because there's some that's actually in close to the city area, but I think it's a good idea. I mean, a lot of people don't, on the left. I mean, on here, you hear people talk about it.
I don't want a society where there's so many guns, especially for children. Like they have to be around that all the time. I think that that's not a good thing. I think that makes them feel less safe and creates more anxiety for them. And I think that we should probably want to create a society where it's reduced in terms of the likelihood that things like this happen in the first place, insofar as that's not even a thing that has to happen.
Oh, well, yeah.
Right, rather than
It sucks when it
relying
happens.
upon like teachers having guns.
Well, I mean, back whenever I grew up, we had gun rack in our truck. We'd go hunting right after school. I mean, but yeah, now society's stupid because you got all these goofballs out there that do things. And yeah, we shouldn't have to rely on them, but I think it's a good idea. And I mean, my kids been hunting since they was 4 years old. So, I mean, most of these kids around here are totally aware of gun safety, but not saying nothing wrong that they couldn't get a hold of the right person. But
It's like 4 years old is a little early. That I've never heard a 4-year-old going hunting, but
For hunting?
Yeah, I've
hunting?
actually never heard that
Oh
before.
my
I
God.
grew up in Iowa, and I've never heard that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where my son killed his first 8 point at 5 years old. So, I mean, you got a tripod with a 350 in it. He's perfectly fine. I mean, he's sitting in a hunting blind. So, like I said, I mean, we're way out here. We hunt for food. I mean, that's the way we grew up. But I mean, not everybody lives in the city. Not everybody, has a meat market right next to them. We have to rely on things we can.
And like you could still do that as like an adult without taking your 5-year-old to go do that. I don't know why a 5-year-old would need to do that just because you live in a rural area, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not familiar with it. I just in general, like what I would say is that I don't think that everyone should have to live in a society like that. I think we should like aspire to have such good gun control insofar as that, children don't have to worry about this in mass in general. Oh, yeah, by the way, I can't hear you if you're out of the app, just letting you know. You think that we're
backed out.
the mentally ill left?
With the trans.
The mentally ill left. Oh, you gotta swipe out of the app, swipe back in. You have an echo, man. Echo, man. Wait. Hey, you have an
Is it
echo?
better?
Swipe out of the app, swipe back in. Echo, man. It's not better. Oh, he left. You can send a guest request back and I'll accept you right back up. What was the person's name again? I'll make sure to accept them right back up. Just make sure to send a guest request right back, man. Anchor, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for I've lived in South Carolina all my life and ain't no such thing as taking your damn 4-year-old out with a rifle. Yeah, I've never heard about that one before. And I have family that lives in like the country. Like I used to go to family stuff all the time. And there's like the country kids and the city kids. Like I know that. I'm pretty familiar and I'm like I've never seen that before. That's a first. What was the person's name, everyone? Chris? I don't see Chris in the guest box, everyone. Wait, Open Mind's in the comment section saying that I kicked him. That's actually a different person. That's not even Open Mind. Because I can't even send them a guest request. That's literally a person who's actually like trying to portray themselves as the other person. Because they're not in the guest box, nor are they able to be sent a guest request. So that's literally not even the same account. Yeah, I don't see the last person. What was their name again? Let me see. Fuck. Chris. I don't see Chris. I'm looking though. Chris. I don't see Chris. So I guess we'll go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. One thing that he did that I liked is that he called for the end of like gambling taxes. Obviously, like I turned 18 like a few months ago. So like, you know, there's some options not there yet, not 21, but there's still some like sports and stuff, you know. I like to make bets on people like Habib the Eagle Nurmagomedov.
I feel like you're trolling.
Yeah. No, I'm not.
So, I don't know where he got rid of taxes for gambling.
No, he called for it. He called for it.
When?
To get rid of them.
When?
Like a few months ago. Do you want a source?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much for that. As someone who relies on VA healthcare, this color doesn't speak for those of us who use those services regularly. Those cuts aren't a quote-unquote good thing. I nearly threw up hearing that. Yeah, it's actually horrible.
Okay, do you want me to like put it in the chat or something?
No, just tell me the title.
Okay. It is Trump.
I can't hear you. You
Trump
out of the
says,
app.
yeah, no. Trump says he will think about getting rid of gambling taxes. It's by Fox Business.
Okay. Trump says he will think about eliminating tax on gambling's winnings. That's
Yes,
stupid.
bro,
You can't do that.
Bro, why is that stupid, man?
Why would you get rid of that's income like anything else?
I know, but dude, like the taxes, like what if like you win, dude?
Dude, why should you not have to pay taxes, but I have to pay taxes?
Bro, because I have to. Even when you lose, you have to pay taxes. Like when when you're not like net profiting, but you're still like you're not profiting, but you're still technically winning money. So you still have to pay taxes on those winnings, which is stupid. Because why would you have to pay taxes?
Can't you write off your losses?
Huh?
Can't you write off your losses?
Not really, dude. I mean, you can, but if you win like a good amount of money. No. Well, oh my gosh. Man.
Why wouldn't your income just be treated as whatever you profit?
Bro, Whatever, bro. Okay.
I'd be okay with establishing a thing that like it should only be based upon your profit.
Well, you're not a gambler, so I guess that's probably not what you want. But I
Okay,
think
well, I mean, you're not even 21 yet.
no, I know, but I
I used to
still
gamble on CS:GO Lotto as a 13-year-old. Like that doesn't mean that it's that justifies like all of that shit. I mean, that's horrible. I don't want to be perpetuating gambling for children.
No, dude. I mean, like I said, it's mainly sports. Like 18-year-olds can do sports. Like I can't hit up the casinos, but like still, I think getting rid
Yeah,
of gambling taxes.
I just think it's bad to perpetuate that on children. First of all, so I think
How
the
is it
galaxy.
perpetuating on children? What?
No, I meant like gambling, like in general.
How?
How? Because children
no,
aren't
no.
are because you're perpetuating gambling addiction onto children.
Okay, I agree, but how is that relevant to
How is that
you know
relevant? We don't want
to,
children to deal with gambling addiction. That's
to
not fun.
to getting rid of gambling taxes? What do you mean outside?
Yeah, that's
Dude,
getting rid of all taxes on winnings. Okay.
you know, like an arcade is literally just a casino for children, right? Do you not support arcades? It literally is, dude. It's literally. I mean, like claw machines. It's like you pick up the toy and then it drops, and it's like that's
Okay.
literally gonna develop a lifelong
I don't
gambling
think it's
addiction when
I
they're
don't
older.
think it's comparable because of the fact that of how much money more you can lose in terms of like situations for like actual real gambling. Um,
No,
I do think a game like where you literally play for tickets is okay. There's no issue with that.
dude. Kids don't value money yet, bro. They value prizes. So do you think we should get rid of all arcades because like those are literally I mean
No,
you can
because
search up
that's
there's a
something
research
that
on it.
one, parents have to consent to. Okay. Two, there's a limit on how much that happens. Three, right, like if you want to reference this, especially like online gambling for
Oh,
children, I used to do this as a kid. I don't think that this is good because of the fact that literally it can get children into doing this stuff. I never ended up developing a gambling addiction, but for other people who did, that's actually incredibly horrible, even for little children. Like seriously, that was very prevalent on the internet, okay? Especially back then.
you're talking about like those like crates and stuff?
Dude, I used to do CS:GO Lotto as a 13-year-old. I'm not trolling.
Okay, yeah, okay. So you're telling me that I mean I completely agree with you there. But
I was on
you
CS:GO
didn't
Lotto and CS:GO Wild. That was normal. That was all over social media. I saw it everywhere. I did it. They didn't have good age verification.
wait, what even is CS:GO? I thought that's like a video game.
It is a video game. So like what you do is you take your skins and then you'd put them and trade them into the thing for like a balance that you could then gamble on the site. Yeah, it's
Oh
crazy.
my gosh.
Because the skins
Okay.
are worth money on the Steam store and stuff like that.
Okay, so do you think children really have self-control?
Do I think children have self to some degree, yeah. But like
Like
not
like like
not
do you
enough
think
to establish that they should have gambling around them. Now let me just
like
address this. Why would you overlook Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, Donald Trump undermining our democracy, calling for the termination of the Constitution, and literally supporting the murder of U.S. citizens in broad daylight just because you want to get rid of gambling taxes? That's stupid. You're
dude,
willing
because
to
none
like
of that other
fuck over
stuff
the rest of the country just to benefit yourself?
bro. Does it affect you or me? Be honest.
Does what affect me?
All that stuff like you mentioned, like all those claims and all that.
Does reducing gambling? Yeah, all of these things do affect me. Yeah, specifically, I don't want to live in a society where rape culture is more prevalent. I don't want to live in a society where people are normalized in supporting presidents and candidates that have undermined literally the integrity of our democracy. Okay,
Dude,
by trying to get 70% or did get 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with no fucking evidence, when all evidence disputed that. Right, and literally called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops, and he called them patriots because they did his bidding.
My guy, you're probably more better off under Trump right now, due to because dude, literally
More
every
better off under
politician.
Trump? No, I don't think
Yes,
we're.
dude.
I don't think
Yes,
we're
yes, dude.
more
It's
better off under Trump.
dude. It's so easier to debate for the other side when they're not in office. Like dude, when Biden was in office, all like that stuff that he didn't do, like the college debt and all that. It's so easy to because like literally that's what
I
all
was debating
politicians.
when Biden was in office.
No, I understand, but it's a lot more easier to debate like Charlie Kirk, like he
It's
did
a
like
lot
he debated
easier.
everyone,
You say
and
sure, and
yeah,
you could say
because
that, but that doesn't change my point.
I understand. I'm saying you're probably like it under a like if Kamala Harris was a president right now, then you would probably get less viewers. You would probably get less donations because it's like, what's the point of debating if we already won? You know what I mean? But it's so easy because Trump's
Because
the
we
one
still
that's
there's still. By the way, I don't think the world is perfect if Kamala Harris gets into the position of power. I have critiques of the Democratic Party.
I understand, but I'm talking about the
I want the
promises that
Democratic Party to move further. Like
politicians
you
make.
act like you know what? We get Harris elected and we're like we're done. No, that's not how it works.
Okay, so you're
People
gonna
still need
debate
health care. People
against
still
your
need
own.
child care. We still need to fight climate change. We still have money in politics and corruption. We still have the system that exists that led to Trump in the first place. Okay, this is why we can't go back to just the status quo that existed prior, because the status quo that existed prior is what gave us Donald Trump. It's what gave us a rapist in the Oval Office who's a fascist, who undermines our democracy, who threatens the very basic freedoms that we rely upon. Literally.
Dude,
That status quo led to that. So we do have to change things. We have to add on top of that. We can't just go back to whatever it was prior and act like that's going to fix everything. That's not going to fix everything.
Okay.
What we need is health care for all. We need no one going fucking bankrupt in this country because they can't afford their medical bills. We need everyone to have access to shelter. We need everyone to have access to childcare so they can support their families. We need literally basic things like that. We need to fight climate change and address that. We need the EPA to actually recognize scientific fact, like such as greenhouse gas emissions are causing global temperatures to increase, which is going to negatively impact human survival on Earth.
Okay, so you're telling me if Harris was in office right now, then you would either one be debating the things she isn't doing or the things that you want, because like you said, like both aren't perfect. No one's gonna like every single policy on the side that they're on, or you're gonna debate on Trump still, even though he's not in office. Like that's relevant.
No, I wouldn't
to
debate
what's
on
going
Trump.
on.
I would debate specifically on like something that is going on in terms of politics, or I would debate like in terms of the administration. I'd be advocating for change, even disagreeing with Democrats. Now, it wouldn't be my whole stream wouldn't be just like I disagree with Democrats, but it would be like very prevalent with my streams that I have these disagreements with the administration. Like if the administration did exactly what Trump's doing, I'd be critiquing that shit.
Yeah, okay, but dude, that goes back to my first point. You're much better off now because people love hating on Trump, dude. Literally, there's Democrat debaters everywhere. I mean, like, they all get lots of views. People much want to see people debate on why Trump's bad rather than their own policies. Like what? Like you're telling me you'd get the same amount of viewers, the same amount of money right now under Trump debating how bad Trump is than you would debating on the things that Harris isn't doing. Or that you want her to do, or that she's doing that you don't want.
I bet it would be pretty similar.
Dude, there's no way. People are not interested. In fact, people aren't even interested now. People are here for the trolls. You look at the chat, and it's like they'll find any reason. Like if a guest stays up here with a legit debate for like a whole hour, the whole chat will find any reason to get him off. They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, check his 19.3 post." Dude, he follows
that already
you, man.
existed prior when the election was going on. So I don't know what your point is. You say people aren't interested right now. What are you talking about? I had 60 million views on Instagram last month. I have 36 million views on YouTube.
No, they love you.
And how many views do I have on TikTok? Like 20 plus million views? What are you talking about, dude?
I'm talking about for the legitimate debaters, not like they want to.
Yeah,
see
every
people
single day I go
trolling.
live. There's like fucking almost 10,000 people in my stream on YouTube and TikTok. Alongside the
understand,
fact that
and-
I get all those views, I don't understand how you're saying no one's involved. That makes no fucking sense.
And when people are up here for 30, 45 minutes to an hour, you start to lose viewers. People in the chat spam kick guess. Oh, this guest is.
And by the
clueless,
way,
like
right
that.
now, just letting you
Any
know,
idea what
I'm
we're
on
talking
here
about.
right now because of the fact that this is the second account I'm on. I got banned on my main account.
No, dude, I'm not talking.
And I get that back
I'm not
here in a few
talking
days.
about. I'm not talking about the viewers, or I mean I am.
You literally
but
were.
I'm talking. I'm talking about when there's a legit debate that lasts actually much longer than.
I have an
like,
hour-long debate every single day.
I understand, and that's where you start to lose viewers because and even Dean, like I remember Dean, he lost
And
like.
by the way,
4K
yeah,
viewers
like after
at one time.
talking to someone for a while, people get less interested in the conversation with that one person. I add someone else up, and then there would be more people that come in the stream, right?
Exactly, but when it's just nothing but trolls, that's what is
It's not nothing
entertaining
but
to them.
trolls. I get a lot of trolls because you guys are scared to debate me.
I know, and that's what the chat finds entertaining. That's what they find funny. That's what they're here for.
No,
literally,
it's
man.
not. People are not
Like,
here
dude,
for the
if
trolls.
you
People are
debated
here for the
Charlie Kirk-
debates.
If you debated Charlie Kirk and it went like an hour, I guarantee you, like 5% of your fans would watch the entire video because of how impatient they are. And I get it's like
If you look at analytics, that's just not true.
I get that there's like 100,000 12-year-olds as well, and I mean there's really nothing
Okay,
you
so
can
now
say about
everyone's
that
12
because
years old.
they're
Most of my
kids.
age analytics indicate that people are typically between the ages of 20 through 40.
Okay, well anyway, okay, sure, but
What you mean? You
back
said
to what I
sure.
was saying
That's the
though.
age demographics.
Okay, no. Okay, I agree, and I was just talking about some
Actually, I would
of
say
the people.
20 through like 65 plus. Like genuinely, like I have a lot of viewership that's even way older too. So it's like not
Okay,
it's not way
so
older. I mean, but like that's like my parents'
okay,
age. My
so
parents are
you
65.
said you said that yeah, you said that you would get the similar amount of everything if you were debating what if you were debating like Kamala, like what she's not doing or what she's doing that's bad. I mean, you think these people are still gonna be like like you think like when someone sends a donation message, they're gonna say like, "Oh my gosh, Parker, you're doing amazing, dude. Kamala really shouldn't be doing this," or something like that.
Yeah.
Like there's just no these people are supporters of her. Why would they donate to
How come I
someone
got
who's
viewership under Biden's administration?
dude? Because or well, I don't know because what I mean, what were you talking about?
I talked
I
about a bunch of different topics.
well, or what were you debating against?
A bunch of different things. I debated the politics. I debated specifically like why people think that being gay is wrong. Prove to me God exists. I debated specifically people on
Okay, I think I do remember that.
spanking. I debated them on what else did I do? Flat Earth every once in a while.
So and you're telling me you have the same amount of everything now than you did then?
It's not that much different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I think you're lying, but not because of
I'm not lying.
not because
The only thing different is that I have
no
YouTube now.
no. I think you're lying not because of the subject, but I think you just got more popular since then. But also but yeah, I just got one more
I
question. You
will
think
admit that I probably get a bit more viewership now, but I still got a lot of viewership back then. I just think that you don't
yeah.
know because you haven't been around.
No, well, I think that's because you got popular. I mean, you were on those Jubilee videos, and I mean,
Yeah, that's
like, okay,
you're still not understanding, dude. I used to get thousands of viewers like that as well under prior topics.
okay, yeah, and okay, but I think this is the hugest point you've ever been, and I think it would be a lot better under, or I
Yeah,
think
for
it would
like
be a lot
video
worse
content,
under
for example, but on the
DHS.
streams.
Yeah, well, anyway, well, I had one more question back to like my earlier claim. Do you think we should like abolish all arcades? Because, like I said, like, do you think
No,
if a
dude.
children, dude, they the big claw machine, the
Can
one
we
that
talk
goes,
about why you
the
support Trump?
yes, because I already told you, and that goes, and you said that we shouldn't put
Okay, so
gambling
would
on
you vote for
children.
Trump if he raped a woman?
Yes, man,
You would? You'd vote for him if he raped a child?
not a child, no,
Okay, so what is the relevant difference between a woman and a child that means you'd vote for someone who raped one but not the other?
because a child is a child, and that's
Yeah, that's
just
just
disgusting.
trivial. You're not answering the
And
question. What
and
specifically about
I
an
don't think
adult
she, I
versus
don't
a
think she,
child means in one scenario it's okay, it's you're willing to support someone and vote for them who raped a woman, but not someone who raped a child.
I
I
don't
think in
think he
both
raped a
scenarios
woman.
you should not support them.
I don't think he raped a woman, but anyway,
He did. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault. He literally bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. When Donald Trump would barge in, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He has
okay,
26
but
plus
like,
people that have accused him of sexual misconduct, and you think every single one of them are lying?
no, like I said, how does that affect anyone? Any of
How?
us? How does
That
it
affects
affect you?
victims in our society, specifically that have to live in a society where they're less likely to be believed, and they're more likely to be harassed based on coming out
Well,
with the things that
no,
happen to them.
dude, I understand you don't have to agree with his policies, and I think that's a reason not to support him. But I'm talking about when you're talking about actual policies, what does that have to do with stuff that you like?
Why does this have to do it? Because we don't want rapists in positions of the Oval Office. I think regardless of whether or not you're on the right or the left, it should be illegal for you to run for president if you're held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone or criminally found to sexually abuse someone. Okay?
Okay,
In
well,
either
would you consider
circumstance, you should not be able to run for political office. Is that
you
a
would
crazy
consider
thing to
that
say? Well, can you not
you
agree
wouldn't
with me on that?
you wouldn't consider that attacking the Constitution because that's what y'all talk about all the
No.
time. You wouldn't,
No, I think we
dude.
should
Okay,
amend
then
the
let
I
me
think
read
we
off
should
the
amend the
Constitution.
Constitution to not allow for people who have done that to run for president. Do you agree with me? We should amend the Constitution and do that.
No, because like you always talk
You
about,
don't want
oh,
to amend the
we
Constitution
don't
to
want
prevent
to.
rapists from running for president.
Yeah, dude, because the
You
22nd
are
Amendment,
you're a sick fuck. Genuinely,
dude.
genuinely think about this. You don't want to prevent rapists from being into the highest position of power and authority in the United States.
Yeah, dude, because that's what we're gonna have to go to war with, man.
What are you
Literally.
talking about? What do you mean?
Like, if we go to some war, dude, Trump is literally much more better at wars than freaking
Much
Kamala
more better.
Harris
You
is.
sound like an idiot. Okay? Are you
Dude.
fucking serious right now? Stop for a second. You don't want to ban rapists from running for president. You understand that we can have a good military without having a rapist running them.
We're not gonna have a good military.
What are you talking? We had the best military in the world under Biden.
Oh my gosh, bro. All right, okay.
It wasn't even close. Obviously, we had the best military in the world under Biden. Explain to me why you think that the president has to be a rapist for us to have a good military.
Well, I'm just glad that
Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
Am I trolling? No,
Yeah.
dude. No.
What is wrong with you? Like, genuinely, like, why would you want to go on a live stream and perpetuate this? Like, I just don't understand it. Like, don't you want the world to be a wait, I have a question. Do you want the world to be a better place?
Yes, of course.
You make it a worse place. By doing this, you make it a worse place.
Do you think he's still
you're right
continuing
now
to rape
making it a
people?
worse place.
Do you think he's still continuing to rape people?
I don't know if he's still continuing to this day, but he
yeah.
has done so.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying, bro. You know he's not. You know he's not. You know, bro. Come on now.
Wait, by the way, I don't know that he's not. I mean, he's literally done this throughout his entire life. I absolutely could say that he's very likely to be doing it now.
Oh my gosh. So why would he risk the position? Okay, so you think if he was caught raping someone now, you think he would still be in the Oval Office?
Can you just acknowledge any of? Wait, actually, what would be sufficient evidence to determine that Donald Trump has raped someone?
By one coming out the second it happens, because it makes it much more believable. I heard that it took her freaking many years, and you gotta document everything. You gotta document. Like I heard someone came on live the other day, and you were talking about like, oh, I don't, just because you don't know the specific day, that doesn't mean it didn't. Well, which you're right, but in a serious case, in a case that serious, with one of the richest men in the world, one of the men with a lot of power, why would that not be important to do after getting raped by someone that high in power?
Okay, so you just said that those two reasons are reason it didn't happen. Is that your view?
No, yeah, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So one, there was documentation. Like, for example, her friends that she told at that time, right, literally spoke up and talked about the fact that they were told at that time, right? So that's documented. Okay, there was also literally a dress with unidentified male DNA on it, where Trump was given multiple years to give up his DNA, but chose not to give up his DNA within the allotted period of time because he knew that it would incriminate him. Alongside the fact that, just because a victim doesn't come out right away doesn't mean it didn't happen to them. Okay, I know many people who did not come out. Stop talking. I know many people, actually, hell, practically every single person I know who's a victim in my life didn't come out right away. Does that mean it didn't happen to them?
Dude, obviously not. But the thing is,
because of people like you, people don't come out right away. And then what you do is you use that as a reason against them to say that it didn't happen to them. It's disgusting. It genuinely is. You are the reason why people don't come out right away, because you don't believe people, even though there's so much evidence. By the way, if you won't believe that people were assaulted when the person himself admits to grabbing women by the vagina without asking, was held civilly liable of this, 9+ people in a jury all unanimously indicated that he did this, alongside the fact that 26+ people accused him of sexual misconduct. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, alongside him saying he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, sexualizing his daughter countless times, saying Epstein's a terrific guy and likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side, wishing Ghislaine Maxwell well, saying he didn't know about specifically the crimes and specifically that Epstein committed, right? And then literally in 2006, apparently said that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein were evil and to look into them. So why did he change his story?
Oh my gosh, because like I said, or I don't know why, but I don't think any of this has to do with his policies. But I guess
so. You don't think him being a rapist would impact the legislation that he passes on whether or not he considers women or victims within that legislation?
As long as it's not continuing to happen, I think. I mean,
okay. So would you be willing to vote for a child rapist because it's not continuing to happen?
No.
Okay, so then what's the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario you'd support them given it doesn't continue, but in the other scenario you wouldn't support them given it doesn't continue.
Because I don't believe it, man. I don't
Okay, so
believe
you're
it.
saying that you don't believe it. So stop moving between that you don't believe it. So
I don't
okay, so
believe
you're
it.
saying that you don't believe it. So stop moving between a bunch of different things and backtracking, okay? You say you don't
Okay.
believe it. Okay, name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
What evidence is there for?
Oh, wait, and I'm just asking you, name one piece of evidence. Do you know any of them?
I. Do you know any of them?
Yeah, I've already told you them in this conversation, and apparently you're too dumb to comprehend that.
I'm very dumb. I'm sorry.
I know you are.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that like I said, I don't believe it. And
Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
If you did it today, I don't support people.
Hey,
I
name
wouldn't
one
support
piece
them.
of. By the way, there was evidence submitted because they determined this based upon preponderance of the evidence. There clearly was evidence submitted in the court. Name one piece of evidence you dispute.
I don't know.
I hear
man.
you looking it up, man.
I'm not looking anything.
Or you're
up,
moving
dude.
around at least. You don't know?
I'm
So
sorry,
by the
sorry,
way,
something.
so you have no clue, yet you're gonna say that this didn't happen?
I do have a clue, or I don't.
You
I
don't.
mean, like
You
I said,
don't know how
based
you don't
off
have
what
any
happened-
evidence.
No. The only reason why I don't think why. If you got raped by someone in so much power, why would you wait so long?
Yeah, because
to-
people won't believe you because people harass you like you.
People won't believe. So you're telling me you're more likely to believe if you come out many years after it already happened rather than right after.
So the goal specifically
Especially
that
when there was
someone
evidence at
so,
the time.
So I just want to let you know, someone not coming out right away, the explanation could be that they think that they're never going to come out. But then they see that the person gets into a position of power like the presidency, and then they might come out in that context.
He already
But for
was in
E.G.
power.
Carroll
He-
specifically, she didn't want her parents to have to deal with the people specifically harassing them and her, and them having to deal with people not believing their daughter, right? And that's why she waited until they weren't alive anymore.
Okay, well. Okay, man.
But the thing is, you haven't looked into this case. You just believe the predator. You just believe Trump. You believe the pathological liar that has admitted to literally sexually assaulting women by grabbing their vagina without asking. You think the guy that admitted to grabbing women's vagina without asking didn't sexually assault someone when there's 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct and someone held him liable for sexual abuse? You don't believe that? You think that there's not enough evidence?
I'm just gonna leave because you completely pivoted the entire conversation.
No, dude. You're going to leave because you can't hold yourself accountable for the shitty stuff that you believe in. Because I'm questioning you in a way that practically no one in your life is willing to question you.
No, dude. Well, the title of the live is "Why do you support Trump?"
Yeah, and
I
we're
told
talking
you
right
why.
now, why do you support Trump when he's a fucking rapist? Okay? Why do you support Trump when there's so much evidence against this guy? Genuinely.
I told
Use
you
your
why,
brain and
man.
critically think for a second.
I already told you why, dude. He called for the elimination on gambling taxes.
So you're willing to vote for a rapist because he literally advocated to get rid of taxes on gambling?
Yes, and you tried.
Yes, you
to
just
make
said
that a bad
yes.
thing.
You're a sick
No,
fuck. Genuinely.
Dude, you tried to make that a bad thing.
By
at
the way, I just
beginning.
want you to know, I fucking hate people like you. Because literally, you don't give a shit about victims. You don't give a shit about this country. It's actually it's ridiculous. You're
Dude,
willing to
you
vote
tried
for
to
a
make it as
rapist
a
because
bad
of a
thing at first,
reduction
but-
in fucking gambling tax.
Dude, you thought
Are you
that
kidding
was
me,
a bad
dude?
thing at
Are you
first, but
fucking
then
kidding
once
me?
you realize-
Hey,
once you realize-
let's go through policy because apparently you don't give a shit about policy. You don't give a shit about victims. You don't give a shit about women. You don't give a shit about anyone other than your fucking self. Let's talk about policy. 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month because of the big beautiful bill to give massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy. How do you feel about that one, buddy?
I don't support that, man. And like I said, we're not going
but
to support
you're still willing to
everything.
support him even though that's true because you fucking have reductions in gambling taxes? You're willing to cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast because you want to have reductions on your gambling tax?
Oh, okay, yeah, dude. Let's all vote for Kamala Harris, and everyone
Yeah.
will get free lunch. Let's all do it.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. 420,000 children more on average every month would get access to free school lunch and breakfast if Kamala Harris were president. Absolutely, that would be the case.
Okay, man. So
That's a
we're
fact.
people
By
doing-
the way, that's a fact from the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government. So if you want to sit there and deny facts, go for it. But that's nothing new because you're a Trump supporter. You've been
Okay,
denying facts
well-
for years.
Okay. Well,
You're about to run away because you're scared to get fucking literally called out for your shit.
Dude, you pivoted the entire
Run away,
conversation,
Snowflake.
Man. Dude, I'm not gonna run away. I already told you. I already told you that I disagree with that, man. I told you.
But you're
I
willing to
told you.
vote for him. Is
I-
there
I
anything Trump
am.
could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Dude, if he did that stuff today.
If he did
Then-
that stuff today. So because he did it in the past, you're willing to vote for him?
Yes, because it doesn't affect any of us.
Okay, so the same thing could be true for if the victim were a child. What's the relevant difference between the victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario it's going to affect you, but in the other scenario it's not.
They're both horrible, man. They're both horrible.
Answer the question.
But a child is much worse. And didn't you even say that?
So
Rick was
wait.
hot?
So to clarify, it's not because of the fact that it doesn't affect you. It's because you consider the action much worse. So, by the way, you're saying that raping a child is a disqualifying action, but raping a woman is not? So once they hit the age of 18 years old, under your view, raping them specifically wouldn't mean that they're disqualified for presidency?
Oh my gosh, man.
Do you have a response?
No.
Okay, so someone was raped on their 18th birthday. You think that the person who raped them should still be allowed to run for
Dude,
president?
I'm not supporting rape, bro. I'm not.
You literally are. You
I'm
unironically just said that you would vote for Trump even though he raped a woman because of the
Dude.
fact that you want a reduction on your gambling tax.
If Trump didn't call for the end of gambling taxes, then I wouldn't vote for him. And I can't
Okay.
vote. I'm not going to
So
vote
if
for
you
him.
knew for certain
I'm
that
gonna vote
Trump
for JD Vance.
Wait, how about this? If you knew for certain that Trump raped a woman, would you still vote for him?
Gosh, man. No.
Okay. So then if you have no reason to dispute any of the cases that I brought up, why do you think that they're all lying?
Why do I think they're all lying? Because I mean, they're just, I don't know.
You don't know?
Dude, if Elon Musk was allowed to run in 2028, would you vote for him?
No, he begged to be on the island.
Okay, well, you have a good one.
What? Wait. Pause. Don't leave. Don't run away. Do you support Elon Musk?
Do I support Elon? Hell yeah, bro. He's gonna get us to the moon.
Wait, hold up. Pause. You support a guy that begged to be on Epstein's island after Epstein was already convicted.
I want to go to space.
So wait, by the way, people already knew. By the way, we can go to space and go to the moon without Elon. I don't know why you need Elon to do that.
Dude,
You know,
what the
Elon's
fuck are
not
the
doing that,
Democrats
right? It's
gonna
the
do
people
about
he
that,
hired,
man?
right?
Dude, Joe Biden would
Oh,
literally
wait,
just
are you
sit
okay
in
with
his
people
office
going
and
to the
eat ice
island?
cream.
Epstein's island? Do you think they're guilty if they
No.
went to Epstein's island?
No, bro.
Okay, you're trolling. Get off my life. There's no way they're serious. No way they're serious. That's so fucking ridiculous, dude. Alrighty. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
July 5th.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
To be honest, I would still vote for Trump.
I feel like they're trolling. Quincy, thank you so much, by the way, for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wants to prevent child, quote-unquote, gambling in arcades, but doesn't want to prevent child rape. Seriously, though. B, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Nick, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Nick. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trump just changed the tax law from being able to write off 100% of losses to up to 90%. He made taxes worse for professional gambling. That's actually hilarious that he says that that's a reason to support him. Okay. Christina, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He said, I'm a single mother, and I've lost Medicaid last month because of everything going on. I was a really niche group that had Medicaid due to the other parent terminating rights, his choice completely, and he was in the Army. I'm so sorry to hear that, Christina. Thank you so much for spreading the message on that. Thank you. All right, can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Zoe as well. Thank you for the $4, by the way. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Zoe in the comment section. For these men cannot understand how afraid women are speaking out against their abusers, especially when he's rich, powerful, and in a position of power. And rich, powerful white men. Seriously, though. Cassie, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. W's for them. Aw. W them. That's so cute. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Phoebe. Christina, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said Andrew Paul Johnson, a January 6th writer who was pardoned by Trump, has been convicted of sexually abusing children. Just thought you might want to use this sometime. Oh my gosh, I'll have to look into that. Thank you. Fuck, that's insane. Billy Jane, thank you so much for the $20. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Paul, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Amberfell, thank you so much for the $5. Andrew with the $25. Thank you so much. And Annie, thank you for the $5. I have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's get on to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. As always, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 22.
And do you support Trump?
That's a complicated question.
Okay. I'll let you think about that one in the guest, or I mean, in the guest box in the chat. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Hassan Piker's a fucking xenophobe and a racist.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to request, my bad.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely vote for Donald Trump, but I have one question.
All right, go for it.
Define a woman.
Ask some people, or what's it called? Thanks to people for donations. It's an adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their identity. Can you define a man?
You show your ignorance, bro.
Can you define a man?
All day long. Come see me.
Go for it. Answer the question. Does he not know what a man is? Hey, what's a man, bro? Answer the question. Unmute yourself. What is a man? I didn't mute you. Unmute yourself, bro. Did you just leave the live? Answer the question, bro. What is a man? Come back into the app. Tell us what a man is. Don't run away, man. Come on. You look like a little snowflake when you just ask me that question and then you try and run away and not answer the question that I clearly asked you. If you ask me that question, you should be able to ask, or you should be able to answer my question. Or wait, is he Googling it, chat? Is he Googling it? Unmute yourself, bro. Come on. I didn't mute you. You muted yourself. And you're swiping out of the app right now. Either you're running away or you're Googling what the definition is, and that's crazy, bro. How embarrassing. You came up on my live stream asking me what a woman is, and you can't even define what a man is. Embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. Come on. Come back into the app, bro. Bro, he's Googling it, chat. He's literally Googling it. Colin, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I try my hardest. Thank you so much, Colin. Jade with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's absolutely fucking crazy that he believes that. Absolutely fucking crazy. W's for Jade in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have seen that with some of the redactions you can see if you paste them in the. He laughed, by the way. That's embarrassing, dude. Desiree, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you so much. I always will. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously. As well as Lily, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. There's no good evidence of that. It's like it's exactly the same as the Doge check. We're not going to get the tariff check. That's not going to happen. I really doubt it.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
October.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure, for sure. I have a few people to thank on YouTube, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me 1 quick second real quick? Alrighty. Hawkeye, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Fun fact, Elon paid off NASA officials to make sure that SpaceX got the contract over the much better proposal. That's ridiculous. Hell's Pacifist, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. It's totally unpatriotic. Thank you very much. Justina, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Jackal, thank you for the $5. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5 as well. Anger, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Jackal with the $5. A Matter of Thoughts, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I think I am fully caught up. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help me push out the lives as always. And make sure to follow on this account if you have not already. We're on my second account right now because we got banned on my main account. We should get my main account back here in the next few days. But yeah, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, I live in Wyoming, right? And I grew up around Trump sentiment, pro-American sentiment. And I really think America has a lot of dead weight behind it. And what I mean by that is Trump has been very stern on trying to make the country bigger, trying to expand it territorially by taking over such places like Greenland, and there was some talk about Canada for a while. And I don't think he's doing it for the reason everyone thinks he is, right? He's playing the media like a fiddle, right? Everyone thinks he's going to do this. He doesn't do that. He ends up doing something else. And the reason I think he's trying to make it bigger in the future is because he has to make it smaller now. And what I mean by that is we have to cut out those radical left liberal states that are weighing down the country and destroying them. Places like California and San Francisco.
Yeah,
These places are holding us back. We need to leave them out to dry.
When did San Francisco become a state?
After we cut, I said places. After we cut them out.
Well, you already said California, so why would you say California and then a city within California?
Well, because San Francisco has been on the news a lot lately. And afterwards, after we make it smaller by cutting out California.
Wait, so you want to cut out California, so you want to cut out the fourth largest economy in the world? That literally funds all of the red states. And actually, we would benefit from that. Here in California, I live in California, we would benefit from that because then we wouldn't have to send literally billions of dollars to the federal government. We could keep that here.
You realize without the rest of the U.S., you guys would just be completely done for. We're the ones carrying you on our backs.
We would get so much. We would get so much trade all around the world. People would be engaging with us. We'd have international accords. We'd be working with Europe, the entire world, Canada. Everyone wanted to work with us rather than work with you. Are you kidding me?
As soon as we drop you guys and we no longer claim you guys, Russia, China, they would all be on your
GDP will decline a lot. I just want to let you know your GDP is going to decline a lot.
You wouldn't have a $1 trillion defense budget with you, dude.
By the way, if you cut out California, which you literally cannot do constitutionally speaking, you understand that every other liberal state would join us, and you guys would be fucked.
Who would join you guys?
Every other liberal state.
Like, give me an example here.
Illinois, Washington, Oregon, New York. Good fucking luck, buddy. You guys are going to get cooked if you do that because we have all of the economic centers, okay? All of the big cities, they're all blue. If every big city wanted to join us, you guys are fucked. What are you guys going to have?
You think we're fucked, dude, but we're the ones.
Yeah, genuinely, do it. All the big cities agree with us. Do it. All the population centers agree with us. All of the economic powerhouses agree with us. Good fucking luck. You sound ridiculous. Why would you ever say that?
No, hold on. You're misunderstanding my point.
He wants to undermine the union. By the way, he just advocated to undermine the union.
Buddy, listen, Parky, listen. We have to get the entirety of Greenland.
The disunited states, actually. We don't want it to be the United States anymore. We want it to be the disunited states, actually.
Hold on. we get a big enough territory so we can compensate for the ones we're losing. We're gonna get rid of you liberal cucks, and we're gonna get our own territory and
Are you
make our
trolling?
Republican state.
Are you
No, I'm
trolling?
being fucking serious, dude. That's
You liberal,
what
we're gonna
Trump
get
is
rid of you
doing.
liberal cucks. You know, we make this country good, right? You guys are the ones that
You
are
make
fucking
it
it up,
good.
right?
You're holding it back, dude.
Hey, dude,
That's
name
why
one
America
core
is so
fundamental
weak.
American value that your side upholds to a greater extent comparative to our side.
Freedom, dude. Freedom. And
You think Donald Trump upholds freedom, really?
yeah, that's why we're going around the world and stopping
Wait,
wars.
watch this,
We're
watch
the-
this, watch this. So wait, what do you consider freedom? Can you define that for me real quick?
Being allowed to express yourself.
Okay. So did you know that Donald Trump's administration has literally detained Mahmoud Khalil, a legal permanent resident in this country, for over 100 days without due process simply for his pro-Palestinian speech?
Yeah, you guys claim anybody is legal in this country, dude.
He is a legal
If
permanent
you're-
resident. Why is he still in the country then?
If you fit the description of someone illegal.
Wait. Explain why he's still in the country then.
Well, I don't know which case you're talking about.
Mahmoud Khalil, I told you. Mahmoud Khalil, I know what case I'm talking about. And he was held for over 100 days without due process simply for his pro-Palestinian speech. So by the way,
Which state
you claim that
which state
like
won?
Trump is better for freedom. I just gave you an explicit reason as to why Donald Trump is not better for freedom.
Well, which state is he from? Where is this guy from?
Let me look up. He went to Columbia University, so I don't know if he's from that state. I'm not sure. If anyone knows in the comment section, let me know.
So you don't know this case like you said you do. You don't know this case.
Dude, I
You don't
know.
which.
I just told you he
you
went
don't
to
know which
Columbia
state he got
University, which is
apprehended
wait.
in?
I told you he went to Columbia University. I just don't know where he lives. It says he was.
So you don't know
his
where he
legal
got
team
apprehended.
had pushed to bring him back from a detention center in Louisiana after he was sent and arrested in New York. So yeah, New York, seemingly.
New York.
Yeah, because that's where
See,
Columbia is.
In New York, you never know what's going on over there. There's always some guy stabbing. If you ever been on the subway, it's fucking disgusting.
I've
There's
been
always
in
some
I've been in New
hobo-
York and I didn't see anyone get stabbed. I've been on the subway. It wasn't disgusting.
Oh, let me guess what? You went there and smooched with Zora Mamdani, man, because he was so happy he became the mayor, huh? See, that's what's holding
Was
us
that
back
your best
culturally.
criticism of me there? Is that the best you got? I went
mean,
and
you-
smooched Zoran Mamdani. Nice. I mean, I know you like to think about me smooching other guys all the time, but like I don't know why you brought that up in the conversation.
Because our country, when we were strong and we actually had strong males, we weren't having this radical ideology that's left leaning. We didn't have that.
Strong
right?
males?
We were conservative
Dude,
and we
strong
had
males.
family
I don't
ideals.
think you don't sound very strong, bro.
So you think you're strong, bro? What is the outfit? It looks environmentally friendly, bro. You don't even look like a proper man, dude. Why are you
Because I'm wearing a
green?
green shirt. I don't look like
Who
a proper
wears
man.
green
Wait,
in
can you, hey
2026?
buddy.
You gotta grow up, man.
Oh, really? Okay, so can you turn your camera on?
How do I do that?
You click your camera on the bottom right, right? So you
Dude,
click
that's
on.
why I want to cut your state out, bro. I don't like this shit. You want to? You don't look
Oh,
at me.
you scared?
and
You scared?
wanna
Turn your
watch
camera
me.
on, buddy. Turn your camera on.
All right, I'll do it, but you got to put your hands in the air so I don't know you're doing anything weird under that table.
What?
Yeah, you're a good boy, dude. You're a good boy.
Do you want to
You
do
see
it?
how you listen? You see
wanna
how
do
you
it?
how you listen to me
You
like
wanna
I'm
do
your
it?
daddy, dude?
You want to
see-
do it?
Where's
Yeah,
your
I like how
chair,
he's doing
man?
this
Where's
because
your
he's so
chair?
scared. He's doing this because he's such a coward and can't turn his
See,
camera
your
on.
hands are still up,
Hey,
bro.
buddy,
I'm your
turn your
dad,
camera
bro.
on.
I'm
Turn your
your
camera
daddy,
on.
man.
Turn your
Your hands
camera
are
on,
still
buddy.
up, dude.
Please, bro, turn your camera on, please, 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 bro, turn your camera on, please, bro, please. Don't
See
be
how
such a
you're
scaredy
cucked
cat.
right now.
Turn your
You're
camera on.
embarrassing yourself,
Be a
dude.
real man. Turn your damn camera on, or I'll send you to Weenie Hut Juniors right now, sir. Do you want to be sent to
Dude, you
Weenie
got
Hut Juniors?
Saved by the Sheikah, bro. That's
Do
why
you
you're
want to
not
go
a
to
man,
Weenie
bro.
Hut Juniors?
I don't know how you even.
Do you want to go to Weenie Hut Juniors? I'll send you to Weenie Hut Juniors right now if you do not turn your camera on, you coward.
You're embarrassing.
Weenie
yourself,
Hut Juniors
dude.
for you. Turn your camera on right now, buddy, you coward. You little snowflake. You can't even turn your camera on, buddy. You're so
Man,
fucking
you're
scared.
drawing up
Turn your
your
damn camera on, buddy.
vagina, bro.
Hey,
Don't
turn
do
your
that,
damn camera
come
on. Let's see it. Let's see the camera. Turn that shit on, brother.
Straight up, dude. I want to punch you, man.
Turn the camera on, brother. Turn that shit on right now. Turn that shit right on, right now. I'll send you directly to Weenie Hut Juniors.
You should really stay inside, buddy. If you ever go outside, you'll see me, man. See what I do to you.
You're so scared, bro. Turn your camera on.
I'm just saying, bro. You're acting like a fool, like a clown.
I am? Is that why you're not turning your camera on? Is that why you're so
You're a
scared? I just sent
jester,
you an
dude. You're a
invite. Click
jester.
yes. I sent you an invite. Click
You're
yes.
a jester, dude.
Click yes. Oh, you
You
like
act like that in
clavicular?
public.
You like clavicular? How do you feel about the fact that he got actually he got mogged by the ASU frat leader?
The look smack.
Yeah, you got mogged. You got frame mogged, buddy. You got clavicular. Your favorite guy. You got frame mogged by the ASU frat leader. Actually.
When did I?
How do you feel about that one, buddy? Your favorite guy got frame mogged.
You don't have no frame, bro.
Wait, no. How do you feel? Your
You
favorite
were-
guy got
you were
frame
like
mogged.
100
Take the L,
pounds
buddy.
soaking wet.
Take the L. You're chopped, bud. Turn your camera on. Are you chopped?
I'm chopped.
Yeah, turn your camera on.
Brett.
Are you
That's
scared
really
that you're
rich
chopped,
coming
bro?
from you, bro?
Wait, you tried to
That's
act like
really
you're so
rich coming from
strong.
you.
Let's see the frame, bro. I bet you're weak, bro. I
That's
bet
the
I bet your
pot
arms
on the
look like
kettle
mine,
black,
to be
dude.
honest. You're gonna
think
turn the
my
camera on and look
arms
like
look
SpongeBob, bro.
yours,
Your
dude.
arms are gonna be so skinny like mine.
Man, you know Captain America before you transform, that's your physique, dude.
Oh, then turn your camera on and prove that's not you too.
That's literally your physique, bro. I
Turn,
don't know
turn
why
your
you're
camera on.
talking to me about
Turn your camera on.
physiques.
You're scared. You sound like
You
a
want to
coward,
see
bro.
me so bad. See, that's how I know you're not able to talk to me intellectually because you're an idiot. You want to see my body. You don't actually want to talk about politics.
You brought this up. You started deflecting first, and you were literally like, Parker, you're not a real man. You the liberals. This is why I want to kick you out of the country. This is why I want to get rid of you from the country, because clearly you didn't take a basic civics class in high school or any typical history class, because otherwise you would have known that the Constitution does not allow for you to get rid of states. That's not how it works. If you paid attention in 7th grade, right, when they talked about the Civil War, maybe you would know that.
Oh, and now you think Trump is caring about the Constitution, huh? If it's holding us back from making America great, we don't give two fucks, dude. We don't have something holding us back.
So he doesn't
And
care about
listen,
the Constitution.
You're the type
So
of
wait,
person to
wait.
play
So
by
tell
the
us
rules.
what are some
That's
core
why you
fundamental?
can't
Hey,
protect-
tell us this. Tell us some core fundamental American values that you care about.
Traditionalism, family ideals, and conservatism. That's what keeps this
So
country
wait, you said
running.
family ideals. What
the
else?
Facts,
Wait, what else? Say those again. Sorry.
sorry.
Say them again.
Family ideals and conservatism.
That's conservatism is vague. That's not a specific thing. And then in terms of family ideals, Donald Trump actually undermines that to a greater extent. He cheated on every single one of his wives, even when his current wife was pregnant. We can also
He
point
has
to the fact that
multiple families. And he
yeah,
has
because he's been
multiple
divorced multiple
children.
times. That sounds very family
He has
oriented
multiple
to have
children.
multiple different wives that have divorced you because you cheated on them. That
And
sounds
he
super
takes
family.
care of them
That
and
seems very
pays them.
family centered. That seems like he's really perpetuating the great conditions for marriage and for family ideas by cheating on every single one of his wives. That's exactly what you should do in your family under this guy's perspective. No, that's
Well,
not what you should do. You should not cheat
all right.
on your significant other. That undermines families. Did you know that? Did you
Let
know
me
that
address-
infidelity is
let me
not
ad-
good for families?
Let me address your point, buddy. So you're saying he's not for family, whilst he's the one providing for his family with his $7 billion.
He's providing sexual comments to his daughter. He said that she looks voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said he'd be dating her if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. So, actually, it's just the sexual comments that he's providing. Not really like support, you know?
Well,
he said
if
he
you
had
didn't
sex
mute
income
me-
with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Well, if you would listen to me and not mute me, then you would hear what I had to say, right?
Oh, God, but I'll lose
He's-
IQ points if I do.
He's providing his family. He has a lot of money, and he's providing them. That's why they live such a rich lifestyle. And he's
He
protecting
inherited
them
$400
through
million
that.
from his dad. That's his dad's work, not his.
Sure, but he's still providing. He's not selfish with the money he's providing.
He's
his
literally
family.
gaining money because of corruption from the Oval Office. I mean, he's doubled his net
And-
worth by billions of dollars, literally while president. So that's called corruption, not making money to provide for your family. That's called corruption, actually.
And dude, through that, he's protecting his family. Whilst I don't even.
So
think
through
you should
corruption,
protect
he's
yourself,
protecting his
bro.
family. Wow, that sounds like exactly
Well,
what you guys hated
Parker,
about Joe
Who
Biden.
are you to judge, bro? You can't
Wait.
protect yourself. You got essayed
I
by
can?
Tashika, dude. Who are you?
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because that was a disgusting thing to say. One, sexual harassment is not something to make fun of or to make a joke about, and two, that's like a disgusting thing for you to say. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I rape children. I rape.
You're disgusting. What is wrong with people, dude? Like, genuinely, like, what do they get out of this? Like, they get nothing other than making society worse. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Recently it's been kind of, debatable, but I kind of. I'm not full MAGA, but.
So if the election were held today, who would you vote for, Harris or Trump?
I think I would vote for Trump, but I feel like Kamala isn't really a great, candidate for the left. She's decent, but I feel like there's a lot better.
Okay, you could say that I could say I ideologically agree with some candidates better, such as like Ro Khanna or like AOC, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she wasn't a good candidate from at least your perspective, especially given that like you supported Trump. I mean, she's a significantly better candidate than Trump.
Morally wise, or like
morally, policy, every characteristic.
I mean, I feel like recently, can you name another president that's passed more laws and has done more than Trump?
Biden.
This for Biden.
Literally Biden.
The only major thing that Biden did.
Trump has passed some of the least legislation out of any modern president. Like literally, almost every president has passed more legislation than him.
Last time I checked Biden, the only thing he did was whenever COVID happened, he gave 2.1 million jobs, which was also started by Trump.
No, there were 15 million jobs that came back under Biden's administration. Not everyone was caused by Biden, but that's what happened. I don't know where he got the 2 million number from.
But I want to ask, how do you feel about abortions?
Okay, nice little pivot. I think that abortion access should be legal.
What about some of the methods, like
what
the
about
clamp method, or the injection method?
Are you saying third-term abortion? Third-term abortion.
Yeah.
That lethal abortion is not happening, dude. At that point in the pregnancy,
it still is.
No, at that point in the pregnancy, they cause an induction of labor, which leads to essentially early birth.
But you can agree that it's messed up though. Because it's happened.
No,
it's been happening.
People can terminate a pregnancy and induce labor once it reaches viability, and there's no issue. They don't need to lead to the death of the fetus.
No uterus, no opinion.
Would you like to engage with my point?
Repeat it.
Okay. So third-term abortions are not happening that are lethal. Those at that point, it's just going to be an induction of labor and early birth after viability. And by the way, after viability, it's the same under either administration because Roe versus Wade only protected access to abortion prior to viability in all states, and then after that, left it up to the states.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So then I don't know why you'd bring that as the reason as to why you disagree with Harris. Would you like to tell us why you support Trump?
Well, I mainly supported Trump because I did stocks and crypto, and he's been bankrupt 3 times, but
6 times.
Okay, 6 times. Thank you for correcting me. But he's a pretty smart businessman, even though he got, like you said from the last conversation, he got a lot of money, but he did kind of make a lot too, tripled. Whether I really don't know what you said, it was corruption, but I mean, I'm not gonna say you're lying because I don't really know for a fact, but he is a pretty smart businessman. So I used to do stocks. I haven't done it recently, but I'm gonna get back into it now.
So can you name one smart business person other than Trump that has 6 bankruptcies?
I mean, you know what is it? Denzel Washington, what he said? He said if you get down 6 times, you get up 7. I mean,
Yeah, there's literally no person you could mention that has 6 bankruptcies that's a smart business person. I have a better success rate in business than Trump does. Does that mean I'm a good businessman and I should be elected president? Would you like to swipe back into the app so I can hear you?
Yeah, my bad. No.
No? Okay, so then why is that a qualification for Trump but not for me?
No, I didn't say that. I said you asked why I support Trump.
Yeah, and you brought up that, but that wouldn't
Yeah,
be a
'cause-
reason to support me, so why would that be a reason to support Trump? When I've
Because
got a
he
higher
can
success
actually-
rate.
No, but that's not the thing.
You cut out.
Oh, my
Susan,
bad.
by the way,
phone,
thank you for the $14 on PayPal. Thank you very much. And Brian, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And Cassie, thank you for the $1 as well.
He's the president. That's why, like, I mean, you can't make it change, but he can, you know? Like, even if y'all were the exact same person, I would still support him over you because he can actually make a
makes no
change because
sense.
he's the president.
That's the
No, you're
dumbest thing I've
saying-
ever heard.
But you're saying why
You
am I
said, who would you rather
supporting-
support for president? You'd support one side because they would be president? That makes no fucking sense.
No, you're saying why would I support
Are you
him
trolling
now
right
over
now?
you?
Are you trolling right now?
No.
Okay, then you're just this stupid?
Okay, I'm not this stupid, but
Give
I
me an
was
actual
saying
reason why you support Trump. Come on.
because I feel like he's a smart businessman. He's ended what, 8? Even if they're signed wars, he's ended 8 wars.
No, he didn't. Name 3 of them. He swiped out of the app.
No, I didn't.
Name 3.
I can't name 3 on the top of my head.
Name 2.
Can't name 2 on the top of my head.
Can you name 1?
No.
You're clearly trolling. There's no way. Not a single one? That's crazy, dude. Either he's trolling or genuinely that was just embarrassing. Like you've literally never seen before. Alrighty, let's go to this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I support most of his views. I'd say financially, but I don't support his morals.
Like, if you could either vote for me or Trump, or sorry, not me. If you could either vote for Harris or Trump today, who would you rather vote for?
On the Democratic side, I'd rather vote for Newsom. I think Newsom is a better candidate than Kamala is.
Kamala. Okay, well, I don't know why he said that. I'm just going to kick him anyway. Sounds like he is a Democrat, just wants Newsom more for no reason. I think Harris is actually a better candidate than Newsom. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, dude? 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, if Kamala Harris's greatest accomplishment is a tie-breaking vote, then yeah, definitely Donald Trump.
Okay, I guess it depends what you consider the greatest accomplishment of someone. But if you wanna reference this, like, it does sound like you prefer Trump. Could I ask you a question? Can you name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president?
You know, he hasn't done a whole lot. Yeah, I don't know how great of a candidate he'd be.
Okay, you can't name a single thing that he's done as vice president.
Well, I think that he's, visited foreign countries on our behalf and had, conversations with other leaders that typically is required of a vice president. I think that he's executed that pretty well.
He's talked to foreign countries.
Does that
so
suffice?
by the way, the same thing would be true for Harris. So then you do think that Harris has done enough, right?
No, I don't think.
So
the
Vance
reason
hasn't
why
done enough,
I said that was
other than go to
because
Disneyland and
on
fuck
what
his
is
couch.
what is Kamala's greatest accomplishment, Parker?
I would say the Inflation Reduction Act, but I can give countless other examples. Would you like to hear some other
Did she
examples?
write that, Parker?
No, she was specifically the tie-breaking vote on it and helped get that passed within the context of Congress.
So that's
She
just like an
negotiated. Can I
administrational
please
task.
finish without you cutting me off, please? Thank you. So I think it's something specifically that's important because she helped negotiate for it to get passed while in Congress, right? Specifically, she was working with Congress to do that because she was the tie-breaking vote on it. And she talked about explicitly how she did that. I can give other examples of things that she did within the context
Very
of the
impressive.
Senate. And I can also mention the fact that she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. She raised over $5 billion in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here for economic insecurity.
Is that who you'd like to see leading the country on the next go-around, Parker?
Kamala Harris. I mean, I would prefer progressives such as Ro Khanna and AOC, but I think that she would be preferable to Trump, preferable to Newsom, etc.
So I don't think that Trump's going to run for a third term anyways. But hey, you made a claim a little earlier, right, that if you support Donald Trump, then somebody who alleges that Trump committed rape, right, therefore you support rape. So how about we mirror that move? And Parker, okay, go ahead and clarify.
Yeah, so Trump has been held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. Or an 18-year-old came out to there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexual assault. He has 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. So taking into consideration all of those facts, I think there's enough reason to believe that he has done something like that before, which clearly is enough reason to say that you shouldn't support him.
So did you or did you not say earlier to the guest that was on the panel that he supports Donald Trump, therefore he supports grape? You don't need to go on a whole monologue about this. It's like a yes or no question.
I said it because of those points, yes. He
Okay,
supports
thank you for
grape.
being
He's a
honest.
grape apologist.
So let's mirror that move. And so Parker, you allow people who use hate speech and use bullying tactics in this live, like in the comment sections, in other people's DMs. So therefore Parker supports hate speech and bullying. Yes or no?
I support bullying Trump supporters, yes. That are fucked up people. No issue
Awesome,
with that.
good. Yeah, good. Thanks for being honest. Let's see. Do you think that the 9.2% inflation number, right, is more of Trump's problem or more of the person that took over after January 21st, 2021?
I don't think it's actually either of their fault. I think that's actually COVID and supply chain issues.
So supply chain issues, okay? Well, when did the number of ships at port begin to, bounce back to normal average numbers after the pandemic?
So when did it reach around normal average numbers? That would be going into 2023 and 2024.
That's totally incorrect. Let me go ahead and pull up that source if you would like it.
It's not just U.S. supply chains. It's supply chains around the world, okay? Because that affects the supply around the world. So it took a long time for that to come back, yeah.
So where do ships at port come from, Parker?
They come from other places around the world, but you understand
Awesome.
that what you're not
Yeah,
taking,
great.
He's not taking into account the fact that when there is less production of things around the world, there's less supply. That affects the supply, right, in terms of the goods that are demanded in the United States as well. So that's going to then cause prices to go up. Okay, so prices are affected by global supply chains.
They're also affected by, labor and the supply of labor, the number of job openings. They're affected by real interest rates. They're affected by
real interest rates. Take into consideration inflation. I don't know what you're saying, but interest rates obviously impact
interest rates.
inflation.
The quantitative easing impacts.
Interest rates impact inflation are meant to decrease inflation. Yes.
Okay, so why did you just mention one thing before? Like it was all based on supply chain logistics, and you said that
was the main
2023 is when. So what metric told you that 2023
I'll tell you.
is?
So listen. There were inflation issues, and then we're going to increase interest rates to be able to mitigate those inflation issues.
What specific metric told you in 2023 that supply is back?
So if you want to, you have to look at global supply chain trends. Why do we know this? Because we have economists that are reporting on this all around the world and international economic data that reports on the fact that there is a greater level of supply and increase in supply that we were seeing around 2023, 2024, which led to a reduction in inflation around the entire world. Okay.
Awesome. You didn't mention any metrics there. So go ahead. What supply chain metrics told you in 2023 the supply chains were back?
Well, I think the main way that you can infer that is by looking at specifically the price going around all around the world. But you can
price is your metric?
Look up global production. Price is a way to be able to see it.
How about on-time deliveries? How about fill rates? How about, order rates? How about inventory turnover? How about days inventory outstanding? Okay. How about stock out rates? How about order time cycle time?
Sure. Those could be relevant points, but we're referencing overall global production, right? That would take into consideration things like oil. That would take into consideration things such as manufacturing, right? Those would obviously be relevant points to reference in this context. And again, the reason why I say price is because that would be the best reflective indicator of this, because of the fact that price is going to be impacted by the supply chain effects. So when we saw inflation, disinflation occurring, that's going to be evidence of that, because we saw it all around the world at the same time. We're not likely to see anything else other than supply chains affect that, given the fact that it's an internationally experienced thing.
So I understand that you like to talk about outcome in this sense, before talking about the mechanisms, right? But let's home in on those mechanisms, right? So you're saying that inflation was caused by this price outcome that we're seeing was caused by COVID, right? And we didn't see a recovery in the numbers, the metrics, until 2023. So why did interest rates then rise in 2022? Why didn't they stay near zero all the way into 2023? Based on what you're saying, we wouldn't need to raise interest rates. We wouldn't need to stop quantitative easing until we saw those signals from the market, right? Or wrong?
So the reason why they increase interest rates is because of the fact that inflation has gone up, right? And they want to mitigate the level of inflation that exists. Interest rates can help them deal with
what had
this.
it gone up to when they raised the rates? Do you remember?
The level in which they raised the rates. I think they raised rates a little bit late. So that's a critique I could pose, but I think it was a little bit after like the large increase. So I think it was like around the point in which there was the peak at around 9.1.
No, thank you for being honest there, right? And they should have stopped the quantitative easing sooner as well. All right, and there should be the ability on politicians on both sides of the aisle here to be able to see these signals. I mean, policymakers know these signals, what they mean, what the impacts on the economy are going to be. And historically speaking, the liberals tend to be much more tolerant of inflation, higher inflation, if they're increasing what they see to be as like noble causes like welfare, like other entitlements, right? And so this is another reason why I think that the better stewards of price stability, which is the goal, are conservatives.
Well, I just disagree with you there, because Trump signed off on more debt-related spending by over $4 trillion comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, so I just don't see that to be true. Secondly,
I'm not happy with.
Can I please?
I'm not happy with Trump's spending either.
Okay, but like you can't say spending is the basis for why you agree with conservatives, but then Trump was worse for spending. That makes no sense. If you're referencing
historically, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so we want to keep around a 2% target, right? So that's the goal. We're not saying zero inflation. We do think some inflation is good.
What about spending as a percentage of GDP?
Like, could there be too much spending as a percentage of GDP, or what do I think the percentage should be in terms of GDP that we spend?
Historically, what has it been like, and then what is it now? I'm not trying to get you into gotcha, right?
I'm assuming it's higher now. I don't know the percentage.
Yeah, so like even the last couple of administrations have hovered right around 5%, 6.5%, and historically in peacetime it should be around 3%, 3 to 4%, somewhere between there.
So then why is Trump increasing the military budget to $1.5 trillion a year?
I think that in 24 to 25, the fiscal year, military spending was like just under $1 trillion. So where did you get that?
Trump's increasing it to 1.5 trillion. He said it himself. That's his administration's proposed numbers.
Sure, I think that maybe some of that is going into the shipbuilding that they're trying to accomplish right now. I'd have to take a closer look into exactly why it's gone up, but I would agree that we should be putting more money into healthcare. We should be looking at areas where we should cut back on spending to not borrow more to pay for these other things, but rather make some tough decisions now.
So I want to be fiscally responsible. I agree that we need to focus on the debt, but that's because I want to be able to spend that money on people who are in need, right? Things like that. And I don't want to be spending it on like the interest payments. I think are becoming way too much. So like that's my position. I think the interest payments take away from the social spending that we can engage in on a yearly basis. But in terms of more money into healthcare, that's what Democrats are advocating for. So it sounds like maybe you agree with the Democrats there if they're more fiscally responsible and want to move more money into healthcare rather than disproportionately give tax breaks to the rich and wealthy.
I think people on both sides want better health outcomes for people, but I think a lot of people should, put down the sodas. They should stop going to McDonald's and ordering French fries. That'd be a good place to start, and eating
Tell
better.
Trump that. Tell Trump that.
Hey, I love a little McDonald's too, right? So, but you can't do it every day, right? You can't gorge and overeat all the time and expect to be healthy. So let's be real with ourselves and point
So
the fingers.
I just don't think that's the only way of referencing it. You're saying essentially no plan there. So what is Trump's plan to address healthcare?
So I think that there's really three ways that we can go here, right? If we wanted to go for the single payer, right, where the government pays and everybody's looped in, you don't pay at the doctor's office, you pay through your either income tax or through taxes of other goods and services that we purchase on a daily basis. We can probably do that, and we'd probably save money if we'd have the political will to work together on an issue. But that seems to be very difficult to expect.
So Trump doesn't have a plan?
So what I'm saying is what's practical right now. How do we
what is
draw a
Trump's
bridge on this
plan for
issue,
healthcare?
Parker? So I think that his plan is to let employers pay, to have a multi-payer like we have right now. The government pays
nothing.
like Medicaid,
So nothing.
Medicare.
So
Okay,
literally
so-
no plan. So I don't know how you're saying that you want more
Are you
money into
saying that-
healthcare. You want something to be addressed in terms of healthcare access. And then Trump has no plan, and you're willing to accept that.
Okay, Parker, I'm trying to have a good faith discussion here while the puff pen count goes up. But let's stay focused on healthcare and how can we come up with what is the practical solution on the ground, Parker? What's your plan?
Public option, universal healthcare.
Okay, so what does it cost? What are we spending right now, total, government and private, on healthcare? Do we know?
I'd have to look at updates, but it was over 5 trillion from the last time I saw.
Yeah.
We spend on a per
Yeah,
capita basis almost 2 times more than the next nations in terms of Europe combined. Or not
Yeah,
combined.
so
Sorry, I
per
apologize.
capita,
On
I think
average,
you're good.
about 2 times more than OECD.
I think per capita, I think it's right. I think you're like 5.3 trillion, and it's like 1,600 per capita or something like that.
Yeah, and
Right?
like
So
something like
I-
Medicare for All, there's been a Yale study that would indicate it would save around $500 billion a year.
What would it
5
say
trillion
per
over the next
capita?
10 years. What would it say per
Wait,
capita?
but
You'd have to-
so if
it'd do 500 billion divided by 340 million.
So we'd have to, you propose a 10-year plan right there, right? It costs, I think, somewhere between like $363 trillion over 10 years,
No,
right?
it does not cost $36 trillion a year. That's crazy.
So if it costs 3.6 trillion a year, it costs 5.3 trillion now, right? We're spending on healthcare right now, correct or not correct?
Yeah,
You're
I
saying
think
we'd
it was
save
around
money.
5 trillion. I can check though.
Yeah, I think it's around 5 trillion. I'll round down for you. And you're saying that we're going to save money by doing this universal single payer option. So I threw 3.0 out there over 10 years. That's like 36 trillion, yeah, or 30, somewhere around $30 trillion, right?
Yeah, over 10 years, yeah.
Okay, so how realistic is it going to be for the either party comes to the table with a bill with a $30 trillion tag on it for that to get passed on either side? And how do we solve that problem? Because I don't think it's going to happen.
So how do we get people to the table? We need to show them the overall costs. Look at the wealthy peer average in terms of the OECD average. We see actually spending per capita on average is around $7,371, whereas in the United States is over $15,000 per person on a yearly basis. So the share of the GDP for the United States is around 18%, whereas the share of the GDP is approximately 9.3% for our wealthy peer averages. So I don't think that we should be spending twice as much as other countries around the world.
Hang on,
And I
slow
think
down
that
real
we
quick.
can take the money that we're already spending into it and we can reallocate it into this system.
What per capita number did you just give that we're spending 15? Did you say 15,000 per capita?
15,000, yeah.
I think it's 1,500. Isn't it?
No, it's 15,000
So 15,000 times how many Americans?
times 340 million.
Or are we giving like, are we spending on non-American citizens here? Like, I don't know how you got to that
No,
number.
I'm
because
referencing the U.S. spends around $5.3 trillion in healthcare, which averages out to about 15,474 per person.
divided. So what number did you use to divide 5 trillion by?
340 million.
Okay, I'm not like a mathematical wizard on the top of my head like that. Is that correct?
Yes. This is what I'm getting from healthsystemtracker.org. So I just want to let you know. That's where I'm getting it.
I just
from.
want to. I've got trust issues, Parker. You got to bear with me. I'm going to put it in the calculator. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
So 352 million people, right?
Total. We're talking about population in 2024.
Okay.
It's 338 million.
Oh, sorry, 5 trillion. That's a lot of fucking zeros.
You see what I mean? I just like, dude, this isn't that crazy. Like, I've seen pretty similar to around these numbers before, so it's definitely not 1,500. It's definitely 15,000.
So yeah, you're 14.2. Okay. And then so what do you think that your option is going to do to that number? What is the source that you're reading saying that it's going to do to that number?
Yeah, there's a Lancet study that specifically says that will go around by $450 billion over the next, each year over the next 10 years, which would come out to around $4.5 trillion in savings. That was just for a Medicare for All system. But like if you compare it to, if we say adopted the exact same system, by the way, that system would be significantly more funded than other European systems, just want to clarify. But if we're talking about a system that is running under our wealthy peer averages, we could do so for half the cost. Also, I just want to let you know, like when we do public healthcare and public option like this, it reduces healthcare costs in the long run because the fact that people are going to be able to get checked for anything they could possibly have prior, which means that preventative healthcare is going to reduce healthcare costs and healthcare expenditures in the long run. I can tell you a health economist on TikTok who has a PhD in economics who makes videos on this if you'd like to go look them up.
So yeah, sure, you could send me those. That'd be awesome.
Econ with Sarah, just look her up real quick. She's a health economist with a PhD, and she specifically does videos on that. And I mean, in one of her recent videos, she talked about this.
Yeah, I'll check her out. All right. So under this system that we're proposing, the new pair or one single pair, right, would we have to change any tax code, or does everything else stay the same? Except
we would have to increase taxes to pay for this. Yes.
Okay. So where do you suggest that we increase those taxes? By how much?
Well, I don't know the numbers to have to increase taxes quite yet. I don't know the numbers on all of that, but I would prefer that, given that it's going to cost less.
Why would we have to increase taxes if it's going to cost less? That doesn't seem to math for me.
Let me explain it to you. So instead of you spending that money and giving it to those private healthcare insurers or private healthcare individuals, you would just get taxed on it, and it would go to the government. The government would pay for it for you. So no copays, no deductibles, no premiums, nothing. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
So we would have to raise taxes to account for the private spending. So I think the private spending is about 1.9 trillion or something like that, somewhere around 1.9 trillion of the 5.3, right? So the total spending we have was 5.3.
I just want to let you know, we already spend money on healthcare. So if you're factoring the overall health costs, yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be the overall that much is going to add to like the deficit or anything, because we're already spending stuff on Medicaid and Medicare. And I just want to clarify, when we have an overall system that would insure everyone, it would make that spending even more efficient as well.
Well, and just for like even round number, like for rounding purposes here to make it simpler, $5 trillion total, government pays 3, private money is 2. So we'd have to account for $2 trillion. And where do we do that? Do we increase income tax? Do we increase sales tax? So just a higher income tax.
I want a progressive tax increase.
So anybody that doesn't have a job doesn't really have to worry about it. They'll be covered anyways.
No one has to worry about it. That's my point.
Well, they're not paying, is what I mean. They're not paying the taxes.
In terms of paying, yeah. If you specifically don't make any income, how would you be able to pay?
All right, and so I wonder what number we would have to increase that income tax by to make up that 2 million. That'd be a good thing to look into. I'll do that. I'll do that a little later.
Okay. So I guess my point is that I think we have better options for access to healthcare. Other countries have already seen this, and we can make a better system than all those countries have. And I think it's within our best interest to do so, because this will make health overall better for this country. Like if MAGA actually cared about health, they would 1, believe in science, and 2, advocate for a universal healthcare system. 3, wouldn't be advocating for policies that cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast, or people off of food stamps, or people off their health insurance through Medicaid. Like that's definitely not going to make people healthier. If MAGA actually cared about healthiness, they would believe in what the Democrats have already been advocating for.
Well, I think that MAGA is starting with an issue that doesn't really get talked about a whole lot about. I think Italy has 100 chemicals approved in their, food supply, and we have over 1,000 chemicals approved in our food supply. It's messing with our guts. It's messing with our hormones.
I don't know how accurate that information is, but we have to believe in science in order to be able to actively see what the outcomes are with these different things. This administration actively doesn't believe in science.
I can believe in science and not want science in my food.
What?
Right, these chemicals, these synthetic agents that are being sprayed on food, that are enriched products like noodles. A lot of carbohydrates are enriched with folic acid.
Okay, folic acid is your issue?
Well, so 50% of Americans have a genetic mutation called it's actually the motherfucker gene. It's MTHFR. Okay, and your body does not
folic
process.
acid is generally safe for most people when taken as recommended.
So you're generally safe is not the same as safe, right? And there's some studies that show up to 50%
and also,
of Americans
where are you seeing that we put in folic acid and the stuff specifically? Like I just want to let you know, like
it's a preservative. It's sprayed on crops. I can send a source. Right?
If it's sprayed on crops, I'd like to see what is it for.
It's like preservative is supposed to enhance, like give you some vitamin, like it's supposed to act as a vitamin for some people, but it causes other people's body to reject the nutrition altogether.
You see on the CDC it says no health risks identified from unmetabolized folic acid.
Yeah, people should go organic. Whoever's commenting in there that says go organic, right? You should go organic. It costs a little more to do that, but it's much better for you.
A recent analysis on data from 13 randomized controlled trials, including 50,000 individuals, found no increase or decrease in cancer cases amongst those taking folic acid.
I'm not saying cancer, it causes cancer. What I'm saying is that your body doesn't really accept it. It doesn't acknowledge it.
What negative impact does it cause?
So it triggers you, it sends signals to your brain that you're still hungry, that you need more nutrition. And that's why, part of the reason why we've got fat Americans walking around everywhere.
Do you have a source for that?
I can pull up the source, yeah.
Because it makes you hungrier? Bro, I need to be hungrier. Let me take that shit then.
Well, I don't think you got a hungry problem issue, Parker. I think you got the puff counts to help you with your hunger problems if you've got that, right?
Well, that existed all prior to the pen, but the pen doesn't fully help with that, but sure, I guess you could say.
Okay, I'm glad you didn't deny the munchies are real.
They are real. Of course they are.
Right on, man, right on. Yeah, but no, this was something that I had initially heard about from a guy named Gary Brecka.
Folic acid is spinach, my guy? Wait, what? Some people were saying folic acid is vitamin B9. So I mean, I don't know. I don't really see that this is here. You would need science to identify what's going to be effective and what's not going to be effective in terms of health outcomes. Okay, you need scientific papers that indicate that. Okay, if this administration is actively denying the science, whether it relates to climate change, to the EPA in general, then how can we expect for them to give us good health knowledge?
What I can expect is to have knowledge of these things. I could try and do my own research. That used to be a good thing. Now it's a bad thing, right? But yeah, I'd rather get my folates from leafy greens, from natural folates, as opposed to a synthetic folic acid that has proven to be dangerous for 50% of at least 50% of the population, according if the study that I'm seeing is Real. Okay, yeah, let me pull that up.
Yeah, I need that.
Go ahead and thank your donors.
Okay. Carly, thank you for the $2. Said folic acid is needed for pregnant women to form a skull completely. Well, thank you so much, Carly. I really appreciate the $2. Eileen, thank you so much for the 25 cents. Thank you very much, of course. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Here's some W's for them in the comment section. I think I have some people to thank on YouTube, and then I'll be fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Good to see you as always. Thank you. I know, right? Zaggy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said processed deli meats are the same carcinogen levels as cigarettes. Color, that's worse. Yeah, that would be a good point to bring up. Sue, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, in Canada, provincial territorial health insurance covers essential services such as doctor visits, hospital stays, surgeries, and diagnostic tests, x-rays, and labs. The Fed GOC only sets standards. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Michelle, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Happy Valentine's to you as well. Thank you so much. Hell's Bastards, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sweet and Sleuth, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I'm so sorry. I really hope that you can possibly change their mind over time. Funny name. Thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That might have been the last guest. Hell's Bastards, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. As well as Aaron, thank you for the $5 as well. Key, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Key in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I totally agree. It's around today still. Hawkeye, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, actually. If you want to support me as always, I'm in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Helps get it out to more people. We're on a little bit early, and we're going to be off a little bit early today because I got plans for Valentine's later, everyone. And Ultra, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. For get him to tell us the difference between folic acid and folate.
Yeah, so folate is like the natural occurring agent that exists in like a lot of products out there, like leafy greens, and I think you can in steak. In there's I don't have the list of products available, but it's the naturally occurring product that you need. And now folic acid is the synthetic product of that same chemical, right, or that same product. Now they're not the same. So this also helps with fertility in women. It's essentially B9, vitamin B9. And so the study that you asked for from the Australian family physician off of racgp.org.au titled MTHFR genetic testing.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm not really quite familiar with this. Some people are saying it's the same, but I don't know. But I think there are uses to this in some contexts, especially the synthetic version. I don't think synthetic just means bad. Push the money gun. Like I don't see your argument for that.
Well, if it's so, what's bad about it, right, is that if this study is true,
do you think mRNA vaccines are bad?
Of the 60 to 70% of people have at least one of these genetic mutations. The
Sophie said, Sophie, thank you for the $5. Said, as someone with the MTFR gene, we don't just absorb folic acid and we need to take it instead during pregnancy. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And if deficient. Thank you so much, Sophie. I really appreciate it. So I guess it's useful for some people is kind of like the point. Is that they need to supplement it. They need to take it. So that's why. I don't necessarily have any evidence to say that it's put in all of our food or whatnot.
So all is not what I've said, right? But it's prevalently used, and that's synthetic. Folate is not bad.
I don't necessarily think that's
Increased
bad.
Natural folates is not bad. Like a vitamin that you buy off the shelf is not bad.
Unless you can provide me evidence that it's going to be harmful. I don't know why you'd bring this up as a point. Like obviously we can address our health to a greater extent, but that's not what MAGA is doing. Okay? Do you think it's an issue that there's some fluoride within the water?
Do I think that it's an issue that there's fluoride in the water?
Yeah.
I think that there's been like some new studies that have pointed to fluoride being potentially dangerous to brain, but I haven't looked into that issue enough to speak.
That's at certain levels, not at certain levels. So
were you? I don't know how old you are, but back when I was a kid in elementary school, they used to give us tablets of this stuff in school, and they no longer do that, right? So why did they stop that practice, Parker?
I don't know. I don't know what fucking tablet you're referencing.
No, fluoride. It's fluoride tablets. The topic that you just brought up.
Okay, well, I know fluoride in water is beneficial, like at the degrees in which they do it.
Cool.
I'm not saying everything is good about these things. I obviously believe in regulation to ensure that it's safe, but that's again a Democratic policy, not a Republican one.
Okay. No, man, that's cool, and I appreciate the good faith debate here. Made some progress on a healthcare topic, but I think that we should drill down on the numbers when it comes to the
how do you
taxes
feel
that
that
it will cost. Like what's the percentage
we
raise
can in
that
a
it'll
second
take to get to the 2 million?
before we move to that, I just want to ask, how do you feel about Trump specifically saying that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there's a Swedish study with over 2.5 million people indicating that Tylenol usage during pregnancy does not cause autism when factoring in siblings and genetics?
Yeah, Trump has a problem not expressing any in every thought that he has. It's not my favorite trait about him, but love him or hate him, that's who he is.
That's just like bad though. Like it's not good to have the president of the United States spreading misinformation with no evidence because he heard it from RFK, who literally was snorting seed drug off of toilet seats.
How about we all hold ourselves to that standard and do more research before we speak on something, so that we ensure that we don't spread misinformation. And have you ever spread misinformation, Parker?
Sure. When I was a Trump supporter.
You were never a Trump supporter.
I used to be. I used to be. In high school I was.
Okay. So, and I guess it's all these allegations, these civil allegations that have changed your mind.
That's one of the things. I brought up plenty of I can bring up plenty of the policies as well. It's policy. It's his character. It's how he undermines our democracy.
Let's focus on policy.
Core values that we hold to.
What other policy? What policies are your top 3 changed your mind on Trump?
Yeah. So the big beautiful bill was one. We can point to
what policies let's go one at a time. So you mentioned one, the big beautiful bill. What policies within the big beautiful bill changed your mind on Trump? Made you from a supporter to a non-supporter?
Oh wait, okay, from supporter to non-supporter. Okay, I mean I that's a whole separate conversation. Are you saying what are reasons as to why I don't like his policy today, or are you saying what are reasons that inevitably caused me to change my mind?
Yeah, I want to get to what made you change your mind on Trump, and you said that you could name several policy reasons that led you to change your mind, but maybe you're backtracking a little bit.
I thought you were saying like what that would lead you to change your mind, not like just me. I thought like in general, that's what the claim was. It wasn't necessarily specific policy positions other than like, I would point to Donald Trump's abortion policy. I disagreed with that even then. I think that it should be legal up to like a certain point. That's what my position was historically. I also dislike specifically his tax policy, how it disproportionately went to the rich and wealthy
real quick
through the
on
Tax Cuts and
abortion.
Jobs Act by decreasing income tax.
Let's not bounce around so many issues all at once, right? On the abortion, you made a claim about abortion. So can we agree that abortion should be accessible and rare?
I think it should be accessible.
But they should just be, everybody should get them like they're going out of style.
If they need to or they want to.
Okay, well, I tend to lean toward the position that they should be, safe, accessible, and rare. I think that that's probably a better outcome for the.
I think in general,
produce a better outcome for the country.
You could reduce the likelihood of that happening specifically by engaging in broadening access to sex ed or increasing access to contraception or, through various other means, not specifically just like by saying people should have like a restricted access to abortion from a legal perspective.
Yeah, there's lots of ways that you can avoid needing to get an abortion. I don't think that's the argument we're having. The argument that I was having is they should be rare. And so that's just my opinion on this. And I think this is one of those issues that, it is 50-50. That people are going to either say my body, my choice, and at the same time demand that somebody else's body gets a vaccine jab. Right? I find that a little comical. What's your take on that?
I think that in one scenario, there's a sentient life that you'd be affecting. In the other scenario, there's not a sentient life that you're affecting.
One more time,
like
sorry.
if you don't get a vaccine that harms people who are sentient, if you do get an abortion prior to sentience, there's no issue with that. Nothing was sentient.
So if aborting babies is super popular and everybody's doing it, there's no society's not affected by that, and no negative consequence on society. That's your argument?
I think that there are positive impacts on society. Could there be some negative impacts? Yeah, like some people might not have wanted it or might regret it in the long run or something like that. Say they wanted to have a child or something. That can happen,
you
but it's
elaborate on the-
proportionally very unlikely for that to happen. It's most proportionally to be the case that someone specifically is happy with their decision.
Can you elaborate on the specific benefits you think that abortions bring to society, and then elaborate on the possible negatives that you speculated might exist?
Yeah, I don't know why we're having this conversation though, to be honest with you.
Well, you took us to abortion, bro.
Yeah, but like you asked me what are reasons, and we haven't even gone through the reasons yet. You asked me for 3 policy positions in terms of how I originally changed my mind. I don't know why we're talking about why I originally changed my mind.
What's your second one?
I don't know why we're talking about why I originally changed my mind rather than like trying to change our minds now or something like that. That'd be great. I can keep going, but like I don't know why.
No, if you want to go on to another guest, that's cool. I mean,
that's not what I said either.
Okay, what would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I was saying we should talk about what would convince you now or what's going on now in terms of why we support, rather than like why I was changing my mind. If it's going to take so long to go through why it changed my mind, because you want to go through every single little topic, right?
Well, but why don't you, bring some things to the table that you think might change my mind, right? I'm focused on price stability is my goal. I want stewards of the economy who maintain price stability, who increase wage earnings, like real hourly earnings. I want stewards of the economy who look at CPI ex shelter and not just CPI, because 30 to 40% of everybody's, if you're an adult that doesn't live with your mom in the basement, it's 30 to 40% of your income goes to rent or a mortgage. So those are very important metrics to me. How could the Democrats sell me that they're moving those in the right direction?
So who deals with price stability is the Federal Reserve. It's not actually like the candidates. If you're saying price stability because you don't want like unnecessary debt spending, that's Trump's worse off on that. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates Trump signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to the Biden administration. Plus, if you compare the campaign plans of Harris versus Trump, there was a $4 trillion more debt-related spending that would be implemented over the next 10 years, with Trump's plans compared to Harris's plans on a central estimate. We can also point, you said, increased earning. The last year, the Biden administration, we saw a greater increase of real median wages than what we've seen this last year under the Biden administration or under the Trump administration. So we've seen Donald Trump's tariffs negatively impact the conditions for earning in this country. Alongside, we've also seen it negatively impact the job market. The job growth in the economy has been the worst in the past 4 years. We had very significantly lower job growth.
You've made several claims here. Hang on. Slow down. You made several claims here. So you said that these metrics are only moved by the Fed. In other words, that monetary policy or interest rates and quantitative easing is the only thing that impacts CPI. The only thing that impacts real hourly wage earnings. And I'm using that specific metrics and not median because those are that's the everyday American that punches in a clock, right? Not a salaried individual. This is the working class, Parker, right? So that's why I like that metric. You said, I think, real median wages, or what metric did you use?
Real median wages.
Okay. So you can argue as to why that's better than my reason why I'm using real hourly earnings, right? That really focuses on the working class.
Wait,
and that.
Oh my God. Do you know what median means?
Yeah. It's the number in the middle.
Okay. So if I'm taking real median wages, that's reflective of the middle of the country.
The median is better than
when
average.
You say hourly wages, that is just the time period of the consideration of the amount of wages that they're getting, or like what you measure it based upon. That is within real median wages. Actually, it's typically done by weekly earnings.
Yeah, but median still takes into account, right? And I'll give you this: median is better than average. All right, but it's still taking into account the highest earners in that equation. So
no, it's not.
I think that how is it
literally
not?
The middle number. It's not controlled by the highest or the lowest numbers if they are outliers.
So if the outliers at the top were removed, would median change
if you don't replace it with a number. Like, for example, like, let me explain. So, if the highest number is an outlier, right? Then, say that number wasn't an outlier, then it wouldn't have, it would still be the same median, right? Even if it's a high outlier as the top number, or even if it's closer towards the rest of the data set. So median isn't impacted by there being outliers in the same way that averages are. Averages are impacted
I agree
by
with that
outliers
statement
because
in
if
the
there's
same way,
a,
but they are still affected, Parker. And I think you realize that as you started to think down this trail. Right.
how? Explain. How are they affected by outliers?
Well, so you said, you talked out of both sides of your mouth for a second there. You said that median is not impacted by outliers, and then you changed and said that it's not impacted by outliers as much as average is. So it can't be both of
What?
those.
No, you're misunderstanding. Okay? An outlier is away from the mean of the data set. Okay? Like, so an outlier is way away from the rest of the data. Okay? So if there's still a data point, but it's not an outlier status, then there's no effect on the median. The only way that there'd be an effect on the median is if there is less of a sample size, because then it changes what the middle number would be.
Does calculation of median require outliers be removed? I don't think it does. And I think if you do, it changes the median.
Oh my gosh. So
we're getting hung up on this one. Yeah, we are. Do you want to move on? Is it hurting brain?
Yeah, it's hurting my brain because I just explained it to you and you didn't understand. So, again, it's not impacted by the number being an outlier any different than just a different number being closer to the mean that's there. Does that make sense? It's just the middle number rather than being impacted by the highest out or lowest outliers, because they will pull them in each other direction, which is not necessarily reflective of the entire data set, but just reflective of that singular point. Okay, whereas specifically median, every single point is treated the same. Okay, and you just look for the middle point.
Okay, I'll try and say this in a lot less words. If we have a set of numbers and the outlier at the high end is removed, median will shift down.
If you remove any number, it will shift. So removing any number would do that.
Well, if you removed a low number, it would go up, right? So
yeah,
that was the argument that I was making, Parker.
Yeah, but that's
I don't think that
doesn't mean it's affected by outliers. That doesn't mean by it's affected by outliers. That means when you remove things from the data set, it changes it.
Yeah, so not sure exactly what you're trying to say about median.
I've already explained it multiple times. I don't know how it's complicated to you.
It's not complicated. I just explained it.
Are you saying you don't accept real median wages? Is that what you're really disputing right now?
I'm saying that real hourly earnings is a better metric to gauge how the working class is doing at any given point.
On average, what is the metric for it? Is it on average? Is it median?
It's year over year. So you compare
hourly? No, you said hourly. How is it year over year if it's hourly?
Okay, so this
that makes no fucking sense.
Slow down, Parker. Now, try and track me here. Right, we've got hourly earnings, right, that are it's a dollar value that's either increasing or decreasing. You can then look at the number, like, did it increase from year to year? Is that not a mathematical possibility, Parker?
Okay, so I know, but the hourly wages that you're putting on the graph, are they median? Are they average? What is the basis of those real earnings? Because otherwise they're not. Otherwise, how are the earnings categorized? How are they categorized?
It could be either one. We could go with either one, Parker. Whatever. If
I'm saying real median wages makes more sense to do than real average wages.
Hourly. Hourly is where the important part here, because that's the working
class.
No,
it's not. Hourly is fucking irrelevant.
I'm removing.
If you did hourly, if you did weekly, it's still viewed the same.
No, but the reason why I'm choosing that one is because the salaried individuals who are likely making more and are doing better. I'm not saying that they're rich by any means, but if the Democrats and the Republicans claim to be for the working class, that should be the metric that tells them how the working class is doing. I don't see how that's so
and real median wages. Listen,
difficult to discuss.
Real median wages were growing at a higher rate the last year of Biden's administration compared to the first year of Trump's administration.
Okay, and that may be true, but it's also true that real hourly earnings are not increasing with the rate of inflation. And so
I'm going crazy. Yes, it still is increasing. Okay. Real means accounting for inflation. If you knew that. So when you say real earnings, you're saying earnings accounting for inflation. So it's earnings minus inflation.
no, I'm sorry, you're right. I misspoke there. And so we need to look at the CPI ex shelter when we're looking at this, so that can people, their hourly earners, afford to buy a home, and are those going in are they both climbing too fast, right? And so hey, you may
So
not like
housing
a
prices.
metric based discussion. I know you'd rather talk about how immoral somebody is or whether somebody is a
No,
great
no, it's
supporter. But I
dude.
think this is a
I'm
conversation that's
sorry.
much more beneficial to everybody listening.
No, it's not, because you don't understand medians and averages, and I had to explain that to you, and you just still don't get it, okay? And you're not understanding the points that I'm making. I'm not making confusing points. This is all very simple. I've explained every single point, okay? If you
Now
want
you're
to
being
look
disingenuous.
I'm not. I'm not being disingenuous. How am I being disingenuous?
I'm tracking you, Parker. I misspoke, and I'll admit when I'm wrong that I misspoke right there. Right, real. I didn't need to include inflation there when I said real wages. That accounts for inflation. So I'll admit when I'm wrong. Will you?
Okay. So the point in the explanation that we were making was that the way you would categorize it would be median.
Take that as a no.
Okay. So if you're looking at real earnings, the way you want to categorize it is real median wages. They do this on a weekly basis if you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. So if we want to keep going on this topic, I'd be happy to. If you want to jump to a different one, we can do that as well.
We'll keep talking about this. Since
Okay,
Trump's gone
and-
office, we've seen a reduction in the level of increase of real median wages.
Since Trump is that what you're asking me to prove?
No, I'm telling you. I'm making a statement. I'm telling you the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates there's a greater increase of real median wage growth under the last year under Biden's administration comparative to the first year under Trump.
Okay, and that may be true. I'll take your word for that, right? But there's policy lag exists, right? We're judging Trump, we're crucifying Trump on his first year of a term, without without patience, without having any patience at all to see how these policy changes are going to play out in the long run. So the short run seems to be very important for you, Parker. I'll go ahead and say the short run is
Can I ask you this
important.
question then? So then do you think that Trump caused the 9.1% inflation that happened under Biden's administration because policy lags lead to price increases over time?
So it's a great question, Parker, because I think that Trump planted inflation risk with some of the emergency actions that were taken during COVID. But let's be real about the lag and the time window, because we got fiscal policy, we have monetary policy, and we have regulatory policy. So the shortest one, we see the results in fiscal policy changes the fastest, between 6 to 12 months. In monetary policy, we see that a little bit of a larger window, between 12 to 24 months, and then the regulatory window is larger than that, up to 36 months. So it depends on what changes were made and when we can then see the impact, right? So yeah, Trump implanted inflation risk, but continued increased spendings, emergency spendings, near zero interest rates for far longer than they should have been. You conceded that earlier. And quantitative easing that lasted longer than it should have also allowed that risk to grow to 9.2%. Am I wrong?
So you're talking about how the Federal Reserve responds with like increasing interest rates and dealing with that, and how inflation went up. That's due to global trends relating to supply chain issues, not because of Biden. And if you're saying that there's lagging indicators, I was just trying to get you to realize that there's a lagging indicator that you'd have to take into consideration with Trump then, if you're referencing that. If you're saying that this specifically was caused by the Biden administration, I'll ask you, what Biden administration policy led to a reduction in the level of real median wage growth? Because I can show you what policy Trump passed that would lead to that.
Go ahead.
What do you want me to go ahead? Sorry.
You said you could show me something easily. Go ahead.
What did I say I could show you?
Some policy that would lead to a real median wage increase.
No, I asked you to tell
To show-
me what policy Biden passed that led to the reduction in real median wage growth in 2025 that we didn't see in 2024.
So why did we change the goalpost from inflation to real median wage growth? And then I could say that the AP, I think it was the APA, right? You said that you could show me things easily that increased it, right? But those
tariffs.
extended child care tax credits, right? That didn't do anything to, like, all it did was increase demand. It propped up demand when it didn't need to be, right? We had already done enough of that. Supply chains were already starting to show that they were back in working order. People were back to work. So yeah, we didn't need to spend as much as we did. And politicians on both sides need to be able to say, look, hey, we may be for these issues like entitlements, increasing entitlements, but we just stimulated the economy greater than we ever have. And this time we're gonna pump the brakes, or at least we're gonna pause and see.
So let me clarify. You
As
think
opposed to risking
Biden's
inflation
spending
9.2%.
policy during COVID led to a reduction in real median wage growth in 2025?
That wasn't the claim that I was making, Parker.
I
That's a
asked
claim
you-
that you asked me to make.
Yeah,
right?
and
But
you didn't
I said,
do it. You don't,
we
you don't
started this
respond to my
conversation
points.
with
You like purposely
we
don't
started
respond
this-
to my points.
Well, sir, respectfully, sir, you asked me, is Trump responsible for 9.2% inflation? And I'm telling you why he
That was
planted-
way before. That was like literally like multiple minutes ago at this point. That was the prior question. You already
Okay.
answered that one. I'm asking you specifically a different question now. Can you give me any policy that Biden passed that led to the level of reductions in real median wage growth comparative to what we saw in 2024?
I don't think it's been reduced,
2025.
like been reducing, but I think it's been stagnant. It hasn't led to, his policies have not led to an increase, which is what I'd like to see.
So I just told you, in 2025, we've seen a lower real median wage growth than we've seen in 2024.
A lower wage growth, meaning in terms of percentage, year over year, correct?
Real median wage growth is not on a year over. So yes, it's categorized year, but it's how it's categorized is weekly earnings. Weekly earnings, but it's over you can see it over the year. So you see the level of growth that we saw in 2024 was greater than the level of growth we see in 2025. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So given that you say that the lagging indicators from Biden's administration is what caused the reduction in real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024, I asked you what policy did Biden pass that led to that?
So increased regulation on business. I haven't.
What regulation?
And so let me pull up the APA policies. Go ahead and thank your donors.
I don't really know if I have many. Alicia, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely think you did. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Alicia. Thank you. Jolette, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Joliet, thank you so much. Oh, I just see that now. I'm so sorry. And I'm so sorry to hear that happen. Thank you so much. That's insane. Thank you very much. Sarah, thank you for the $5. I am actually planning to go on soon. Tom, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said Trump said he will require EO to require voter ID before midterms. It's not legal. Courts will probably try to stop that. He can't do that. Kimchi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you very much on YouTube. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up on YouTube. I think I am. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people. We have 1.2 thousand likes right now. I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Zachy, thank you for the $5. By the way, again, thank you so much. Toglo, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I agree too. And then Sebastian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for rather unalive at the hands of food and puberty than my fellow human beings who I can't even speak, ostensibly claim to be protecting my community and end up unaliving me for peacefully protesting. Yeah, literally like what happened to Alex Preddy and Renee Good. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, of course. Have a great Valentine's Day to you as well. Susan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Susan. Can we have W's for Susan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And for Snowbird in the comment section, why are you scared to join my live? I keep sending you invites and you're scared. They literally made a claim in the comment section that they know my mom and that I work for pallet management, which, by the way, I don't. I literally don't. And you definitely do not know my mom. I can promise you that.
Are you contributing to the healthcare pool, Parker, with your job? Do you pay taxes into the system that's going to help pay for everybody's healthcare?
Yeah.
You do? Good.
Yeah, I live in California.
Honest
I
question,
pay
though.
some of the highest tax rates in the nation.
Excellent. Hey, did they ever pass the law that made you have to report the Venmo and Cash App earnings that you get? I know it was talked about for a while, but I think it ended up dying on.
It's always been that way.
I don't think so.
I've always had to report that.
You may not legally have to.
You
I could be
legally
wrong on
have
this.
to. Yes, you do.
I'm not sure that's.
I am because I have an accountant.
You should
and
have
I
to.
talk to my
Yeah, you should.
accountant, and he tells me specifically what I need to do for taxes.
Okay. At one point, that was not the case, though, right?
I've always had to. I have always reported my income.
Fair enough.
There's never a point where I haven't said I get income when I did get income. Like that's. By the way, I definitely wouldn't want to do that. That makes no sense for me to do, especially because I could get audited.
Well, if you're not legally required to, and at one point we did not have to report Venmo, so Venmo was not always a thing. It hasn't always been the case that you have to report earnings that comes in on Venmo, Cash App, other things like that. So you wouldn't have any.
I've always
consequences
reported.
on
I don't think
audit
I
if
ever
it wasn't
existed
legal.
when that was true. I don't think I've ever been making money at that point. I've always clarified
That's
my
fair enough,
income.
man. That's fair enough. I was being facetious with that question. So,
Okay.
What could mechanically pressure real wages in the ARPA, right? So we were looking at transfers, right, and how that increases household demand, right? The demand increases faster than supply in a constrained economy. Prices rise, inflation outpaces wage growth temporarily, and real wages fall. Are you tracking?
Yeah, so inflation didn't go up under Trump's term because of the Democrats. It went up because of Trump's tariff policy. And by the way, inflation technically is down from when Biden got in office, but it's still upward of what it would be comparative to otherwise. So I don't know why that was your explanation. That makes no sense. You said that the increased spending led to an increased household demand, which, again, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. I don't know why we keep playing this game that you completely are wrong on.
So demand side stimulus contributes indirectly to short-term real wage compression.
Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, so demand side stimulus contributes, we can argue about how much, indirectly to short-term real wage compression.
I would actually disagree with that. I don't think there's necessarily any good evidence to indicate that. I think it depends on the environment and the circumstances. Like increasing demand will also increase wages because there's a greater demand specifically for products, which will increase the incentive to continue to increase production. So either increase in jobs or increase in wages to account for the increase in production.
So like the main idea here is real wages, right? Is what your paycheck can actually buy. If prices rise faster than your paycheck, your real wage falls, even if your employer gave you a raise.
I understand, but that's not what happened under in 2025, because in 2025 we technically saw like very similar, if not less, inflation than what we saw the year prior. The reason is because we've had interest rates continually be up, and there's time for the economy to shift back to normal. The issue is that Trump's imposing tariffs that put upward pressure on these prices and limit our ability to decrease interest rates over time.
Okay, so I think you asked me, what did Biden do, right? And Biden was president from 2021 to 2024.
25.
And now we're talking about 2025. So maybe I misunderstood your question. What?
Well, you said that what Biden did caused the worse off conditions for real median wage growth in 2025
That's not
as
what I
compared to
said.
2024. That's what we were having this conversation about. Yes, it was.
No, we were having the conversation about inflation and who was responsible for 9.2.
That was
And
earlier
in the middle
in
of that conversation, we jumped to real median
because let me
wage
explain
growth.
why. Let me explain why. So, in terms of the conversation, we went from that to this because you were saying that the increase in the or actually no, I talked about the inflation point because I was asking if you think it carried over from the prior administrations. You said yes. Okay, and that justified that is
I said
I guess
it planted
corroborating
risk.
pause. It's corroborating what you said earlier in terms of saying that the conditions in terms of Biden's real median wage growth was a carryover from the prior administration because you said that there are lagging indicators on certain things like this. So I couldn't attribute it to Trump. That's what you said.
No, I said that Trump planted inflation risk, and then after January 21st, 2021, the person in charge of the policy levers became Joe Biden. And
You are
you've got to be
you are not comprehending this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. You just like literally are not comprehending the conversation. Like we already had that part of the conversation. I just explained what relevance that had to the conversation because we originally were talking about something else.
You're trying to
I brought up real
change
median
my
wage growth,
claims.
and you explained, oh, the real median wage growth is lesser because of the lagging indicators from the Biden administration. I said, okay, do you apply that same reasoning to Trump in terms of the carryover that caused inflation under Biden's administration, right? That's what I was asking you. Then you said yes. So I said, okay, if you do believe that and you do think it carries over, well, then is the same thing true specifically with, or in this context in terms of this situation? Because you'd have to say that there would be a policy that would have led to that happening. So I asked you for a specific policy that Biden passed that then led to a lagging indicator of there being lower levels of real median wage growth under the Trump administration.
No,
comparative
with
to
all due respect, I
2024.
think you're kind of changing my argument a little bit here. That's not what I said. I said that the better steward of those metrics, real hourly wage earnings, not median, right? The one that I chose was the Conservative Party. And if you want to, find where I had said that there was action in that caused a decrease, then go ahead and find that.
I don't know why I'd have to explain to you again why you said, why the hell did you say hourly rather than median? Why?
Yeah, because other metrics account for the highest earners that aren't struggling.
What was the point there? Why are you saying hourly rather than median? Like, what was the point of comparison there?
To remove the higher earners. And really,
hourly? How does hourly wages remove higher? How does hourly wages remove higher earners? What the fuck is this guy saying?
It's one thing to say that you're a party for the working class. It's another to understand who the working class are and how to measure how they're doing. So it sounds like
yes,
you
that's
want to
median.
lump everybody.
You could do real median hourly wages. By the way, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you could do real median hourly wages. Like you could do that. That's a metric that you could get. So I don't know why you said hourly rather than median because hourly is more representative of the average person. Like what are you saying?
I'm not wrong on this, Parker. I'm sorry. You can
yes,
laugh.
you are,
and
dude.
Find it funny. No, I'm not, Parker.
I find it hilarious because you're so confident when you're wrong. Like, why are you saying this? This is ridiculous, dude.
Why am I saying that hourly wage earnings is a better snapshot of how the working class is doing?
Than median
it seems
wages.
Like you're having trouble
than real
understanding,
median
Parker.
wages. Yeah, tell me how hourly wages are better representation for the working class than real median wages. I'd love to hear it.
All right, we'll do this again. We'll talk about outliers in the number chain when they're left out, right? The highest earners. If you remove a number from the line, it's going to shift the number to the left or to
with hourly, but
numbers.
not with median, right?
With both, Parker.
Okay. let me just tell you, I'm gonna do this again because you clearly didn't understand this before. You can do real median hourly wages. You could do real median weekly wages. Okay? The median is simply a descriptor of where you're getting it within the data set. An average, right, is the entire is the number divided by specifically, or sorry, let me just pause this. I don't need to explain averages and medians to you. You know what averages and medians are, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know median is just in the middle of the data. So why would you say hourly wages would be preferable than median wages when they aren't trying to describe the same thing?
Because the data population, right, changes.
The
It becomes more
population.
narrowed and focused. Yeah, you know the difference between a sample and a population in a data set?
Yeah, I do.
I assume you do, right? So we're narrowing our focus onto a smaller population size.
Okay. I don't see how
That is better representative
hourly,
of the working
I don't see how
class.
hourly does that. Hourly is simply a describer of the amount of wages so that you can see it on the graph. Like literally, it's like it could be hourly, it could be weekly, it could be yearly. Like that's
So you don't
time.
see
Okay,
how
so
people.
so why are you okay? So time. So hourly, weekly, and yearly are time. Okay, that's a descriptor of time. Median is a descriptor of where in the data set.
Hourly wage earnings is a number, like a wage earned.
I understand. But you have to ask
Okay.
where in the data set you're going to look. Because if you just look at hour wage earn or whatnot, there's going to be a bunch of different numbers from everyone, okay? So you're trying to find where in that data set you're going to get one specific number from for a statistic.
Let's ask this. Maybe this question will
So
help us
median is how you find the
get more
statistic.
understanding. So if can we agree that if you're a salaried individual, you're more likely to be in the middle class and not in the lower class? Is that a radical statement?
Well, are you trying to say that hourly is in context to people who are just salaried?
Hourly is removing salaried people from the equation. That's the data population change.
What are you saying, dude?
So
I genuinely, dude,
salaried
I actually like.
people that are
I don't think I've
salaried
ever
don't
talked to
earn
someone
an
who is
hourly
like
wage.
literally said the most crazy shit. Like, dude, I don't. What are you saying right now, dude?
Are people that earn a salary paid on an hourly
I'm
basis?
literally my head hurts dealing with people who are just this ridiculous. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
There's nothing ridiculous about what I'm saying, Parker. Salaried individuals don't earn an hourly wage. They're paid a monthly salary or a yearly salary, right?
So it's not taking. So by the way, you just conceded because it's not taking out the salary from the data. Okay, so salaried earners are not taken out of the data when you do that.
I haven't conceded anything, Parker.
Hourly wage is the salary that they get.
No, Parker. So that's where you're wrong, Parker. Because that's just not how it's calculated, and that's not how the data works, Parker. You're wrong. I'm sorry. You can be as flabbergasted as you'd like, but yeah, that's not how.
Can you define
hourly
salary?
Wage earnings.
Wait, can you define salary?
So even though you can make the mathematical calculation and find out how much you make per hour,
it's not an
if you
hourly
assume-
salary. It's
Well,
not a weekly salary. It's not a
salaried
yearly
individuals aren't-
salary.
Salaried individuals typically work more than 40 hours a week, and so that's where it gets fuzzy.
Wait, now
when
you're saying
trying
typically.
To do the
I was
calculation.
asking you what a salary is, dude.
A salary is like a dollar value that you earn as a result of working.
Okay, so this is not taking out salaried individuals because you're talking about people who made money for labor.
No, but it is, Parker. You're wrong. It removes.
Dude, you
them
might actually be
from
one of the
that.
dumbest guests. I feel like I could just get a new guest every single day. That's just like so
Okay, so what source would
mind-bogglingly
you like?
stupid. You are genuinely
what
like
source would
I
change your-
can't. I'm sorry that
If you
this
saw
comes off as
information-
rude.
if you saw
but this
information
is
that
so
said-
ridiculous. I can't. I literally can't explain basic concepts to you. We can't get through this. No, I've never had someone on my live stream that couldn't understand this. I'm serious. I've never
you
once had
accept-
someone on my live stream that couldn't understand this. Hell, I know fucking elementary students that would understand this more than you. Like, this is nuts, dude. This is fucking insane. I've explained this to you over and over and over again, dude. If you don't get it at this point, you will never understand it. Like, there's no person on the planet that could explain this to you. Genuinely, if there is a different way to explain it to you, I hope someone could fucking tell me. Because I don't know. I genuinely have no clue.
You done crashing out?
No, dude, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, I genuinely, I don't understand how you're coming to this conclusion. Okay, let's get off of this. Okay, this is horrible.
From the BLS. That's where. Would you accept any evidence to prove what you're saying is actually incorrect and what I'm saying is actually correct, Parker?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
Would you accept evidence that shows I'm correct and you're wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So, average hourly earnings, median hourly earnings, right? They all come from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yes.
Okay. So, the amount paid per hour to employees. So it includes overtime pay, shift differentials.
I know what they. I know what they
bonuses. Okay, great. So real means inflation adjusted. You know that as well. So why salaried workers are not fully represented here? So that survey covers payroll jobs, and so it measures their hourly earnings. So who is included in there? Production workers, non-supervisory employees, many service workers, like in blue-collar roles. What is not captured in there is executives, senior managers, salaried professionals. So this excludes those managers and supervisors entirely. That series represents about 80% of payroll employment. So real wages, if you say that real wages are falling, or if anybody says that real wages are falling, you should ask by what measure, because real average hourly earnings reflects mostly hourly and non-supervisory workers. Are you with me still?
I don't think you're with me. Take a look at the screen. Do you see this? This is employed, full-time, median, usual weekly real earnings, wage and salary workers.
Who's included in that?
16 years and over. Hey,
is everybody included in that? Are all earners included in that?
Wage and salary workers.
Okay. So
this
that's
is
where you missed me,
median,
Parker.
usually
This is where
weekly real earnings. So if you
So
look at the numbers, please let me speak. Stop talking. You see that the last year of the Biden administration, in 2024, we actually saw a way bigger increase, you see right here, in real median wages than we've seen since Trump got office, because we saw decline and then just literally stagnation and just a slight increase. Okay? So like it's way less than the last year we saw under Biden, where there's much more increase.
Okay, I know you want to run away from what we were just discussing, right, by putting a graph on the screen, but you missed the important part of what I said here.
No,
but I'll just give you a bottom line, so it's very simple, and then we can move on. So real hourly earnings measure how much purchasing power the average hourly worker's paycheck has after inflation. It does not directly measure salaried professionals because their pay is not reported as hourly in the payroll survey.
We're looking at weekly wages right here. So this is it excludes people who are self-employed, but those with incorporated businesses and those with unincorporated businesses. But outside of that context, this grouping includes employees in both the private and public sectors.
I know admitting when you're on is not,
This is wage and salary workers
part of what you do, so
receive wages, salaries, commissions, tips, payment in any kind, or piece rates. Okay.
Yeah. I think we both kind of made our points. I think the audience can come to their conclusion. And would you like to continue on this topic, or would you like to move to another one?
I would rather talk
Or
about
to
a
move to
different
another
topic, 'cause
guest.
I genuinely can't get this to you, man.
Okay. So another topic, go ahead, or another guest, go ahead.
Actually, I'd rather another guest.
Yeah, fair enough, dude. Thanks for the
My brain like actually hurts. The people I talk to, dude, it's ridiculous.
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. What's up, how old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Amber, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Malabek, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. And a few people to think. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you driving?
Yes.
It's TikTok to you as you can't drive while you're on the stream. I was really confused. I think they were driving. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's
You
up? How
like
old are
my
you?
profile picture, Parker?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Noel, thank you so much for the Valentine cake. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to our conversations. Just give me a quick second, real quick. Shannon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for my fake salary paycheck. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Crystal, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's just, this is all so ridiculous. Johan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for my median hourly universe wages. Thank you so much. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said, I'm pretty sure that his thing is that real hourly wage doesn't include salary workers. Yeah. I don't know what specific graph he was looking at. The one that's specifically on the Bureau of Labor Statistics that you can find literally says wage and salary workers. So I don't know what one he was talking about. Hector, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I have no clue. Shannon as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Shannon, for the fake salary. Thank you very much. Paula, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Paula in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $30. Thank you so much on PayPal. As well as Amy, thank you so much for the $20 as well on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Rashna, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Alrighty. Give me 1 second, everyone. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up. W's for them in the comment section. Seriously, thank you so much again, Rashna. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Amy, again, thank you so much. And Paula, thank you so much. Let me make sure to thank some people over on YouTube as well, and then we can move on to the conversation, everyone. We probably have less than an hour left on the live, just letting everyone know. And I might join Dean because he'll probably be on by then, but we'll see. We'll see. FDR, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. WCat. Septum, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Sky Hiker, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. They said, this guy doesn't realize that you remove one billionaire, the median will shift change by less than $1. He doesn't know math nor statistics. Besides, is he saying that Republicans are for increasing hourly wages, aka minimum wage? Yeah, I really doubt it. Premium User, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He's saying to exclude salaried workers, only look at hourly workers as a data set. I don't know why, though. Yeah, that just makes no sense. Justinia, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said, I'm an accountant. Yes, you do need to report that. I know, right? Fit Dad, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? It's crazy. I'm 41 years old and have learned so many factual things from you and Dean. Keep up the good work and enjoy your Valentine's you as well. Thank you so much, Fit Dad. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Rob, thank you for the £2. I think I'm fully caught up already. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. I think right now we're currently at 1,400 likes. Try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really appreciate it. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, I
I guess how's the way to put it? It's no, I'll start like this. There's things that I like about both. I guess I'll say parties. There's things I like about both parties. I just gotta say I lean more towards Trump, right? So, for example, like a big thing I liked was like immigration, right? I'm not a big fan of illegal immigrants, and I do like what they're doing, trying to deport them all. That was one of the big ones.
Okay. Why do you want to deport people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, for example?
So, and well, here's the issue. Not all of them have committed violence or heinous crime or anything like that, but they simply broke a law entering the country, right? So it's if we're not going to uphold the law, why are there laws in place, right? So it's kind of just the principle of the matter. It's like, well, you broke a law entering, the punishment is to be sent back to where you came from, right? That's
principle
just kind of
means
the thing.
applied in every circumstance, right?
You said what?
A principle means applied in every circumstance, right?
Like of a law?
Yeah.
Yeah, every law should be upheld.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So if you should uphold all laws, why did you vote for Trump, which limited him from being put in prison for the crimes that he was convicted of? That's the reason why he didn't go to prison.
So, well, it's a little not true. So I'll put it this way: if he obviously went to court. If you're deemed not guilty, I'll put it: if Trump was guilty in court, he would be in jail or prison, or he would have been able.
He was convicted, and in
Which
the
crime?
sentencing, they said because he was elected president, he's not going to be put in prison.
I would have to see if that's true or not. That
is.
sounds kind of wacky. What crime was it?
If
What
it
crime
was true,
that?
falsifying of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York. If this was true, would you stop supporting him?
I would have to see. If that was true.
If it was true, would you stop supporting him?
So no, I mean, here's the thing too, and like I said, I'm not like the biggest diehard Trump guy. Like
let me go further into this because you clearly didn't care about that. How about this? How do you feel about Donald Trump undermining due process rights when deporting people to a greater extent? That's violating immigration law.
What did he undermine?
Yeah, he's expanded expedited removal, which undermines due process rights. He's allowed for ICE to not use a judicial warrant when engaging in search and seizure, and masking up and not identifying themselves. Right, like those are a few examples of things that, one, undermine due process, and two, violate the law.
So question for you is, do laws like that, do they now only apply to everybody or just U.S. citizens? Right, that's a big part. They're not citizens of the U.S.
Due process applies to everyone.
So
within the jurisdiction of the country.
So here's the thing too, I think when ICE goes out, I mean, yes, they are. Don't get me wrong, ICE is not doing it in the greatest way possible. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, there's some things I'm like, yeah, it's a little, hit or miss there. But a lot of the people that are going out nabbing, they're they've done their research. They know who they're going after a lot of the time, and they're getting them right. They're not just,
why they're detaining
that guy's
US
brown,
citizens?
let's go grab him. That's not exactly.
Yeah, they actually are. Like, they're literally factoring in race as a reason to literally.
I mean, I've seen them profile people. I mean, I'm not saying they're 100% right on doing that, but the idea behind deporting illegal immigrants, I feel like is good. Like, why?
Let me clarify.
Why
a few things.
do we?
So, like, they've detained a U.S. citizen who's a veteran for over 3 days without access to an attorney, and now access to medical help, even though they were literally, their skin was burning because they were pepper sprayed, what's it called, and tear gassed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the sunglasses. And that was a U.S. veteran, right? Who is a citizen.
U.S. citizen?
Yes, U.S. citizen veteran was held for over 3 days without due process, without access to an attorney. They should have easily been able to identify that within the first hour or two, given that they're a veteran. They were just trying to go to work, and they missed their kid's birthday party because of this.
So did that person break a law while protesting? Because I mean, he may have done
no,
something.
They were literally just trying to go to work. They were trying to drive to work.
So where did you read this or see this?
I saw him talk about it. I can pull up the video.
The person?
Yeah. His name is George Radis.
So I will say too. I'd have to look him up.
I'll play it for you.
I mean,
Listen.
I would have to read what the court say. Sometimes people.
This is what he had to say, literally. So, let me go to the video. Give me one quick second. One quick second. It's been a while since this happened, so I
you're
gotta
good.
find it.
I don't blame you. Things are a little hard to find.
Let me just look it up.
No, you're fine. Yeah, do your thing.
I got you. Here we go.
On July 10th, I was was driving to my security job.
Here, we'll actually do this.
My name is George Reddes. I'm here today not to reopen old wounds, but as a veteran, a father, and an ordinary person who still believes in the promise of this country and the values represented by our flag. I respect law enforcement. I respect the men and women who serve, but I also believe that accountability is not the enemy of respect. It is its foundation. On July 10th, 2025, I was confronted by ICE agents on my way to work. I want you to understand exactly what that looked like, not because I want sympathy, but because it exposes a crack in the law that must be fixed. I was driving to my job as a security guard at a licensed farm in Camarillo, California. Federal immigration agents were lined across the road leading to the farm. I identified myself as a U.S. citizen and a veteran, but that didn't matter. Agents smashed my window, sprayed tear gas and pepper spray into my car, dragged me out. I was choking on gas, unable to breathe, while officers shouted conflicting commands even after I complied. They pinned me down, one kneeling on my back and another kneeling on my neck, while my hands were already behind me. I was first taken to a Navy base where agents collected my DNA, and after that, I was taken to a detention center and held for 3 days without charges. No phone call, no lawyer, no medical care, even though my skin burned from the chemicals. I wasn't allowed to shower.
Okay. Wait, hold on, Parker, real quick. Is that the same guy that drove through a ICE blockade, right? Same guy? When there was a protest going on, he drove through the ICE blockade,
he didn't drive
right?
through it.
Wait, what was his
That?
name?
Yeah, he
George-
was trying to.
George Stratus?
That was
No,
that
he
same
didn't.
guy.
He literally, they were in front of him. He was trying to go to work, and he didn't even drive forward. He was stopped.
So he tried to drive through the ICE blockade. Just to
No, he
confirm
didn't.
That, correct?
No, he didn't.
I saw that video before, so I have seen that. He did try to drive.
No, he
through that.
didn't.
But go back.
Where did
go
you
back.
see that? I just watched the video. Literally, no, he didn't.
How do you spell his last name?
Retes.
And is his name spelled like GEO or is it JORGE?
GEO
Okay.
RGE.
Yeah, I gotcha. I thought you said Stratus for some reason. I was like, who is that? Let me see. No, I mean,
So he was literally stopped and got caught in the commotion because he was trying to go to fucking work, dude.
yeah, I mean, so and here's the thing too. I mean, I'd have to look into that. I'll just take your word for it. Now, like you said, like, and here, like I said,
Were any of
not
the
everything
agents
they're
harmed?
doing is what's up.
Were any of the agents harmed?
I didn't read enough on it. I don't think so. Probably not. But no, like what I was saying, not everything ICE is doing is good. You know what I mean? Like for example, like I don't think you should be able to stop and frisk or detain people. Like that's not cool. Like I don't want to be walking around like, hey, come here, like, leave me alone, man. I didn't do anything. Things are bad, right? Some things are bad.
That's what they're doing. They're
And
literally
those
racially profiling
officers
people.
should
Did you know
be-
that? Did you know that the DHS defended detaining someone just because they had an accent who's a U.S. citizen?
So, and like I said, not everything they do is good, right? But it's the idea behind deporting illegal immigrants is good. Now, the way they're going about it isn't the greatest way I think it could be done, but it needs to be done, right? We can't have people who enter the country illegally. We can't be having our tax dollars or our property tax or whatever the case may be going towards, I guess, the housing, the feeding, and the funding of them. Like I do get it. People do want to live better lives, and I'm all for that. But we do have a process to enter the country legally. It's just, why can't they follow that? I know it takes time.
So if you want people to follow the legal process, why don't you ask the same thing from your administration? You hold undocumented immigrants to a higher standard than the President of the United States and his administration.
What do you mean? Like, are you talking about the administration?
Yeah, you say that they need to follow the law in order to get into this country through immigration, but Trump's administration does not need to follow the law when deporting them. That is a double standard. That is you thinking that they are above the rule of law. And I think that's not okay.
I'll give you like a made up example. It's not, I'm sure this probably may have happened in real life, but let's say ICE does research like, okay, we know this guy and this guy are illegal immigrants for the fact of the matter, and we know they go to work here every day. So we're gonna go there, we're gonna sting an operation and grab them too. Now, when they arrest them, like, you are under arrest for entering the country illegally, you'll be deported, right? Now, it's like, yes, there should be due process, and I'm sure they're doing some sort of variation of due process. They're not just like, oh, arrest them and like ship them out. Like, I'm sure there's some sort of process they go through. I mean, I'd have to
No,
dive
they literally
deep
are
into that.
not
But
using due process rights.
but here's the thing: even if someone was in fact like you knew for a fact they were a legal immigrant, what possibly could a defense attorney even say to be like, hey, like you can't do that? Like it's like, well, he broke a law. We found him. We know he was illegal, so we arrested him, and now he's being deported. Like, what much of an argument is there
There's
to make
no
by like any
judicial
sort of
oversight
attorney?
is the issue.
So there's no judges deeming
It's
this.
just an executive determination. It's not without judicial oversight.
So now here's the thing: is the Supreme? Did the Supreme Court like they deemed that okay? Like they're like, yeah, that's fine.
The Supreme Court has deemed some of the deportations to be incorrect. If you're referencing some of the federal courts, some of the federal courts have indicated that they've been deporting people without due process, and that's a violation of the law.
Okay. So here, I'll agree
we're
with
in
you
a
there.
constitutional crisis because there's a lack of an ability for the judicial branch to hold the executive accountable.
I'm not going to be hard-headed. I'll agree with you there. If they're doing them without due process, I think you should continue deportation, but with due process. Is that something you could agree on?
I mean, I think that we should provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and those that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, deport them with due process. That would be what I would agree with. But like that's until we have a legal process that's significantly quicker. Then you can enforce laws in terms of immigration law, because people would be so incentivized to go through the legal process that no one just coming here for a better life would go through the process undocumented.
So I've heard that like you should find a pathway to citizenship. People be like, oh, just do that. I'm like, I mean, I'm not 100% opposed to it, but it's simply, once again, if someone entered illegally and they haven't broken any, committed any violent crimes or any thefts or anything, any big crimes in the U.S. like that, or like, I don't want to call them big crimes. There's really any crime within the U.S. besides for entering it illegally. It's like, nonetheless, they still broke the law entering. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we going to do about that? Just like wave a blind eye towards it? It's like, once again, you have to uphold the law still. And like, I'm not going to say, if Trump administration is breaking the law, like condemn that, get rid of that. I'm not, like I said, it's more of like, I chose a better of two evils. It's just got to uphold the law. Laws are in there for a reason, right? It's the principle behind laws, law and order, right? So, I mean, wouldn't you say that our process of entering legally is already a pretty fair process of citizenship? Because we have a lot of people who've entered legally over the years.
I think it takes way too long on average. I think it costs way too much on average, and that's a bad thing. I don't think that it's a completely legitimate process yet, and that's why I specifically said that there should be a process that goes significantly quicker and a pathway to citizenship in the meantime while we carry over to that process.
So, question for you.
If you want to uphold the law, I don't know why you support Trump, who actively undermines the law.
Well, I feel like a lot of politicians kind of undermine the law.
Give me an example of how Kamala Harris has.
Well, I can't give you a direct example, but I'll say, I mean, it could be, put us with, there's probably a lot of stuff that goes down behind scenes, like maybe not violent crimes or anything like that, but I'm sure a lot of politicians, it's like, for example, like you look up these people's salaries and it's like, okay, they make like $175K a year. It's pretty really good salary, honestly. But then it's like their net worth is like 20 million. It's like, like they're up to something where it's like, how you raking in all this money when you're technically a public servant, it's like, where is it? What are you doing elsewise? Like, are you abusing, are you implementing, your own tax codes, or you're voting for the stuff that benefits you personally and not like your citizens? It's like, I feel like politics now has become a very personal gain type of thing for most politicians. Not all, but a lot, right? And you can find good on both sides. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure if you looked at some Democratic politicians or congresswomen and men and senators and all that stuff, I'm sure, that guy's a solid guy or woman. Same with Republicans. Like, that's a solid man or woman right there, right? But it seems that it just really seems like a lot of both administrations are just up to funky stuff no matter what's going on. It's just it's sad to see. It's almost
I like how you try to say that, but I have yet to hear a specific example of Kamala Harris violating the law.
I couldn't give you one right now, but I mean I could use like Bill Clinton.
I think it's really frustrating.
Like Bill Clinton's another one.
You use this whole point. You're going back literally multiple.
Still, they were a U.S. president.
I'm talking about people who are running. Listen, please listen. I'm talking about people who are running for president. Okay, and it was Harris versus Trump. Harris specifically did not violate the law. So your whole basis for defending voting for Trump is not reason to say that you should specifically. I don't understand. It's not reason based upon the fact that Harris doesn't have the quality of violating the law. If you care about upholding the law, why would you support the side that upholds the law to a lesser extent? Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. That shows a complete not care for the law, even when it's a violent offense, because they did his bidding.
So, lesser of two evils, right? It's, a big thing that, and like my biggest thing, I was like, well, back when Biden was in office, it's, everywhere. I live kind of near a sanctuary city, if you want to call it that. And it's like back when Biden was in office, you kind of start to see like, okay, like you definitely noticed a massive influx of, immigrants, whether legal or non-legal. It's like, man, like, you kind of see them now that Trump's in office. It's you can visibly just go out and walk around and notice. It's like, okay, it's better, right? Which I like. Now, yes, Trump, let's say he broke a law. Like, let's say, yeah, he did break a law, right? Let's say he did. I'm sure you're right. I'll give you that. I'd have to look into that myself. But it's now what's going to affect me more on a day-to-day basis. Having the president be accused of business fraud or tax fraud, whatever you said, or, having my neighborhood turn into essentially, Little Mexico or something, right? It's like, I don't want to live in Little Mexico. I want to.
One, your neighborhood is not going to turn into Little Mexico. Two, why would you have an issue with people immigrating here from Mexico?
Well, I just use that country as an example. I mean, it could be anywhere, right? But it's just, I don't want to see. Though. Well, here's the thing. It's like when all the illegal immigrants come here and you have hardworking U.S. citizens who go to work, pay taxes.
Why are you specifically just saying undocumented immigrants as if legal immigrants aren't Mexican as well?
Legal immigrants are cool, man. They're
there are Mexican immigrants in this country that are here legally. Do you think they make this country worse?
Nothing against Mexicans. I just used that country as an example, right?
Okay, but any other country coming here, I have no issue with them building a town here. Any culture can. We literally have Chinatown. We have K-Town. We have plenty of different towns that are of other.
I guess you're right. That's not what it was meant to be said. I guess that was a bad way to put it. But nothing wrong with building your own community, right? Nothing against that. If you're here legally and you want to build your own little community, that's okay. Go for it, man. We're the land of the free, right? You are allowed to do that.
So then what's the issue?
But now here's the thing too. It's like a big part of it. It's like I go to work. You go to work. You have a job. You pay taxes. Everyone you probably know has a job and pay taxes, right? And it's like when I see essentially illegal immigrants getting housed, getting fed.
They aren't.
When I see people driving.
Where is
nice
that happening?
I could probably name 5 cities.
Yeah, you're going to reference asylum seekers getting access to help, which are legal immigrants.
I don't think all of them are legal immigrants, man.
Asylum seeking is a legal process of immigration.
That is, but I don't think all these people getting, I guess, aid are legal. Like, there's a lot of them that are illegal getting aid.
Give me a single source.
You could honestly look up, really here. I'll pull up probably 3 right now. Let me look this up.
Undocumented immigrants provide so much more into our federal systems than they would get. I can send you a study on this from the Cato Institute if you'd like to accept that.
You could show up. I guess better off explain how they help the system. That'd be better.
Yeah, they increase them coming to our country. Right, increases GDP, productivity. It increases the wages for U.S. citizens, specifically in the long run for immigration as a whole. And it also decreases the deficit by increasing tax revenues.
Now, do you think that's solely because there's just a flat out more amount of people working in the U.S.?
Yeah, more people working, more people demanding goods and services. You get it?
Okay, so it says estimated, of course, roughly 60% of households headed by undocumented immigrants included someone receiving at least one welfare benefit.
What's the source? Is it from the fucking partisan Trump administration?
I hope not.
Because I can send you a study from the Cato Institute right now. Look up immigrants' recent effects on government budgets, 1994 to 2023.
And so now here's the thing too.
Over that period, immigrants created a cumulative fiscal surplus of $14.5 trillion in real 2024 dollars, including $3.9 trillion in savings on interest on the debt.
Yeah, I mean, you can bring up all these points how they may or may help the U.S. as a whole, but end of the day, they broke the law entering the country. You know what I mean? Like, it's like can't
Okay,
do that,
and
man.
I
And if
don't
that's
think
the
you have
case,
an
like,
issue of this. I don't think you have an issue with this because of the fact that we should, again, we can create better conditions for upholding the law if we don't support Trump. You were completely okay with supporting Trump even though he violates the law. You have no issue with that. Okay?
well, if Harris was going to uphold the law, why didn't she stop immigration? That's another. Hey, there you go. That's the way she broke
She
the
did
law.
advocate for still criminalizing undocumented entry. Like that's something that she still advocated
Then
for.
why didn't Biden do it? Biden just
They
opened the
did do
borders,
that.
man.
They did deport
Let
people.
the floodgates open.
They did not let the floodgates open. What are you talking about?
They did.
No, they
did,
didn't.
dude.
No, they didn't. Less than 4
You
million
know how
people
many
came to the country
illegal immigrants
undocumented.
entered the country in that 4 years, man?
Less than 4 million.
Do you know how many entered under Trump currently?
So, since Trump got in office? No, I don't know the specific number. But the point I would still make is that there's no issue with that. Provide a legal pathway that makes immigration quicker.
Why is now a time for change when we've been doing the same process for that for, since we started taking immigrants in? You know what I mean?
No, we haven't had the same process. Actually, in Ellis Island, it took 3 to 7 hours. Did you know that? Did you know that we actually had a significantly quicker immigration process, historically speaking? If you want to go back to the process we had, historically speaking, 3 to 7 hours. Okay.
No, you're probably right on that. Yeah, that's facts.
I am right on that.
Nonetheless, though, it's like it could. So how long do you think it takes nowadays? Probably what, like up to 5 years is I think is what
Yeah,
it
it
is.
takes several years on average and thousands of dollars, over $10,000
So-
for many people.
And how long do you think it should take?
6 months.
Now, what qualifications do you think should be met to enter the country as an immigrant?
Haven't committed violent crime, haven't committed bad crimes, are not a threat to the safety and security of our population.
Now, question 2, if you enter the country as a legal immigrant, let's say wealthy or not wealthy, do you think you should receive full government aid in entering the country, or do you think you should kind of, be limited onto how much you can obtain?
I think that things that are necessary you should be able to get.
Like SNAP and stuff.
If it's necessary.
Now, here's the thing. Do you think there should be a time frame on how long you can, I guess, use it for? Like,
I think that already exists.
The time, how long does it go for? I think there's people who could use it for.
It depends on state.
Yeah, it does depend and specifics too. Something wrong with you. But I don't know. Let's say, I don't know. Is there any state you know off the top of your head?
No, I don't know.
No. Let's just give it like an estimate of like 3 years or something. I don't know. Random number. It's like, now, would you be okay? Like, cause something here I'd be okay with if it was quicker. Let's say it took 6 months to a year to enter, and like let's say you would be able to qualify for government, essential needs like benefits, and you could go Section 8 and you could get SNAP, and you could get like I don't know like medical care, right? But on the condition that you A, get employed, and B, you don't use it for more than
If you want a moratorium on people's access to get benefits when they come to this country, if they want to immigrate here, if you are willing to make the legal process go quicker, that was something that people would be willing to compromise on.
So why can't let's say Democrats and Republicans, find a middle ground somewhere, right? Like we should be doing, find a middle ground. It's like, okay, the Republicans really don't like illegal immigration, and I'm not going to say all hate it or all don't like it. And then I'll go say Democrats. Probably most Democrats aren't against it. I'm not going to say all aren't against it. I'm sure there's some who don't like it either. But it's like, why can't we find a middle ground? Okay, like you guys don't like it, you guys do like it.
Because
let's
Trump
make it
said,
legal.
blame it on me if the border bill fails. There was legislation where they were working together to be able to do this, the Langford bill, and Trump undermined it. It was actually conservative leaning, by the way. I disagree with the bill as a whole because it was conservative leaning.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's like here. I'm all for middle grounds, right? It's like meet people in the middle. I'm all for, like I said.
So like I said, if you were saying that like you want a moratorium on access to certain types of social benefits, when someone immigrates to the country through the legal process, well then that's a fair thing that people would be willing to compromise on if you're willing to make the legal process go significantly quicker and cost less.
Yeah, I agree, but they should really, and here's probably a large part into why I'll say like a lot of people wouldn't really, or I'll say just in immigration in general. A lot of people don't like immigration in general because a lot of immigrants, use government aid benefits that, of course, like tax dollars pay for. So a lot of people are like, oh, why do I have to go to work and pay taxes and these people just get shit for free? It's like, well, I mean, that's not just for like a skin color. It's more
One
so
thing
for
I
like
need
a
to let you know
financial.
too is that this is such a small portion of the budget. Okay, and immigrants, again, like I just mentioned, decrease our deficit, decrease how much we have to spend. Right, like again, $14.5 trillion fiscal surplus created by immigrants over the period of 1984 to 2023.
So I mean, it'd be a way to essentially. I guess it is a small part of the whole budget. I mean, the budget's a lot of stuff in that budget. But out here, I guess I'll end that on this note. I would be okay with meeting in the middle ground once again. Now, that'd be, hey, if it was legal and people are coming here and they're, you're assimilating properly too. You're not like, you're not trying to change, I guess, people's towns and neighborhoods into like, would you want it to be like, you have to be a collective, right? Like everyone needs to be a collective. You know what I'm saying? It
I
can't
don't know
be
what
like,
you mean by assimilating. What
here,
assimilation are you
example,
referencing?
For example, it's like, not to say that you can't do this, but what do you think would be better? So let's say, I'll just use like any random Chinatown in the U.S., for example. Like if you go there, like mostly people of like some sort of Asian ethnicity live there, right? Which is fine. It's like nothing wrong with that. But it's like, why can't everyone live with each other? Like, why does it have to be Chinatown? Why can't it just be like a town? You know what I mean?
So you understand that people create these communities to make it easier for people who don't speak English to be able to engage with other people and to be able to bring culture into these areas. And that's totally
I
fine.
understand.
And
No,
by the
yeah,
way,
that's fine, but I'm saying, like,
there are other towns, and there is this area too. And by the way, there is lots of discrimination that led to this as well. I just want to clarify as well, because of the
What
fact
you
that people said that they weren't quote unquote assimilating to degrees that they want. They said, go create your own town if you're going to do that, because we don't want you over here because we want you guys to speak English. That's literally historically that's what's led to a lot of these places as well. Right, like, and also it's not just Chinatown. For example, there's K-Town, there's Little
I know.
Armenia.
Like I said, I use that as an example. I wasn't just saying.
Yeah,
it's just Chinatown.
there's countless
You get
little
you get what I'm
there's
saying, though,
countless
right?
countless different cultures all around the U.S. Right, it's not
Yeah.
specific to just like certain cultures. And
No,
I think
no,
I think
that's
that's a
not what
good
I'm
thing.
saying.
I like the diversity of culture that our society has. I think that's a great thing.
Dang. No, that's what I'm saying. I feel like other cultures are cool. Like, hey, man, like.
So Parker, do you think that you think if you come to America, you shouldn't strive to speak English? You shouldn't assimilate that way?
I know. I think you can choose to if you want. If you don't want to, it's okay.
Really?
Yes. Literally.
Choose on law. You don't have to.
Why do you think that way? Because I mean, most of Americans speak English. No, like most Americans don't speak another language.
Because
anyway,
it's someone's
so.
choice if they want to learn a language or not.
So
we live in the modern era. If I really need to communicate with someone, I can use Google Translate.
You got those new AirPods and stuff, man. Yeah, no, that's not a big issue. I could use my phone to talk to people if I need be. But no, here I'll use this because this is something I feel like a lot of people want to avoid. Like, have you seen what's going on with like a lot of European countries recently, like with their immigration and all that stuff?
Yeah, I've seen migration happening in Europe. Yeah.
So do you think I guess you could call it like maybe you think a culture war would be like a appropriate like term for it right now? It seems pretty heated over there. How would you put that? It seems more heated in the U.S. than the U.S. for sure. It seems pretty.
I think you're fucking
rough.
crazy.
You don't think theirs is bad?
I think that it's definitely less heated than here.
Yeah. You think it's less heated?
Yeah.
Oh man. Now, do you? Wow.
Based on what I've heard from my European friends, absolutely, it's less heated.
It's less. You think it's more heated here? Maybe we got bigger. We have a bigger country too. It's more spread out. But I see a lot of videos.
It's not just because that. It's because of the rhetoric posited by our literal president, right? Causing more hatred targeted towards immigrants. Like historically, if you look at the rhetoric that was used in this country relating to immigrants, it was significantly more pro-immigrant.
Well, I mean,
Even
the way I'm
Republicans.
getting my assumption off this is from just like, you scroll through like Instagram or something, and you see like videos, right? Like, do you think the government has any sort of say into what pops up on your feed?
Do I think the government has a say on what pops up on my feed? Yes.
You do?
Yeah, because I'm on
Now,
TikTok.
do you think depending on which?
Because I'm on TikTok and it was bought by people that Trump likes. Literally.
Who owns TikTok now? A collective?
Larry Ellison.
I don't even know who that is. What's his deal?
Well, I mean, they're like pro-Israel and conservative.
Yeah, I'm not real big pro-Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not cool. Well, here, when I see videos, I mean, here, maybe you're right. Maybe they do have control over the media. I certainly think so, or they definitely can use an algorithm to target certain, I guess, topics, right? It's when I go on Instagram or TikTok or, you know, like X, whatever you want to call it, it's like I see videos of, I don't know, let's go to like Germany, right? It's like, you know, people, you know, I'll say it's probably it's a immigrant like stabbing somebody or robbing somebody or like attacking somebody. It's like, oh man, that's brutal. Or like I saw it was probably 2 or 3 years ago. It was like a terrorist attack. They drove a freaking truck through a crowd of people or something like that. It's like, damn, you know what I mean? It's like, now it seems worse.
Who are you saying did that?
I thought there was a terrorist attack in, I think it was Germany or Belgium, where someone drove like a pickup truck through a crowd of people or something.
Okay.
It was like a couple of years ago, but it was,
That's
I mean, it was
horrible to
recent.
hear. I'm confused what the point is.
Well, what I'm saying is like, it's like, it seems that over there seems worse than what's going on over here in the US, right?
Based on what metrics?
I'll call it visual. Like it just looks like it is, right?
Okay, I could say that about here. I think it's worse here because Trump's a fascist, and he's literally undermining our democracy, our constitutionally protected rights.
Now it's like
he's literally calling for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
I mean, you know I'm gonna kill him for that.
Can you name a single European country where the leader of the country, outside of like Russia, for example, called for the someone that we're allied with, for example, called for the execution of their political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders to service members? Like, there's no other examples I think I'd be able to even bring up, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's simply I mean, you could say it's worse here or there, but it's like, it almost doesn't seem as bad. Well, currently it doesn't seem.
Some
as
people
bad
are
here,
saying
you know
Turkey.
what I mean? Turkey's bad, or is Turkey good? What are they saying about
Or
Turkey?
no, they're saying that there might be someone in Turkey. That's the one country I've seen. Like that, there's only one example that people have been able to put in the chat so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying, like I said, not saying Trump's great. If there was somebody else that could run for the Republican Party or even a new party, that'd be awesome. It's just I can't really get behind there's some good things that like Democrats do. But like
Okay,
another
so
thing
then like
too
what
is
makes
like,
Trump better is under your view.
hey, I'll use like a policing thing. So remember like when he was trying to put the National Guard in cities?
Yeah.
It's so like were you or are you against that?
Yeah, I disagree with him trying to put the National Guard in areas in which he's not constitutionally allowed. And I also don't think the National Guard going there is going to reduce crime in the long run.
It did in Baltimore. Well, not in the long run, but it did for when they were there.
It's only whenever they're there. Once you get rid of them, the same level of crime would come back. Plus, there's issues with them in terms of being able to arrest people anyway.
Yeah, I mean, National Guard can't really it's different. But no, for example, like so the National Guard's really like you're saying the president.
I think to be totally honest, that's probably one of your best points, for being able to reduce crime. But like that still, then again, hasn't really done it much and just is unnecessary. And I think that there are other ways of actually addressing the root causes of crime that this is clearly not addressing.
So, well, I was gonna get to it. So, like the presence of the National Guard being there, like temporarily reduced crime, just because, like, okay, I'm not gonna go out and break a law if there's soldiers.
Yeah, but if it's temporary, I mean, what's the point? Are we gonna have to keep them there for the rest of time, or? He cut out of the app, by the way. Frederick, by the way, thank you for the $1.60. Thank you so much. Really appreciate for German here. People who are responsible for it being quote unquote heated here are right wing politicians and media. Thank you so much, Frederick. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Seriously though. Judith, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much as well. I really appreciate it. John, thank you for the money gun. I have some people to thank on YouTube. They still haven't come back. They just left, by the way. I don't know why they left, but I have some people to think on YouTube. Then we're gonna go into another person. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate. I think right now we're currently at 1565. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we can. I'd really appreciate that. Hope, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously though, Floppy, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Hopefully you get a real job soon. Thank you so much. Maybe I will. Destine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I totally agree. Thank you. Jackie, thank you for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much, Jackie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Darcel, thank you so much for the $5. And Danielle, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Zach, thank you for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. And Lord Tomoyoshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. FDR, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. And Septum, thank you for the $5. I think I'm fully caught up there. Otherwise, Sabrina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. They said the attack was on during Christmas market in Magdeburg, Germany. The man was mentally ill. He should have been in prison, but he wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really hard to. That's like really hard to deal with. That's crazy. Any circumstance like that. If you're on YouTube again, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Like, I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about politics, but, like, from what I do know, I kind of agree with Trump's side more. Like, for example, like, sending illegal immigrants back.
Okay. So can you say, like, what specific ICE policy, for example, that you like? Can't hear you currently. You swiped out of the app. You got to be in the app for me to be able to hear you. Okay, he just left. Great, dude. For everyone on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes before we end the stream today. The stream will be ending very soon, so let's try to get to 2,000 if we can. Tomorrow, I'm assuming I'll be live later in the day. I'm assuming I will be live later in the day. All right, this will probably be the last person, everybody, for today. Just letting everyone know. This will probably be the last person here for today. Just letting everyone know. We're going to get this person up here. Just give us a quick second, y'all. Alrighty. Hopefully everyone has a good Valentine's Day, by the way. Hopefully everyone has a good Valentine's Day. I have some stuff planned all day. It's going to be real fun. It's going to be real fun. Let's go to the next individual. Deuce, give us a quick second. Teresa, you said in the comment section, why do you give people your money? Or they said, why do you give this guy your money just to lie? What are you talking about? Accept the request I just sent to you. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. What lies are you talking about? They're not a real person. They didn't accept the request. Of course. You know what's up? How old are you?
13.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus TikTok rules. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I donated to you and Jean multiple times, but
They sound very young. I'm going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's try to get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Teresa, instead of joining my live, said, how many illegals do you have in your house that you support, Parker? So you don't have to have undocumented immigrants in your house to say that you think that they should legally be able to come to your country through a quicker process. For example, I don't think that there should be a border between me and California and Nevada. Yet that doesn't mean people from Nevada can just come live in my house whenever they want. That's not how it works. What's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, somewhat.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm more like abortion, but I have one question before we get on that. Or if you
Go
even
ahead.
want to talk about it, that's fine. But I got a question because it's like kind of been like raising my mind and like I really don't like get it. Like, so like, you know, like how everybody says like no uterus, no choice, like it's a woman's choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like it's kind of hypocritical because like if a guy has no choice at all, why does he have to pay child support after she has the kid? Like, doesn't that seem like not that fair? Like for a guy?
You can sign your rights away. As
What
a
do you
guy,
mean?
you
Like,
can sign your rights away as a guy.
so like somebody like what's his name? The
And by
one
the way,
basketball player.
I think the typical term of like no uterus, no opinion. I don't necessarily think that's like a literal principle. I think it's like don't advocate for restricting access to abortion if you don't have a uterus. I think that's kind of like the idea.
I know, but I see a
But
lot
it's like
of
more
women,
catchy to
like,
say no uterus, no opinion. Like, does that make
but
sense?
like,
I
don't
don't.
you think like
I'm convinced now. I don't think it's like a literal statement. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think everyone's saying that like if you don't have a uterus that you can't have an opinion. I think that they're just saying you shouldn't restrict people's access to abortion if you don't.
no, yeah, I get that, but it's just I don't know, like I just don't get how like so say like if a woman wants to have a kid and the guy doesn't, he has no say at all, and then he has to pay child support. And you can say if she keeps the baby, he does have to pay child support. I don't know about the signing, like anything I've ever seen, like they have to pay child support.
Well, and I'm just gonna be clear for the people in the chat who think it's literal. I actually disagree with you because I do think that I should have an opinion on it that is pro-choice. I think men should be pro-choice, and I think you have to argue that men shouldn't be pro-choice. If you argue that no one with a uterus, right, specifically, we're saying cis men, no one with a uterus specifically should have an opinion, because then they shouldn't be pro-choice. Then I don't understand that point. I do think men should
I
be
don't know.
pro-choice.
But like, do you get how that like? Because I always see like, and I'm not gonna sit here and say like women, the system hasn't failed women because it has. But I also think nobody talks about how like the system kind of fails men also, like the highest suicide rate.
No one's disputing that. Wait,
I
two
know,
things
but
can be true simultaneously.
Yeah, but I just feel like nobody, and I feel like it comes from the left more. Like
Nope,
it's
that's
just
from
so
toxic
much like
masculinity.
women. But like I feel like men have a choice in a state too. It doesn't seem fair. Like a woman can have a child. She wants the child. And I've seen it with so many basketball players, and they only keep the child not because they love the child, because of the money. And how's that fair? The guy doesn't want to have the child. The woman wants the child. The child's born. He has no say at all, and then he also has to pay child support. So he doesn't have any say at all, and he has to pay
Dude,
child
you're
support.
able to sign your rights away, man. How many more times
No,
do you have
you're
to say
not.
that? Yes, you literally are.
Maybe like a 18-year payment right away, but you have to pay child
No,
support.
Nate,
Yes,
what
you
are
do.
you
If the
talking
woman
about?
keeps the baby,
Nate,
the baby,
you are literally able to sign your rights away. Can you name one state that doesn't allow you to do that?
So what does signing your rights away mean?
It means that you don't have to take care of them, that you can sign away for like adoption, for example, or you can sign away to a certain guardian. Like you don't
Okay,
have
so
to,
if the
you
woman
don't
wants
have to
to
be the
keep the
person.
baby, if the woman wants to keep the baby, he can just sign the rights away and never have to pay child support. I
Mhm.
don't believe that.
That happens in plenty of
Because then
conflicts.
nobody would ever pay child support.
No, people still do pay child support because they specifically want to provide. They want to take care. Like if you sign for custody over the kid, you have to pay child support. Does that make sense? If you have no custody, if you don't have any basis of this at all, then you can sign your rights away. You never signed the birth documents. Then you're not technically under the consideration of having to pay. Maybe there could be certain states that say that if you have a DNA association that you'd have to pay or something, but I guess that would also apply in circumstances in which you're referencing like sperm banks then. Like, wouldn't that apply specifically for individuals who are sperm donors? Like, they have DNA. Would they be obligated to take care of the offspring? Or are they
Yeah.
able to sign the rights away?
Yeah, but I thought it had to be both parties have to agree. Cause I feel like, cause I can't a guy, if a woman wants to keep the baby and raise it through the 18 years of its life, a guy can just say, well, I don't want to take care of it. And I'm
It
just gonna
could be
sign the right.
it could be both parties in certain states. I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying specifically, like, at least in this context, there is an ability to sign your rights away.
Yeah, but if a woman wants the kid and is taking care of the kid, the guy has to pay child support. It can be a plan where it's like a 18-year plan right away, because that's what happened with the basketball player.
Okay. Is your position that you want to allow for men to sign the rights away, given that we don't have the current capacity?
Yeah, honestly,
Okay.
yeah. I think
So then, why are you arguing for Trump then?
why he said that what? No, I don't agree with abortion. I'm just saying since it's allowed, like a guy shouldn't have to pay child support if he doesn't get a say. And if like obviously like if he wants the kid, yeah. But if a woman gets a say in everything, a guy shouldn't pay child support. But we can get on abortion. I was just curious because like I've looked into it a lot and like I think both sides are reasonable, but I honestly think like a guy shouldn't really have to pay child support for it. But I don't know. I was just getting
I don't have
into
an
it.
issue with forcing to pay child support. I was just talking about like the conditions that I think did exist. Which by the way, I could be wrong on. I'm not quite sure. The conditions I'm saying though, in terms of this, is that at least this isn't an argument to support Trump, because if you do want people to have or to not have to pay child support, that's not a reason why you would want to support Trump, who wants to leave it up to the states to restrict access to abortion. Your view
No,
isn't
I think
necessarily to restrict
abortion's
access to
bad.
abortion. Okay, so do you want to restrict access to abortion from a legal basis?
Well, I'm not I'm not like a policy maker. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't just say, yeah, you can't have a kid. Like, it's allowed, so it's allowed. But if it's allowed, I don't think a guy should have child support. I was just curious on that. I was just asking a question. I was just curious. Since it's already allowed, like, I was just
No.
wondering
You're saying
about that.
if this, then that. What is your ideal policy?
My ideal policy, I don't think abortion should be allowed unless certain harm comes to the person having the kid, or
Why?
like certain cases with like sexual assault
Why are you saying
disputes.
because it's bad to allow for abortion to occur?
I just think I think a zygote is a living organism. You know what I mean? Like it has all the
Okay,
qualities of a living
but is
organism.
it wrong to allow for abortion to occur?
Yeah, you're killing an
Can I ask you a
alive, a
question?
person that's biologically alive. It starts at
Are you
conception when
Christian?
the egg. Somewhat, not really. I don't believe in like Christianity. I believe in like God, because I think it's like all man-made to like, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like I think like there's an
Is
actual
your
God,
God
but then,
all
like,
knowing, all powerful, all good?
I mean, I don't really, I'm not really like into it like that. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
alrighty
So I
then.
can't really say that.
Okay. So you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion? Do you think it should be illegal to use IVF, because in that process they can discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process?
See, my thing with IVS is, you're trying to create a life. So I think it's like, it's sad that there has to be some casualties in it, but it's creating a life at the end of the day. So it's doing more good than harm.
Well, I mean, it actually discards more zygotes and embryos than it's
Well,
going to
yeah,
create.
but you also got to realize that like the rates of it actually like, so like when they do IVFs, the rates of it
Oh,
actually
no, it's
like
IVF.
happening.
IVF.
I said IVFs.
You said IBS, right?
No, IVFs, but like I said S with like apostrophe S. Like IVFs.
Oh, okay.
I might have just said it fast. You didn't understand me. My
Yeah,
bad.
it just sounded like you
No,
were saying
you're good.
IBS. You're good.
I was talking too fast. But my thing with it is, it's causing more. What was I even trying to say? Okay. Oh, we were talking about the rates. The rates of it occurring. They have to create more embryos because the rates of it actually happening and like actually creating a life and fertilizing is more rare. so they have to create more. So then it actually
No,
like
no, not of
sometimes.
actually fertilizing. You mean of implanting and leading to
Yeah,
pregnancy?
yeah, implanting. My bad.
Yeah, I don't dispute you there, and I think that's an important process. But under your view, that would be discarding multiple zygotes and embryos, which are human living organisms. Under your view,
Yeah, but they have to because a lot of the rates
not
don't occur.
necessarily. Like if you become pregnant and you've created more of them, and then you discard the rest of them because you didn't need any more, is that wrong?
Wait, say it again.
Yeah, if you through the IVF process, the first one works, and you made multiple of them. Do you think that it should be legal to discard them, the rest of them?
I don't get that reasoning though. That
I'm
reasoning
asking,
doesn't make that much sense because
do you think it should
if
be
you think
legal
about
to discard the rest of them?
for a woman, well, wouldn't they just have to get a vasectomy, right? If they don't want any more kids, though, right? Right though? Is that like a crazy like if they don't want any more kids, they would just get a vasectomy. So like, why would you get an abortion if you don't want any more kids? If you have too many, like my mom, she had 4 kids,
What
and
is
then
this
after
guy
her
saying,
4th
bro?
one, she
I'm
got a
talking about
vasectomy.
IVF. Hey, dude. I'm talking about IVF, okay? You made multiple zygotes and embryos, okay? That you're going to use. The first one works. Pregnancy begins. Is it illegal under your worldview, your ideal worldview, to ban or make it illegal to discard those zygotes and embryos?
Well, they don't discard all of them. They freeze some of them to try to like save them. They try to save them. They don't just discard them. They try to
If
try
they
to
want,
freeze
if they want
as
to
many
keep
as
them, they
can.
will freeze them. If they don't want to keep them, they will discard them.
I don't think it's wrong. No.
You don't think that's wrong?
No, I don't think that's wrong because you're still trying to create a life. When you get an abortion, you are discarding a life for no purpose of creation. You know what I mean? Like letting the biological living organism in your body develop through the stages, and it's at the first stage and it needs to keep developing to become
Yeah, so
me and
do you
you.
think it should be illegal to discard the zygotes and embryos?
No, because I said
But those
they're
are
trying
cellular
to,
human lives.
huh?
Those are
Yeah, they're
cellular human lives.
but you're not getting IVFs are trying to create stuff. When you get an abortion, you're not
Dude,
trying. You're
listen,
just trying to
when you
discard.
discard the zygotes and embryos, are you trying to create stuff?
You can't. Sometimes they can't be saved after a certain amount of time. You
Where
can't
I'm
freeze
talking
all of
about
them.
in a circumstance in which it can.
Okay. Then I got a question.
In
Okay.
that, no, answer mine, and then you can ask me whatever question you want.
I said I don't think it's wrong because you're trying to even
Okay,
when
but
you're
it's a
throwing
cellular
away
human
babies.
life. I thought you said you care about cellular human life insofar as that you wanted to say that it should be illegal to end a human cellular life. And if that was your view, then it should be illegal for people to discard zygotes and embryos that they were not
Yes,
going to
because
use.
I think it's morally right. It's ethically right because you're trying to create a life.
Oh my
Even
god,
if
I'm gonna go
even
crazy.
if
When you're discarding it, you are not trying to create a life. Oh my god, dude.
yeah, but they have to create so many, so they can't just
I'm gonna
store
cry.
every one.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay, I'll explain it then. Okay, so you're saying, oh,
Well, under
if
your
they
view,
if they
under your view, I
discard,
feel like you're saying that they're obligated to keep it alive, given that it's already alive.
I mean, it is a living organism.
So then, do you think it's wrong to kill it?
But the thing with that
How about
is,
this? How about this?
honestly,
If I have a
just thought
petri
about it.
dish, if I have a petri dish, I cause a zygote to exist in this petri dish, slap the shit out of it for TikTok.
Okay, I
and
got a
you-
question though.
After my
So
question.
an embryo,
Okay,
it
just in the middle of my
it
question.
cannot evolve.
It's just gonna be in the middle of my question. He's just gonna keep going.
No. This answers your question. Just
No,
relax.
it's not.
My bad. No. An
I didn't even
embryo
finish the question yet.
without a woman, without an
He's just gonna
embryo
keep
in a
going.
woman's body.
All right,
Okay,
I'm just
got
gonna
it,
say
I'll
thank you to
answer.
some people then. And Golfer, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So the man ever asked, saying pregnancy starts and a man not deciding to use protection should take responsibility and pay child support. Very
Bro,
easy.
why doesn't that?
Thank
why
you so much,
doesn't a
Golfer. I
girl
really
ever
appreciate it. Thank
get
you.
blamed at
Kate,
at
thank you
all
so much for the
either?
$20 to $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for please ask him if he knows what IVF stands for.
Infertile. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Why do I have to know exactly what it stands for? Like I know what IVF is. You don't know have to.
What does it stand
Not
for?
everybody knows what ICE stands for, but
Do
they
you know
know
what
what
ICE
ICE
stands for?
is. No, but I don't really support ICE that much. Like I support the
Immigration
deportation of
and
illegal
Customs Enforcement.
immigrants. But do you have to know the exact definition of the
No, you don't have to. Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Sydney in the comment section right now? We would just say it's probably important if you're going to say that, people should have restricted access to certain things.
So you know
like
every
abortion.
abbreviation ever that you are.
Yeah, I know
that you
every
are
abbreviation
passionate
ever.
about?
Yeah, you're right. I know every abbreviation ever. Farah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. My dad never paid child support. The police never enforced it. He owes my mom $25,000 and never paid. Yeah, I mean, so that would be like a situation where they need to or they're supposed to, but it just wasn't enforced. Probably. But I was thinking that there were some areas, especially in the U.S., where you can sign your rights away, but I might be wrong with that. Susan, thank you so much for the $5. By the way, thank you so much. If an adult man needs to be connected to another human for survival, would they be okay with the forced connection? No, they wouldn't. Maria, by the way, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on PayPal thanks for all you do. Have a wonderful Valentine's Day with your girlfriend. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Get some W's from Maria in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Maria. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick, and then I'm going to continue with my point that I was making. Ashley, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Lord Tamayoshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Floppy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My Valentine is actually my girlfriend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ashley as well. Thank you for the $2. Hope, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Casey, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if it will be able to explain that one. I think he was maybe mistaken there. But yeah, what were we just talking about, man?
Wait, could I answer your question? Because I have a good point to your question and
Go
answer
ahead.
it. Okay. So my thing with embryos that are outside of the woman's womb, I really feel like they're a living organism, but at the same time they're not. I feel like when it becomes a living organism is when it's in the woman's womb, because it can't evolve and adapt without it being in a woman, right? Though.
Okay. Well, I just want to know biologists indicate life begins at conception.
Yeah, life begins at conception, but at the same time it can't evolve and adapt.
Okay.
Without
so
the woman.
So then do you think it should be the right of the pregnant individual to turn off their resources to the embryo, zygote, or whatnot because they're not obligated to give up their resources to it?
I mean, that doesn't even make sense because that could never happen.
How about this? If your kid needed your liver, a part of your liver to survive, do you think you should be mandated by law to give up part of your liver for them to survive?
No, but
even though it regenerates?
Huh?
Even though it regenerates?
I don't know.
So by the way,
Oh, well,
if it's necessary for them to live, you don't have to give up a part of your liver, even though it regenerates. But you do have to give up your bodily resources and be pregnant for 9 months.
I mean, without a liver, they don't always die if they don't have a liver.
You don't. You think people can live without a liver?
I mean, honestly though, like if it's your relative, like that's kind of messed up if you don't give them a liver, low key.
Wait, okay, but like I'm asking, so you know that you don't have to give up your entire liver. It's only a part of your liver because it regenerates.
Yeah, you should be mandated then, low key.
Okay. So you should be mandated to give up a part of your liver if it's necessary to save someone in your family's life.
Yeah, low key, that'd be wrong if it wouldn't. Like it's your family member.
How about
and
a kidney?
It regenerates. Huh?
How about a kidney? Do you have to give up a kidney?
Does
if
a
it's
kidney
necessary?
regenerate?
No.
But you have two though. But I guess it could be bad if your other one goes bad, right? I mean, yeah, that shouldn't be mandated then.
Why not?
Because you could die from only having one. Like, you wouldn't die.
I think the likelihood that you're going to die from a pregnancy is more likely than dying from just having one kidney.
But they talk
like seriously,
about
wait, hold up, pause.
percentages,
The
like-
likelihood that someone's going to die from a pregnancy is more likely than someone who's going to die just for having one kidney.
Yeah, but are we talking about per capita numbers? Because I bet there's more.
Yeah, we're talking about
pregnancies than,
percentage. Yes.
You probably don't know that.
Yes,
per
we do.
capita.
Yeah. What
'Cause
is
I
the
feel like
likelihood
it's
that
just-
someone
it's
dies
just
when
a
they have
surrogate.
one kidney? It's definitely a lot lower than specifically pregnancy.
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't. I don't I feel like you're just saying that. Have you seen those numbers or?
For maternal mortality rate, yeah, we have an increasing maternal mortality rate in this country since Roe versus Wade has been overturned. Did you know that?
What, like abortion? Like more abortions now since it's been banned?
Say that again, sorry. Yeah,
More
abortion.
abortions now since it's gotten banned?
I don't necessarily think I said necessarily more abortions, but I did say that maternal mortality rate has gone up.
Oh, dang. I mean, it's because of people aren't getting abortions why people are dying, you're saying?
I'm saying that, yeah, it's leading to more people dying who are pregnant because of lack of access to an abortion.
That doesn't even make sense.
It
Like,
does
I'm not
make
trying
sense
to be mean.
because you can reduce the likelihood of negative things happening to you, and for people specifically where it's going to be lethal, they have greater risks when they are able to get access to an abortion because they say you essentially have to be dying in order to be able to get access to it, which is fucking crazy, by the way. So it decreases the risk of them dying because if you have, say, for example, a 50% chance of dying, you'd be able to get access to it.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think if there's a high percentage likelihood of you dying, you should be able to get an abortion.
At what percent?
I mean,
what about 1% chance of dying?
I mean, everybody can have a 1%. I feel like every pregnancy has like a 15% chance of dying. I'm pretty sure.
That's
like,
definitely higher than
it's
what
like
it actually is, but
is
if you think pregnancy has a 15% chance of dying, why do you think people should be mandated to go through pregnancy in order to save a human life? If it puts their life at a 15% likelihood of dying, that's crazy.
Wait, let me see the likelihood.
It's not 15%, but like 15%. If it were 15%, that would mean that you should think it should be legal in every single circumstance for people to get access to it, because no person should have to undergo a 15% likelihood of dying in order to save a fucking cellular life.
I ran up those numbers. That's on me. I mean, what is it though? Probably like 2%, 1%.
It's actually here. Let me pull up the exact maternal mortality rate. Let me give you an example. Maternal mortality, U.S. 18.6 per 100,000 in 2023. This is
Wait,
in the United States.
18.6%?
It's 18.6 per 100,000.
Okay.
And during the COVID pandemic, it peaked at a rate of 32.9 per 100,000.
Which would that have been because of COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over 80% of maternal deaths are considered preventable, indicating a critical need for improved healthcare systems and policies to support maternal health. Efforts to address these include extending postpartum Medicaid coverage. Oh my gosh, it's almost like people need access to healthcare in this country, and Trump has no plan to help that.
I mean, healthcare is a different subject. I mean, do I think there should be a private one and then like also a Medicaid? Yeah. Or not a Medicaid, like a easier way to afford healthcare. Yeah, but at the same time, I just feel like our healthcare is the best out of anyone. Like when it comes to serious surgeries. True. Like people come here for serious surgeries.
So very rich individuals.
Surgeries.
Very rich individuals.
But they come here because we have the best facilities, the best everything. That is true. Like we have the best. I had so many surgeries on my ears, like where I had to like get it, like I forget what he was even called, but it was like serious surgeries. Like I could have died.
So it's only like certain things, like specific types of cancer, in which that happens, and that's oftentimes because of public funding anyway. So
and my question
most
is,
health outcomes are better off in other countries that have these universal healthcare systems.
My question is though, I mean maybe. I mean no, because of the wait times. The wait times are crazy in these other countries. They're like 6 to 8 weeks, like way more
for
than ours.
elective things. And you have wait times when you go to the ER already. That's how it works in the
Yeah, you have wait times right now. Think about in our country. Think about if we took over Canada's healthcare system in America. Bro, it would be crazy. If the wait times are crazy in Canada with way less people, think about if we did the same healthcare system in Canada and took it over to America. Think about how with
Population wouldn't
like
affect that. I don't know what you're talking about because there's more doctors. So
I know there's not more doctors right now.
what are you talking about? You said, but there's a greater population. Well, there are greater
Well,
doctors
yeah,
to be
we
able
might
to
have
take
more
care of that greater
doctors right now, but
population.
my thing with that is we might have more doctors right now, but we still have a shortage just like Canada. So if
Yeah,
we
I'm
have
not
a shortage
disputing you
right
there.
now,
How if you wanna make that better off, then let's make medical school free and get rid of the
yeah,
limitation
but you
of
make medical
how many people
school
can go
free
through
though.
medical school by the AMA.
But you make medical school free. What happens then? Then there's a surge in doctors.
Yes,
Then
that's
there's a
great.
surge in unemployment rate.
What? That wouldn't necessarily yield a surge in unemployment because you
Bro,
understand that like we need these hospitals,
if
right?
you make healthcare more affordable, that's the same thing. That's why Reagan never wanted to make school more affordable. Reagan's smart, bro. Reagan
No, he's
economics
not.
is smart.
No, it's not. Trickle down economics is stupid.
You think trickle down economics is stupid? Look at the
Yes.
economy right now. You think
Yeah, it's worse
all
off.
Biden's policies didn't trickle down to all the stimulus checks he gave to
That's
balance
not
out the
trickle down.
economy?
Can you tell me what trickle down
That is
economics is?
trickle down is okay. I'll just explain it. I don't know the exact definition, but I know trickle down economics is something like you pass a policy and then it happens, and then you see the effects 12 to 24 months later. That is like a situation that can be trickled down, that trickles down later in time.
Okay. Trickle down economic policy is when you give tax cuts to rich and wealthy Americans and you expect that to trickle down in the economy to lower income individuals because you gave tax cuts to rich and wealthy income individuals. That doesn't happen because they have an incentive to do what's ever profit maximizing for themselves and not what's profit maximizing for their employees or for the country as a whole.
I mean, I don't know. I just know that then what would it be called if somebody makes a stimulus check and they try to boost up the economy, do this
That's
inflation?
trickle up. That's trickle up. So it's if you give money to everyone and you put it into the economy, it naturally trickles up to the highest income earners because they will create products that people want to buy. Does that make sense? So there's a natural
Yeah.
trickle up aspect to an economy, but no natural trickle down element to the economy. That's why higher marginal tax rates are actually, for the highest levels of income, are actually associated with increasing wages because that creates a greater incentive for employers to pass down the money that's in their business to their employees because they would have been otherwise taxed on it.
Okay, but my thing is, if you make college more affordable and make it free, what happens then?
More
Like,
people
I'm
get
not-
education. It increases productivity of our society. It creates better conditions for democracy because more people are educated.
I just feel like it would be more of a surge in, like, too much demand in certain sectors. That's what I think, though. Genuinely,
What demand?
say 50,000 people go to college and they get like a marketing degree.
Yeah. I mean, there will be more people in marketing. Yeah.
What happens then? Does that make unemployment go up?
No. There's no evidence that increasing access to education has increased unemployment. If anything, it decreases unemployment because it increases the skills that people have to be able to get employed.
But wouldn't it make it harder to find a job? If there's say there's 25,000 people that have a marketing degree and are trying to find a job.
No, it will
the
make
same
it
job
easier
as
for you to find a job because you have more skills to get hired.
How?
Think about it this way. You go get educated. Your labor is now more productive. If your labor is more productive now, that means that when you engage in a certain amount of labor, you are going to create more profit, which makes your labor more profitable, which means you are going to be paid more in the market because your labor is more specialized and more educated now, which makes it more
Why? 'Cause
productive.
you're already getting a college degree. What is having more people in the same field gonna help you get a job?
What?
Like if
Well,
you're already going to get a college degree, and then
not
you
everyone
have
is going,
somebody.
so it increased access to college degrees. So if you're talking about people who already are well off, who already are going to get college degrees, yeah, you'll have more competition.
That's not that you don't.
But you want
That's
to
not
something
a good
crazy as
thing.
well? More people are making more money, which means they can buy more stuff. which means that there's more
How?
jobs.
It
Think about it this
this
way. Think about it this way. There are now more people in the economy with more productive labor. They make more money. They pay for goods and services, which creates an incentive for businesses to hire more people. They need more marketers if there's more people who are buying products.
but you're saying the fact is right now, if we make college more affordable, that wouldn't be a good thing. Already, AI is already taking away some jobs, and it's probably going to take away
It's
more
already
jobs
happened in
next
other
year.
countries, and it's been beneficial to their GDP, to
Like,
their productivity, to wage growth.
like what countries?
Scandinavian countries, for example,
And what's their population?
their population is less. It's comparable
Okay,
to
and I feel
states
like
here in
that
the
has a
U.S.
big difference.
No. I don't know why people always bring this up as like oh, I'm gonna own you because this European country actually has lower population. Well, you want to know something crazy about that? Watch this. Could we apply it as a policy to each individual state?
What, like each individual state like
Yeah.
mandates it themselves
Like
and pays for
if
it?
it works in Finland, why doesn't it work in Iowa?
Well, that wouldn't be a federal spending, then that would be a state spending, you're saying?
No. The federal government gives money to the different states, and the states then operate it.
How would the colleges keep running then? The the government would have to pay for the colleges as well to keep up, like pay for all the professors in the whole country.
Yeah, I just told you the federal government gives money to the states, and the states pay the people working at the colleges.
How much would that cost, like genuinely?
Around $70 billion a year for free public universities for everyone to have access to. That's
And
less
weren't
than
you the one
1/10 of our
advocating?
military budget. That's actually
And
1/5
weren't
of our, or actually not 1/10, 1/20th of our military budget now.
So wait, how much are we spending in the military right now?
$1.5 trillion is the new proposal by the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's a proposal. That's never gonna pass.
That's what Trump wants.
Okay, it's not like he's gonna pass it. He's just trying to do it because midterms are coming up. It's kind of obvious. He's just trying to say he's trying to make the which honestly, right now, the time we're in, I wouldn't be opposed to spending a lot on military. I mean,
You want to
you see
spend
China
1.5
right
trillion?
now.
We could at that point we could cut our military budget by $1 trillion a year and still have the largest military budget in the world by over $100 billion.
Okay, and that's why when China's trying to invade Taiwan, they don't want to mess with us. Like, we're gonna back Taiwan up,
No,
and they're not even gonna step in.
Trump actually stealing stuff from Venezuela and trying to take Greenland creates better justification for China to go take Taiwan. They probably will.
It doesn't
because
matter
Trump
what
has done that.
justification they have; they're never gonna do it because they know our military is 20 times better than them. It's just how it works.
You understand that we already had a better military under Biden than them. There's no need
Yeah,
to keep
but
doing
at the
this.
same time, but that's the thing. At the same time, they knew that they could push over Biden. He wouldn't do anything. They know Trump's a loose
Not
cannon.
true.
They don't
No
want to
evidence of that. You just believe that because you're a Trump supporter, because you want to feel like it.
No,
I'm genuinely
there
serious.
is
Like
there is.
you just say that because you've heard it as a talking point. There's
I
seriously
mean,
no
I've seen
specific.
it on CNN.
Can
I've
you
seen
give me
it on
any specific
Fox.
examples of this? Give me a specific example of them being fucking scared of
Well,
Trump.
the world leaders meeting with them more than Biden.
They laughed at him.
Like,
They laughed at him when they met with him.
who? When? Who,
Yeah.
Which world leader?
G7 summit. Emmanuel Macron, Boris Johnson, Justin Trudeau. They laughed at him. The G7 summit.
What about the United Nations
Dude,
speaker that like backed up Trump?
We are literally embarrassing on the world stage because of Trump. Okay, he denies basic science. Well, our EPA said that greenhouse gas emissions are not a threat to humans. Literally, they're fucking stupid. They don't accept science. They said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism when there is a study in Sweden that had over 2.5 million people that indicated no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings.
I don't know. When you look into the Tylenol, I don't know how true it is, but it does look a little interesting. It does look a little interesting. I mean, that's all I'm
Tylenol
saying.
is one of the only safe things that you can use during pregnancy in order to address maternal fever. Okay, you should look
Yeah,
into
but I think
science.
it's over assumption, right?
Oh
If you
God.
take too much, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but I don't know
Yeah,
for sure.
obviously you can take too much of any drug. There's a recommended dosage.
I mean, I'm not disputing
Did you know that you
I
can
was
drink
just-
too much water?
Huh?
Did you know that you can drink too much water?
I'm not disputing that. I think Trump says some dumb things sometimes, but it also says no signal on your
Last
thing.
thing before I get off, can you name one thing, or actually, that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Okay, it's gonna be a long thing I said, but like one thing that he could do that would make me stop supporting him is if he invades Greenland, which he didn't. He got to deal with it. That was one of my things. I was like,
He literally
if he
set up
invaded
plans to
Greenland-
invade Greenland.
Yeah,
He
I know.
asked the
That's
military
why
to set up
I was
plans
like,
to invade
I was
Greenland.
like on the edge. I was like, if he actually invades Greenland and then like UK and everybody backs up Greenland,
Okay, I have a question
I'm gonna be
here, then.
done with Trump.
Okay, so would you be done with Trump if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I really don't believe in civil cases, honestly. I think
So you don't accept any of the civil cases against undocumented immigrants that makes up 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country?
Wait, say it again.
40% of undocumented immigrants in the country have overstayed their visa, meaning that they're violating civil law, not criminal law. Do you not accept the civil cases against them?
Well, that's a little different because there's evidence on it.
All right.
There
Well, there was
is, yeah.
there was evidence against Trump. That's why he was held liable for sexual abuse by a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. Can you name one
Yeah,
piece
in
of
New
evidence
York.
in the case
In
that
New
you
York,
dispute?
that's why. Huh?
In New York, so his lawyers were a part of the jury selection process.
No, they should have went forum shopping or whatever it's called.
What does that mean?
They should or venue shopping. They should have went to a different
That's where the
trial.
crime was committed, genius.
Yeah, but there's certain things that you can do.
Yeah,
I
and they
forget. I
denied
had a
that.
law
There's
class
no
last
necessary
semester.
element for that. All right, I'm just gonna go
What's
on
the
and get
thing?
off for tonight.
Not long arm statue. There's one thing. There's one thing on it. I forget. But yeah, I don't believe in that. Yeah. But honestly, if he needs to start enforcing more on like
Here, Nate. Here's what I want you to
what
do.
the ICE officers are doing.
I want you to like do some research into everything we've talked about on this live stream so far, and I want you to come back and let's have a conversation once you've done research on the things that I've done. I was gonna get off for today, but I just want to say that you should do that because that will be beneficial for you.
All right, I got a
Because
question.
we didn't fully finish the conversation yet.
How many people are in Congress? What number?
Well, there's 100 in the Senate, and there's 435 in the House of Representatives.
I thought it was 365 are in Congress.
Nope.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure
I'm
it's
positive. I am
365.
100% positive.
I'm looking up, bro.
Mm-hmm. Do you see it?
Damn, Parker. Okay, you got me right there. I swear I thought it was 365.
Mm-hmm. How many days are in a
Dang.
year?
I got 365 at 1.5, right? Like 365.5, or is it 364.5? One of
It's
those.
365.25 if you want to mention that.
Yeah,
I
I-
would
for
have
some reason I
accepted
thought
365.
Yeah, honestly, it's starting to get hard to support Trump. It's just, I really just don't feel, I just don't agree with like the woke culture, honestly, and like all that.
The woke
Like,
culture, okay? How am I woke?
No, you're not woke, but
I'm not woke, okay? So
I'm
then
just
what's,
saying, like,
then what's woke?
like I see all these like left wing activists like support like talking about like sexuality and talking about lesbians and gay people.
Yeah,
to
based.
kindergarteners, bro. Like,
Wait,
come on, bro.
What's wrong with saying gay people exist? W gay people.
Like explaining to kids like what it is. Like, bro, when I was a kid,
What are they
I
explaining to
literally-
children? What kids are they explaining to? What age?
Huh?
What age?
I mean, yeah, I think it should be like around the same time, like 6th grade, when you talk about like
Yeah,
sex
so like,
education.
so here's what we're saying: talk about gay stuff the same time that you talk about straight stuff. That's it. That's
Then
all
why
we're
do people
saying.
say teaching
Talk
in
about gay
kindergarten
stuff
first?
at the same time as we're talking about straight stuff. It's
I mean,
not
then I'm fine
complicated.
with
Not
I'm fine with
complicated
that.
at all.
I'm fine with
Very
that.
simple, actually. I tell you.
No, I'm fine with that. Like, I think people should know like their sexuality, but like you shouldn't teach it to kindergartners. I see a lot of people like that do what you do, like online, saying like, why is it wrong to teach kindergartners about?
No one's teaching children like who are 5 years old about engaging in sex. The max thing that's being taught to kindergartners is like some girls like girls, some boys like boys, and some boys like girls. That's it.
Yeah, but I think
That's literally
I
it.
think-
Like at the point they're 5 years old, they understand crushes. Okay. When I was 5 years old, I understood that I had a crush in kindergarten. Okay. I knew that I was straight. So that's at the point where you'd understand, like, oh yeah, some girls like girls, some boys like boys, some boys like girls, and some girls like boys. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's normal to talk about at that time.
yeah, around that time. I mean, kindergarten's crazy though. You can agree with that, right? Kindergarten is crazy, but you
Not
can
for
go
saying what
off.
I just said.
Your thing's on no signal.
Yeah,
I'll
I know
let
it
you get
got to
off.
that point,
We
but
had
like
a
I'm
good
just like,
combo though.
yeah, I'm just
What?
like I don't know what they're teaching that you think is so crazy. I'm like again, all at that point is literally just like literally what I said. There's nothing more than that. Okay, it's just like cutting out like crazy. All right, I'm getting off.
All right, have a nice day, bro.
You as well. Alrighty, everyone. I'll probably join Dean maybe for like 30 minutes or so. I have until 2 o'clock actually, like specifically. Shannon, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shannon. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Veronica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you for the dollar as well. Sorry, I was just. Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm gonna get off, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'm gonna join Dean for like a few minutes, everyone. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up on all of the different social or on all the different donations. Veronica, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. Shannon again with the $25. Thank you so much. Elizabeth with the $5. Thank you. Taylor with the $5 as well. Athena, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate Downfall with the $5. Trevor with the $5 as well. Misha, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Lord, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And another $20. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $5 for Open the Schools. Ken, thank you so much. Bad Wolf, thank you for the $2. Christine, thank you so much for the $10. Ken as well, thank you for the $10. Casey, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, everyone. I'll see everyone over on Dean's Live. Make sure to hit that thumbs up on TikTok. If needed, or I mean, if you liked my content. But yeah, have a fantastic day, everyone. I'll see everyone later.